Hello and welcome to the OCD Game Changers community event, where we are bringing on advocates in all walks of life from several different countries today for this very long live event to talk about the importance of community, to talk about the importance of collaboration, and to send messages of hope. We are closing out OCD Awareness Week this weekend, so I thought this was the perfect opportunity for OCD Game Changers to bring together so many advocates in an effort to show that we are in this together, to spread awareness, to work together, to bring people together who need treatment for OCD, that need support for OCD, who want to advocate, advocate if they have OCD and they want to do things to help other people. We're going to be sharing so many different ideas tonight. We're going to be visiting with so many different people who do amazing projects around the world. During the event, we will do 5 or 6 different people, and then I will talk. I'll bring on a board member. So if the board member is on and I step away, it's because I'm going to be on here for 5 hours. And every once in a while, I got to take the dogs out and maybe get a little something to eat. So they will take over for a few minutes, talk a little bit about Game Changers, what it has meant to them. And I am going to share information with you throughout the 5 hours about how OCD Game Changers came into fruition, what we do, why it's important, so important to me and so important to many people. Before I bring on our first guest, I do want to share with you this. This is also a fundraiser for OCD Game Changers. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and I am going to share with you in the next segment when I'm talking what we're doing, which is international events all over the world. And our first few guests are from the international events, so this is so exciting. We do operate off of donations. Just so you know, all donations go to our programming. No one gets paid at OCD Game Changers. Every single penny goes towards being able to get to another country, to another state, to another area to bring community together. And throughout the night, we will be talking about people who have attended these events, who can share with you just how meaningful they have been, including myself. I want to just start by saying a lot of people come to me and they ask me the question, how to become an advocate. I want to advocate. I want to give back. I want to do something. I've made it through this illness and now I want to give back. I'm going to tell you tonight, and what I always tell everybody else, find what's missing in the community and fill that gap. And tonight, we are going to have so many people who have done just that. That is why we're called Game Changers, people that are changing the game when it comes to awareness for OCD, when it comes to treatment for OCD, and bringing people together all around the world. That is one of the things that we are doing. We saw at Game Changers that there was a need to push into different countries. There's not a lot of advocacy over in specific countries. So we have found partners, we have found stakeholders, people that are doing work, and we wanted to amplify them, but also go to those countries, have the Game Changers name behind the event. And so then they can connect and build community from there. That is what our mission is. That's what we've been doing. It has been a little bit, it's been challenging trying to figure out how to do all this stuff and make it work. But man, we have found a really cool formula, bringing together smaller groups of people, having 4 lived experience speakers and sometimes therapists that can share why they're doing this work and how it's meaningful and impactful for them. And we're going to have a lot of testaments throughout the evening. But remember, this is also a fundraiser, and we really, really we really are asking for you to donate and be part of what Game Changers is filling. The gap in the community of doing international events, that's what we're doing. And your dollars will go toward all of those events. So if you'd like to donate, anything helps, anything. OCDGameChangers.com. Now, let me bring on one of our board members and the man that is very much responsible for pushing into pushing into different countries, and that country would be Spain. Alejandro Ibarra, here he is. Hello. I'm good. It's so good to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, Alejandro is like one of the most
Nervous.
Huh?
Really nervous.
Yes. Alejandro is one of the most beloved advocates that we have. He has just blown away the ability to spread awareness in Spanish with his videos. We do an event in Spain. We've got an event coming up. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Alejandro is also part of the OCD Game Changers board. So Alejandro, just want to ask you a couple questions. Tell me why community is so important for the OCD community.
I think and I believe anyone who is suffering from mental illness or any kind of problem in a nature is important, are suffering, they feel that they are not alone. It is very, very important. Many times, some people feel alone. So the most important thing is that they feel that they not the only one person. Okay, so they feel that they are not the only one, and they don't know that they are the only in the same situation. It is very, very important, and it's very important to be able to hear other people with same stories, with same experiences, to learn about proper treatment, and to they feel that they are in the right path to the recovery, because the recovery is very possible.
I muted my mic. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so I'll put some headphones on here in a minute to make that a little bit better. Since you've been on the OCD Game Changers board, we've been doing all kinds of collaboration, and we've been really forging into different states and also different countries. So tell us a little bit about how important it is for us as advocates and therapists and people with lived experience to collaborate together to expand the community.
I think collaboration is the key. Collaboration is very, very important in OCD community. So people are aware about other people that are suffering, and aware about people that they are not suffering from OCD. With OCD, with depression, with PTSD, with GAD, and maybe they know someone who is suffering. So it's very important that people speak out. Okay, people speak out and about this problem, because in the past and in the present, people are suffering in silence. So I think community and connection is the key. Once again, people, they feel that they are not alone.
Alejandro, I put my headphones in. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I also, before we move on, I wanted to say hello to everybody in the audience. We see your comments. We're so glad you're here. Several of you are going to be on tonight. I can't wait to see you in a few hours. We're going to be here a long time. But thank you so much for being here. Alejandro, I wanted to ask you, if it's okay for you to share, how is it that you became so passionate about the work that you do in spreading awareness through your YouTube videos? Tell us just quickly about your journey to becoming an OCD therapist.
My journey is wake up very early and go to the office at 8 o'clock until 9 o'clock every day. That is my journey. Working a lot of with OCD clients, with part of my team. My team is compounded by 5 psychologists that work with me in the office. We do Facebook Live at least once monthly, okay, monthly, and we do sessions in live and online for Latin America, for people that lives in United States that speak in Spanish, and here in Spain, to all the country. Okay, so my journey is very hard, but I enjoy, and I become OCD about 14 years ago, okay, when I see the first case, the first client with OCD contamination. For me, was a very impact, okay, a deep impact, and I feel the suffer from that person. And I see that my path and my route to become OCD specialized and to become advocacy from OCD. And I really enjoy this kind of events. I really enjoy my journey. I really enjoy my passion, my work, my job. My This is my life, okay, part of my life, so I really enjoy it.
So this is just one example. As I was saying earlier, if you want to advocate, if you want to become an advocate, find something that's missing in the community. Find something that was missing in your own journey with OCD that you needed and fill that gap. That is exactly what Alejandro has done. There was nothing available probably until he came along in Spanish. There were no YouTube videos. There was no communication. And this is a need all around the world, OCD awareness in different languages. So thank you for doing that, Alejandro. Alejandro has also, he's like the biggest supporter ever. He's traveled to Germany and to UK. He always comes to the United States. And then now we're going to be in Spain. So let's talk for a few minutes about the event coming up. I've just posted about it yesterday. So it's going to be in Seville, Spain. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Seville. I mean, I'm from the South, so it's probably, Seville. Anyway, we are going to have Aaron Harvey speaking. Woohoo! Y'all know Aaron Harvey. I feel like he's like the male version of me. Talks like so bluntly about OCD. We have Alexandra Reynolds. We're going to have another speaker. I haven't spoken to him yet. So I don't want to reveal his name until I talk with him. And then Alejandro, of course, is going to be there to talk, and we'll have a bunch of people from his community talk about how important it is for us to be in Spain, Alejandro, to do this event and bring people together.
For us, it's very important because many times we try to do this kind of events and try to bring people from United States to Spain is really, really hard, and it's very, very important to connect people from Spain. To this year is the second edition of OC Game Changers in Spain. I'm really excited to this event, and I think that we can add more people than last year. Okay, so it's very, very important to get very hopeful, okay, very message of hope to people that are suffering and people that are working very hard and that are working in OCD recovery.
Yes, and I am so excited. I just booked my ticket today, Alejandro, so I am there. I can't wait. So the details on the Spain event, November 16th. It is a Thursday. We will do it from the afternoon into the evening. We'll have lived experience speakers. Alejandro, of course, is going to speak, and it will be in Seville. And the more details to come. Tickets, I'm going to open up ticket sales on Monday. So I'll be posting that. Make sure to follow us on Facebook and also OCD Game Changers. Instagram, OCD Game Changers on Instagram. That's where I post everything. So you'll have all the information on the Spain event. So lastly, Alejandro, because we are running out of time, first, I just want to say how much I just adore you. And I am just blessed to have you on the board and just to call you a colleague and a friend. You are just one of the most extraordinary advocates that are out there. And so I wanted you to leave us with a message of hope.
Thank you, Gracie. Thank you. There are other people like you, like many other people that are suffering in silence. So my message of hope is try to find people to connect. Try to find OCD advocacy, OCD therapists. Try to find other people to connect with you to try to do the root of the recovery. There is a bright future. There is happy moments, okay, in the life. So recovery is possible for anyone. So go ahead.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, and thank you for being here. I know it's late there, and I know you are not up this late normally. So thank you for staying up to join us. And of course, thank you for all your hard, tireless or tiring work and your dedication to this community, Alejandro. You are really a gem to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Chrissy. Thank
I'll
you.
see you in a month in Spain.
All right.
Goodbye. All right, everybody, and all of you that are joining and commenting, I'm so glad to see you here. Again, we're going to be here for several hours. If you click off and you want to come back on, just keep it running, and you can hear us all in the background. We're going to have advocate after advocate. It's going to be so cool. We have Germany is coming up, and then we're going to have all the Brits. Y'all know who I'm talking about, Mr. Stuart Ralph and Johnny Say and all of them. They'll be coming on here in a bit. Remember, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. We operate off of donations. Please please go to OCDGameChangers.com. Every single penny that you donate goes to these huge events we're doing all around the world. And the more that we can get donations, the more places that we can go. So without further ado, let me bring on our next guest from Germany. Again, remember, y'all, these people are up late. It's 3:30 here, but it is like 11:30 in Germany right now. So Nils Thiessen, hello.
Hi, Chrissy.
It's so good to see you again. So for those of you that may not know, Nils was one of our awesome speakers at the OCD Game Changers Germany event that happened in Munich only like a month or so ago. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Nils, I connected with Nils through Stuart Ralph because you were on the OCD stories. So tell us a little bit about what it was like speaking at the OCD Game Changers event in Germany.
Well, that was a very interesting and very nice experience. Although, well, especially because I had to talk in English, although I was having the speech in Munich. But it was really comfortable. Very nice people around. So a perfect audience, I guess, to start the OCD Game Changers event in Germany with. So I was really glad and happy to have met so many people, and that we were able to exchange our experiences and thoughts. Yeah, very helpful.
I was my first time in Germany, for those of you that are listening, and I was terrified. I mean, it's always nerve-wracking for me to go to, just to travel in general, and then to go to a different country I've never been, run an event where I was worried no one would come. I didn't know anything about the culture or nothing. And yes, it was in English. Our hope and our goal next year is to run maybe an event in German and then also another event in English. So, but we're still working on that kind of stuff. We will need donations to help us do that. But it was so much fun getting to hang out with you and to share and to hear you share your story. It was so impactful for people. So let's just go on to some of the questions I want to get to. Especially after that event, Nils, what do you think the importance is of community, especially after being there and seeing everybody coming together?
Yeah, I think being able to open up about your own story, about what you are going through is so important, and it's much more helpful to and much easier, of course, to be able to speak about those topics with who don't judge you, who have lived experiences, who have maybe stories to tell that are quite familiar to yourself, and that can actually also a lot of burden, and maybe also release shame and guilt that you have been struggling with. And although talk therapy is not the key component in terms of treatment of OCD, we all know that ERP is key, and in addition, ACT as well. But being able to speak about your emotions, exchanging thoughts is, in my opinion, super helpful. And of course, most of us are, maybe having therapy sessions every week. Some even don't. And I think you can also use the time in between to connect to sufferers, and maybe also get in touch with specialists around the world in order to do some psychoeducation, ask questions, ask for opinions, for strategies, in order to be able to trust your own process.
So also, this is the first time that we've gotten to collaborate and do things together, which is so exciting, because then I get to meet people. I got to meet you and hang out with you and do some fun stuff. And we didn't even know each other. We literally had a Zoom call, and I was like, "Hey, I'm Chrissy. Hey, I'm Chrissy. I'm coming to Germany. We're about to be friends." So what do you think the importance is of doing that kind of stuff, of collaborating with people around the world?
Well, I think there's many options. As I said, it's possible to build your own peer group, your own community, to exchange thoughts and to support each other. You can also step in order to ask for help when you're doing the hard stuff like ERP. You can ask for support as well. And in the end, it's also helpful to be able to spread the word in terms of OCD in general, as it's quite common. It's a quite common disease, but it's not being talked about that much in many countries, I guess, because of the shameful topics that might be involved as well. So this is something that I think we can use as a community in order to be able to promote promote also political options, medical options to be able to provide sufferers with adequate help.
Well, and hope, which is what we're going to end on. And first, I just want to say thank you for staying up so late to be part of this. And but leave us with and thank you too for being part of OC Game Changers. Leave us with a message of hope, Nils.
Well, I would say, and this is something that I also struggle with every now and then, still in recovery and always will be, I guess. And I would say hang in there and try to open up as much as you can and try to trust the process.
Yes, I love that. Trust the process. Well, Nils, it has been a pleasure to hang out with you. I can't wait to be there next summer and hang out again. And thank you for all you do. And thank you for your support of OCD Game Changers. And I hope you have a lovely evening.
You're welcome. And thanks for having me.
Of course.
Success.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we are on to a different country coming up here in just a second. I've had some comments some comments saying from Western Australia, Sweden. Oh my gosh, we would love to come there. Australia has definitely been tossed around as a destination for OCD Game Changers. We will have 2 Australians a little bit later in the broadcast today that are doing advocacy and are going to talk a little bit about that. But again, we want to go to as many countries as we can. And the way that that's going to happen is to get the help from the community by getting donations, to have people help us get to these places to bring people together and spread advocacy where they really, really need it. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit. Go to OCDGameChangers.com. Please make a donation. Anything helps, and know that every single dollar goes toward our programming in different countries. So now we're moving on. We went to Spain, and then we were now in Germany, and now we're in the UK. And we were in the UK last weekend, and we did this phenomenal event. And I'm going to bring all the advocates on from the UK at once. And so we're going to have a little bit of a longer segment, but y'all, it's late there too. So I was like, let's just get y'all on at the same time. So here we go. We've got Sophie Surrey. Hello, my sister.
Hey, you okay? Hey.
I am okay. Now we've got Laura Johnson, OCD Doodles. Woohoo! Thank you for being here. We have Mr. Stuart Ralph. Hey, Stu, the OCD Stories. And now we've got Mr. Johnny Say, OCD advocate and therapist. So good to see all of you. Thank you for staying up to be part of this. We have probably about 10-ish 12, maybe 15 minutes. But we're going to talk, we're all kind of coming off the high of the UK event last week, OCD Game Changers on Friday night, and then OCD Action on Saturday. It was like a weekend full of OCD. Yeah. So I'm going to pose the first question to you, and each one of you, we're going to just go in order. So Sophie, Laura, Stuart, Johnny. Tell me why, especially after what we just all went through last weekend, tell me why community is so important for people who are living with OCD.
Yeah, I think the first thing is that sense of belonging. I think with OCD, sometimes not sometimes, I often feel like I don't belong and there's something wrong with me. I'm different to other people. And I think being part of a community where people kind of just get you just by one look. They know exactly what's kind of, oh, your brain's doing that too. So that sense of belonging, I think, is really important. I think it's important because it reminds me, being in the community, I'm constantly learning from other people, and I'm constantly reminding myself of, oh, I've forgotten that particular technique, or I need to do a bit more ERP and things like that. And I think also it gives me a sense of purpose. So like I always say, I feel like I have a PhD in OCD, and it's nice to be able to use it and kind of give back to the community. So it helps me massively in recovery. And I won't talk too long, so I know I don't want a time. So I'll let Laura go next.
Thanks, Sophie. Thanks for having me. Yeah, why is community so important? From a personal point of view, because I missed the UK events this weekend, and I was so sad. And that is almost the reverse, is when you lose that community for a weekend, you know, and you can't be there with them. I realised how important it was to me, mainly because I felt so misunderstood for my whole life. And like Sophie said, one look and people get you. And also the shame that I felt, you know, that just disintegrated as soon as I met the first person that I ever met with OCD. And that was the start. No matter how small or big your community is, you know, even if you just meet one person that has had OCD, that just gave me a whole sense of hope, actually. And then also the other big thing community gave me, which I hope to give to others as well now, is the signposting to self-help resources, to charities, to therapists, to podcasts, you know, and that's been huge for me as well. I'll pass on now to Johnny.
Was it me or was it Stuart?
Oh, Stu. Oh, we're bypassing.
Fight it out between you.
No, I'll go next. Yeah, community. You know, it's been hugely impactful and important to me to, you know, meet everyone I'm speaking to right now, and probably many watching this and in the comments. And hi, Bruce, you said hi in the comments. Yeah, it's been hugely important, you know. If I go to an OCD event and meet people, it means the world to me. And but I think, you know, more generally, community is just vital as a human need. We know the impacts of loneliness on physical health, and it's dire, basically. So community, we were born to be in relation to one another. So whether it's like developing yourself within the OCD community and making friends, or just having one friend with OCD that gets you, or maybe you don't need any friends with OCD. Maybe you just need a general community that you feel loved and appreciated.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about this question, and I guess I had about almost 30 years of not talking about OCD and not having a community that understood what I was going through. And I think now, having connected with people and talked to people more about my experience and hearing other people's experience, I just wish my younger self had that community. I think it would have been so helpful. And I think, you know, there's this huge bit of de-shaming and sort of this sense of common humanity. We're not alone. And you know, I think a lot of people going through OCD think, I mean, a lot of my clients were saying they thought they were the only person in the world going through this, like literally the only person having these sorts of thoughts. So I think to have this sense that I'm not alone, to have motivation to get us through the difficult times, to inspire us, to give us energy, to keep going when it's really tough. I mean, the list is endless for the benefits, really, but it is incredibly beneficial to have community, definitely.
And so another question, and I think I also want to combine this, several of you have been to OCD Game Changers events and spoken at them. And in fact, you've been to the OCD Advocacy retreats last year. Laura, of course, you will be invited this year as well, if you can come over to the pond, the Advocacy retreats. You know, when we're doing these events together, when we're pulling people from different places, when we're coming together as a group to talk about our projects, to help support one another like we do at the Advocacy retreat, it really does show how important it is to get the support and the collaboration within the community with each other. So if you could each share how important collaboration with each other and our projects has been, and also what are your impressions of the OCD Game Changers events and the Advocacy retreat?
Are we going back around me first again? So I think by all coming together, we're a much bigger force internationally, and we all kind of bounce off each other. I think we all have different skills and different things that we bring to the community. And I think that's what works so well when we all come together, because, you know, some people can rap, I can't. Some people can, you know, a spoken word. Some people like do podcasts. Some people do doodles. Johnny does a lot with like compassion, and you do like OCD game changers. And I think we all we build on each other and we support each other. So I think by like coming together, it showed very much last Friday at the Game Changers UK event. You know, we had Johnny on first, talked a lot about acceptance and compassion. Then you go on to Duke, who's a spoken word poet. Then you go on to Sam, who's like a therapist in New York. And then you go on to end with Marshall rapping. So I think that all coming together adds a real force to the community. It gets a really strong message out if we're all coming together with the same message. You know, there's so much stigma and misinformation out there about OCD. If we're all coming together and working together, we can get that same kind of powerful message more aligned and out there. So yeah, I mean, the Game Changers events are brilliant. They're so different in the different countries, but they're all about bringing community together and working internationally. I mean, it's given me a chance to travel. So yeah, I think bouncing off each other and really each bringing our own particular skill set and combining it, I think that adds a bigger force to the OCD community and makes us a much more powerful group going forward.
My turn. One thing I really wanted to say about this is it accountability? I don't know what the right word is. Accuracy, maybe, is a big thing for me. I'm not a therapist. I have lived experience of OCD, and I put things out to an audience, and that's a big responsibility. So for me, having a collaboration with others in the community helps me to understand what the community needs, and also helps me to put things out that are hopefully accurate, and to signpost to trusted resources as well. I mean, I've had probably all know well, maybe you don't all know, sorry, I shouldn't assume, but I had a really bad experience with an unqualified person that treated me when I was at my most vulnerable. And one thing that person did was turn me away from the community. They turned me away from the charities, the podcasts, qualified therapists, resources written by qualified people. And that's one thing I've really learned, is that it's a big red flag to me if you find somebody who doesn't collaborate with the rest of the community. And I don't know whether that's a controversial thing to say, but it's something that I think is important personally. So that to me is why collaboration is important. One of the reasons. I'll pass on to Stu.
Yeah, good point. I think if it's honest, it's not controversial. Well, maybe it is, but it's honest.
I'm quite
yeah, tell the truth. Channeling Jordan Peterson. So community, yeah, I mean, look, if it wasn't for the Game Changers events, you know, the some of the UK events, the IOCDF event, when I've gone a few times there, you know, it's those ones where I've collabed and learn a lot, but a lot of my guests have come from there. I've met them in person and like really got a feel for them and what they could bring to the podcast, and done plenty of collabs over the years and done a lot with Chrissy and through Game Changers, and obviously, you know, I met Johnny at a social meetup I ran in London years and years and years ago, and now we've set up an OCD centre in the UK. There's not many centres in the UK, so it's quite awesome. We've done it, and that sounds a bit arrogant. What I mean is, like, it's a privilege to do it.
If it's honest, it's not controversial.
Well, there you go.
There you go, Johnny.
You know, that came out of networking, or at least just getting to know Johnny as a person and as a friend, and then this came out of it, right? So that community and working together is hugely important. And just for motivation, I would have stopped the podcast a long time ago. And Johnny's drinking from an OCD camp mug, ocdcamp.co.uk. And the events, the OCD Game Changers events, obviously the retreats in Colorado are awesome. When there's been actual like events there along with the retreats, that's been great. You know, I've been to all of the UK Game Changers events, and I've no doubt the other European ones are also brilliant. So yeah, I think if you can get to them, they're a lot more intimate, which I think you won't get in a lot of the other OCD conferences.
Yeah, I think certainly agree with that around, you know, there's something special about what Chrissy's doing with Game Changers and bringing people together who really have the same sort of shared goal and purpose really around trying to help as many people as possible. And yeah, I mean, I think collaboration, I think the best creativity comes out of collaboration, right? The best music comes out of collaboration, the best art and you know, best projects and everything comes from collaboration. So I think there's something special about bringing different minds together, and again, that shared purpose and energy together, you know, can create, you know, amazing things. I think Game Changers, the event in London, you know, just that combination with creativity and that mixture of, you know, that pain and suffering, but what can come of that, and hearing people's struggle and their story, but then wanting to sort of use an alchemical process to make that into something that's going to help others, and you know, really, really powerful and meaningful. Yeah, I think going out to Colorado was yeah, it was quite an exposure process for me, just getting in the car with Chrissy. But yeah, no, there's something about the fun and getting together. You know, it's such a painful and difficult subject, so to have playfulness and fun, and you know, to have a good giggle together is just so energizing and so inspiring. So yeah, I think creativity, inspiration, accountability, and accuracy, as Laura said, I think that is a big one. I think that's part of the power of a group, is you can keep people on course and make sure no one's deviating off into anything problematic. So yeah, it's a powerful thing, collaboration for sure.
Don't make me tell the story about my ex Tara. Anyway,
have we got time?
Beautiful car. That's what I'm saying.
Stunning car. Great driving, Johnny. Great driving.
Great.
So, Johnny, I'm renting a car at the minute, right? And when the handbrake's on, as you accelerate off, it automatically takes the handbrake off. So it's perfect for you.
There you go. That's what I need. I'm going to write it down. Tell me the model.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure everybody listening can decipher what went on with the exterior almost blowing up. So anyway,
I left the handbrake on.
I do that all the time.
I drove a long way. Do you?
You drove amazingly.
That's good.
I'm like, I'm going slow. What's going on?
Everything's fine. Does yours smoke when you do it as well? Does yours smoke?
No.
That's just the exterior.
The car was dodgy.
Yeah.
He hadn't serviced it in about 20 years.
I'm with you on that, Sue.
I had to Google what do you do when your car's on fire. Don't let it get on fire. I think it was the first response from Google.
The top comment was, "Do not let your car catch on fire."
Yeah, it didn't really help. Not helpful.
It's good advice.
So,
I'm sure giving people hope.
Oh yeah, we're segueing into it now beautifully.
Messages of hope. So, I did have hope that my Xterra still ran, and it did. I do just want to say, just to kind of plug all of you, make sure that you plug what you do, and where people can follow you and find you, because you all do amazing work. We've had Johnny, Sophie, and Stu all speak at the UK OCD Game Changers event. Laura was supposed to speak last year, but couldn't make it and had surgery, but fingers crossed we'll get you on next year. So that will be so much fun. But let's go around and leave the viewers and the listeners with a message of hope.
Cool. I think the key thing is there's so much hope, and there is a way forward. I know with OCD, many times you think you can't go on. You think, how am I going to get through this? But I heard something earlier today I think it was on a TV show, and it said, embrace the mess. And I thought that was a really kind of nice way of putting it. I think you can go forward, embrace the mess. And I think, look at where all of us are on here, and all of us at some point thought we couldn't go forward, you know, and every single person who's listed, who's going to be on here tonight, at one point or other thought we couldn't go forward. And I think just by seeing that many people, that's a key sign of hope. You know, I hope that every single person gives you hope. But I do think kind of it can be some dark days, but kind of stick with community. But your community can really help you kind of build that hope and provide it as you're struggling. So yeah, embrace the mess, I think was my key thing.
Hope. Yeah, I guess I could say from where I've come from, not being able to get out of bed, looking at pictures of I don't want to cry, but looking at pictures of my children and thinking, I can't look at those pictures again in the same way ever, to being able to, you know, I've put them pride of place in my lounge again now. You know, it's things like that show me how far I've come, that if I could bottle that kind of hope and spread it around, I'd love to. But I found hope along the way in lots of different places. The charities gave me a lot of hope, self-help resources before I could access good proper treatment, community, friends. And then hoping, you know, when I still have relapses and I still have setbacks, and hope is always something I hold on to through them. Is I remember how I felt and how I've come through it, and when I hadn't come through it, I looked to people who had. So yeah, I think there's an awful lot of hope within the community and lots of different resources and people. And if you feel like it's really, like services, you have those dark days, that looking towards the community, you will always find something, I think, that will help on any given day.
Nice. Thanks to Amy for recommending the podcast. I'll just throw it out there because she commented. So yeah, you can find the podcast of the OCD stories, and for mine and Johnny's therapy centre, it's integrative centre for OCD.co.uk. If you can spell that first time, you know, well done, because we get it wrong at least 50% of the time. And centre is the UK way of spelling it. So words of hope. I mean, there's so much to say, right? This question is hard because there's just 1,000,001 reasons for hope. But I guess ones I want to share today is constantly look for the small wins, the small inches forward each day. Am I living my life the way I want, even if I'm flooded with anxiety, guilt, disgust, shame, intrusive thoughts, obsessions, you name it? Am I still moving in the direction I want to head, even though it feels like I've got a monkey on my back, you know? And the better you get at that, the quicker the monkey jumps off and fucks off somewhere else. So live your life the best you can. It's not easy, but it does get easier the more you practice it. And then while you practice it, have a lot of compassion of, this is hard right now, but I'm doing my best. Yeah, I made an inch today, but that's good enough. Like reward and praise yourself for that, because it matters, and that inch today is a mile tomorrow, you know.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think the main hope for me is that OCD recovery is very much, in my mind, a skill-based pursuit. So it's something that we're developing and strengthening skills in all the time. And our brains have this amazing capacity to learn and grow, you know, new pathways and strengthen up. And I was reading something the other day that even in people with very long-term addiction, when, you know, the drug has really taken over a lot of the brain, there's still capacity to rewire and create new pathways, even in that sort of state. So there's always hope to build those capacities, strengthen them up. And I think the other one that came to mind was that I think I heard someone saying the other day that humans often underestimate their capacity to cope with with adversity. And I think really we can cope with a lot of adversity if we have a why, if we know why we're doing it and what it's about. And, very much linking to community and what Chris is talking about here today. So, if we have that why and that connection, we can get through it for sure.
I love that so much, because I think I just want to emphasize before we move on is, that is why it is so important when we're all together. We have all been through such horrible experience and just the deepest suffering with OCD. So when we meet up and we get to spend time together, it's just like being with people who just get us without having to say a word. And that's, of course, how I feel about all of you. I could not love you any more than I already do. And I just appreciate all of your support and just always being at the events and just being you and all that you do in the community. We are so lucky to have each of you. So thank you for being here so late. And I just appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you for having us.
Organising it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all you do,
You're going to do an
Chrissy.
awesome job. Yeah, you're going to do an awesome job.
Thank you. Much love to you.
See you all later.
Bye.
Bye. How do I leave? Oh,
Bye, Sue. I love the Brits. I just do. I got to spend so much time with them last week, and I'm so glad they were able to come on here. And then we're going to move on. We're actually going to move on to another country. And actually, this person is not from that country, but he's in that country right now. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on Dr. Sam Greenblatt, who is in France. Am I correct?
Actually, Spain. I was a little bit, and this is the last leg of my Euro trip.
Well, we already had a Spain representative, but it's okay. You can represent it too. How are you?
I'm doing well. Long time no see. How you been?
I know. I'm good. So Sam was a speaker at our OCD Game Changers event last week in the UK. It's the first event that he's been to for OCD Game Changers and the first one he's spoken at. So tell us, first of all, tell us who you are. And second of all, tell us what it was like to speak at the event.
So who I am, I'm Sam, as you said. I'm a clinician. I'm based out of New York City, and I run like a little center for treatment for OCD, and I'm also someone who has OCD myself. I'd say like in the kind of spectrum of OCD, I really like to work with OCD that has not responded to treatment before, even if you've been through ERP, because I think there's a lot that can be done to improve it. And yeah, you had me out to talk about like my own OCD journey and story as part of the Game Changers event in London. And it was great. It was such a blast, immaculately run, which I'm sure always happens. And I think to the topic of today, just being part of that community, being able to kind of share my story, to put it out there, to connect with other people who have OCD, whether it's clinicians or researchers or advocates or folks that want to be part of the community from lived experience. It's always a meaningful experience to be able to kind of connect and to give and receive from that group.
Yes. And on that topic too, you kind of did just discuss the importance of community, coming out to the event. And then, we kind of first met in person at the IOCDF conference, which was so cool. And then for you to come out to Game Changers, to be able to meet these other individuals doing this work. How did it feel to meet other people and see just the importance of being able to collaborate and do this work to meet, to reach a greater audience?
I think it's so great and it's so important. Especially I'm coming at this as like a researcher clinician. And a lot of times a fallacy could be one man trying to be an island and being in your own kind of head. We've all, as OCD, been in our own head and been isolated a little too much. Being in your own head, coming up with your own ideas and not having anyone to bounce it off. Actually, I've been emailing back and forth with Johnny in particular, because I had some hypotheses around like ERP and frameworks that it works, and he had some knowledge that I was missing, and we were able to kind of bounce back and forth. And I might be collaborating with other folks and other speakers with some projects to be announced later on. But it's great. I mean, there's nothing what you can accomplish as a team, filling in each other's kind of missing kind of blind spots and supporting each other in terms of each individual's strengths, far surpasses what an individual can do. So it's useful in that kind of pragmatic sense, but then also in just the spiritual kind of fulfilling sense. It's such a joy to be able to connect with other people who have that lived experience of having OCD, which so many, even on the kind of researcher, clinician, advocate side, the folks generally have it too, if they're really passionate and really in the community. And it's an experience that if you haven't had OCD, so many of us have had that kind of misjudgment of, oh, just stop thinking about it, or, oh yeah, I'm so OCD about this and that as well, when they're just kind of using it as a colloquialism. And it's such a specific, intense feeling and challenge to have OCD that when you meet somebody else that's gone through it, there's this instant connection. I like to joke that at the OCD conferences, right, instead of asking what's your sign, you ask like what's your theme, and it's just like the way of bonding and connecting. And I think that there's a therapeutic element to it too, because being able to name it and to experience that lack of judgment and total understanding and validation from others can really help you kind of ingrain within yourself how being kind of non-judgmental, making space for it, all that stuff that we advocate for in therapy can be done. And I think it can be a really helpful, fulfilling and therapeutic element too.
Yeah. Thank you. And I always tell this to people about the event last week. I was like, Sam just got up and dropped all these truth bombs on us that we all needed to hear. And I loved it. And it's no different today. But with that, we are going to wrap up and leave us with a message of hope, Sam. What can you bring to the audience to help them know they're not alone?
Well, you're certainly not alone. I think you're going to see many people today. It's kind of the tip of the iceberg in terms of not being alone. But in terms of hope, yeah, I mean, like I said, that is what I love to focus on. Is I am convinced OCD is treatable in each and every case, as long as you have the motivation and the tenacity to do it. If you haven't received the results that you're looking for yet, it's likely not your fault. Find another clinician, do some research, do some resources. There are, great clinicians in all of this lineup. The answers are out there. Maybe you won't achieve them through obsessive researching over and over, but you might find them if you kind of connect with the right person. There's so many different ways that folks that, call themselves CBT clinicians or say that they treat OCD, make lapses in their judgment or their treatment, that if they're caught, you really can achieve some results that you might be looking for. So don't give up. It is achievable. The science proves it. Yes. Don't trust your own opinion.
Yes.
And yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Don't give up. We don't have to be one man on an island.
Yeah.
Got it.
And if you're looking for more of me, my site is OCDspecialists.net, specialists with multiple specialists because we're a little group. Yeah. And yeah, thanks so much for having me.
You're welcome. And thank you for being there last weekend. It was such a blast getting to know you. And have a wonderful time in the remainder of your travels. And we will be in touch soon.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Bye.
Okay.
All right, we're moving right along. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this event was I've been advocating for a really long time, years and years and years. And kind of in any community, sometimes you disconnect from people, sometimes you lose touch with people, sometimes advocating can be tough. It can feel competitive. It can feel all this kind of stuff. And we have had a huge breakthrough in our community recently. And a lot of people have just started coming to the table going, you know what? We all just want to come to the table together, and we want to start collaborating, and we want to start building relationships so we can all reach more people around the world. And one of the bigger organizations that is doing this work that we really haven't collaborated before, but I know we're going to start collaborating in the future, is the International OCD Foundation. I was able to go to the conference this year, connect with a lot of different advocates that you're going to see tonight, and also the new interim director, Matthew Antonelli. So I'm going to bring him on. He is so lovely. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, Chrissy. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to see you again.
Of course. So Matthew was in the UK last week. He got there on Saturday, so didn't get to go to Game Changers event, but we'll reconcile that at some point and get you to one of our events. But we got to chat at the OCD Action Conference, and I'm so grateful to meet you. I just think we're going to do wonderful things together. So just a little bit quickly, tell people who you are and talk about the importance of community to the IOCDF.
Definitely. Thank you, Chrissy. And I'm going to hold you to coming to one of these Game Changers events soon.
Yes.
So I'm the interim director at the IOCDF, International OCD Foundation. I have lived experience with OCD. And, I think the biggest thing about building community for me in the OCD community is that you don't want to feel alone. Without that sense of community, without those shared experiences and relationships, all you have to go off of is what's in the media or how our culture portrays OCD, which we all on here know how often that can misrepresent symptoms and which can lead to a discouragement of effective treatment. For me, I had my first OCD diagnosis when I was a teenager, but I always told myself it wasn't so bad that I needed treatment. And it really took being exposed to the OCD community through advocates like yourself, Chrissy, and through the IOCDF to finally find effective treatment and get into ERP. And it was 14 years after my initial diagnosis. So I really just want to help as many people as I can avoid some of that pain and suffering, the self-blame and the struggles, and just know that effective treatment can work. And the earlier you get in there, the less suffering you're going to experience. We get to see that we're not alone when we're part of this community, and that we're not broken, we're not unfixable, and that effective treatment such as ERP does work.
Yeah. And last weekend, I think it was just a testament to what we're talking about with community. I don't know if you saw it, because I don't know if you were right there at the beginning, but they opened up the OCD Action Conference and they had this big screen and they put up all of these different logos, and the IOCDF was right there. And then there was Game Changers, there was Stu, and it was this powerful reminder of how many people are out there doing this wonderful work. And I just loved being able to be there. And we stood up and we screamed. We were like, woo! And everybody just stood up and yelled and clapped. And so I just wanted to ask you and have you talk a little bit about how important collaboration is going to be with the IOCDF moving forward with all these different organizations.
Definitely. It's such a priority to find that collaborative voice in advocacy. What a beautiful moment in the UK last weekend. That was just incredible being under the same roof as all of you. And it's just such an amazing opportunity because we all tell such different stories. Each of our paths looks so different, how we got to where we are in our own treatment journeys today. And that diversity is just so beautiful. Something in your story may resonate deeply more so than my story for someone who's suffering, and vice versa. But the more realistic, honest, unvarnished our truths and the depictions of OCD can be, the more people will really understand this disorder. They'll be able to accept their diagnosis and find effective treatment.
I love that. And it was so fun being under the same roof, wasn't it? It was just so cool seeing all the people, and we all just understood and knew. So
and the love and the shared mission there, it was palpable. You could feel the energy in the room. It was amazing.
It was. So Matthew, leave us with a message of hope. What do you want the community to know from you and also from the IOCDF?
From myself personally and from the IOCDF, we just want everyone to know that it can get better.
Yes.
We live in a world with so much access and so many resources, but there's also just so much misinformation. Seek help. don't feel ashamed of your symptoms. First step is acknowledging you don't have all the answers and someone's there to help. Yep. And the IOCDF and our fellow advocates on this live stream are able to help build a community and promote this effective way to get treatment.
Yep.
And, you know, as we wrap up OCD Awareness Week, we've had so many amazing things occurring all over the globe. You know, Game Changers is such a big influence in that. The IOCDF, if you go to iocdf.org/OCD week, you can check out our amazing accomplishments of our staff and our advocates have been able to achieve. But we're here. The IOCDF is here with resources to help you find therapists, help you build community. Visit our website for more information. Follow us on social and YouTube. But I'm just so grateful, Chrissy, to be involved and to be folded into this community so with such a warm heart and so welcoming. So thank you for everything you do for our community, and thank you for my relationship with you as well.
You're welcome. I am so grateful for you and so excited for what we're going to do moving forward. It was so amazing to meet you, and I just can't wait to see what the next year is going to bring us.
Same here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you.
Bye. All right, moving right along. Thank you so much for being here. I see so many comments. I know we're just kind of like in a hurry, so I'm not really able to interact with everybody, but thank you for being here. This is just a testament to show how much we really need to come together as a community. We really need to be sharing these messages, reminding you that there is hope, reminding you that you are part of the community, and that you just, like Sam was saying, just keep pushing forward, keep looking, keep searching. Everybody here that is on this live tonight has OCD and has been where you're at. You do not have to feel alone with that. Also want to remind you, OCD Game Changers, 501c3, we are a nonprofit. All donations go to us doing events internationally in different states. Please donate. Every single dollar helps. Go to ocdgamechangers.com or .org and please donate. We would really appreciate it. We've got Spain coming up. We've got Kansas coming up. And we've got many, many events next year, and anything that you can give will help. And that it's so important that we bring community together where there is no community. All right, let's keep moving forward. I'm going to bring on Maya. Hello.
Hi.
So speaking of, when I first started this live stream, I was talking about filling a gap. What can I do as an advocate? I don't know where to start. Well, Maya and Quirk really is a shining example of that. Looking at the community, what they needed and what people really wanted and how to bring people together. You are responsible for that. So tell us who you are and tell us about Quirk. And by the way, it's so good to see you.
You too. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Yeah, my name's Maya. I'm one of the co-founders of Quirk, along with my good friend, Ali Naimo. And yeah, we came onto the advocacy scene because we were exiting treatment and realizing that, you know, for young adults like us, it felt like there was a gap after leaving treatment where that community was so healing while we were in treatment, and leaving, we were like, what now? Mm-hmm. And so what we have largely tried to do with Quirk is create these unique, very creative and art-centric kind of ways to engage the community and, you know, keep it going in really unique ways that are, I don't know, like central to our age group largely, and doing something a little bit different than what we normally see through advocacy. So we've got some cool projects, like we do the Spook Yourself Challenge every Halloween. So that is upcoming. And yeah, stuff like that.
Well, I'm going to move on to Maya has been part of our OCD Game Changer advocacy retreats a couple years now. So wanted to kind of move on, kind of combine the questions so we can kind of keep moving. Coming out in the advocacy retreat, getting to spend a weekend with other advocates, talking about our projects, being able to support and get to know one another. Tell us how important that is, the community piece of that, and also meeting people and being able to collaborate in order to support our own projects.
Oh my gosh, yes. First of all, those were absolutely amazing. The community that it brings together and just the ideas that are generated there, the problem solving that goes on in terms of really dissecting what does this community need, what gaps are not being filled, and how can we start to fill them. I think that is an absolutely excellent facet of the advocacy retreats, and has helped me to think about my advocacy moving forward in terms of where I wanted to go and where my strengths play an important role. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And they're so much fun.
So much fun. Oh my God, come on.
And we laugh and we do crazy wild things. And one year we did karaoke and like for hours, and it was
so much
fun. Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have you go ahead and leave us with a message of hope, and then I want you to plug all of your stuff. So give us a message of hope. How can you help people that are watching know that they're not alone? And also what could they do if they wanted to start doing advocacy kind of the way that you did when you found the gap and felt it? There you go.
Yeah.
Questions.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I mean, obviously, hopefully tonight goes to show just how not alone you are. There are so many of us here filling those gaps and showing up for you in numerous ways. And I think together with you and your help, we are going to be able to ensure greater resources for people and to find those different ways to engage the community together in this unified goal of working toward a better future for people suffering and making sure that we have the resources we need. I would say continue just working at it and finding what works for you and to find yourself in this struggle. I think what really was helpful for me was, when I was struggling, I was disconnected from my creative side and I was really quite silent. And so being able to reconnect with my art making and just those creative ideas and honestly, dark humor, any humor things, we try to incorporate those in Quirk because that is where my personality starts to shine. And that was how, that was like my light in the tunnel when I was suffering. So I would say continue to try and find yourself in your struggle.
I love that. And I always say that too. If you're going to do advocacy, do something you love that represents you. And I love your dark humor, by the way. And I love you. And I'm so glad to see you and I miss you.
Definitely.
Tell us where people can follow you.
Yeah. So we are on Instagram. Our handle is @Quirk. You see the name next to my name there. And we've got lots of cool upcoming stuff for the spooky season. It's our favorite advocacy campaign. So definitely check us out on social. That's mostly our hub, but we also have a website, hardquirk.com. Check it out. But yeah, we are looking forward to the end of this month to have people come on to social media, whether it is videos, whether it is posts showing themselves, spooking themselves, as we say, or engaging in ERPs. And I think it's an awesome way to bring the community together. And as I talked about, really creative, unique ways that can find that light.
Yeah, I'll be doing that. And good to see you. I hope to see you soon and something in the coming year. Thank you for all you do.
Yes. Thank you, Chrissy. Bye.
All right. So before I bring my next guest on, just wanted to say, y'all are probably like, how did OCD Game Changers get started? Well, I was leaving the IOCDF conference in 2017, crying on the plane because I thought I cannot go a full year without seeing these amazing people and these advocates. So I just had this idea. I was like, I'm going to invite like 8 or 9 advocates out to Denver, Colorado in the spring. And maybe we could do an event and I could get an Airbnb and they could just all come here. I was thinking nobody's going to come. So I invited like 8 people, including Stuart Ralph and our next guest. And Stuart Ralph wrote me back. He was like, I'm gonna book my flight today. And I was like, oh my God, now we're doing it. And we spent a whole weekend together collaborating in the Airbnb. And then we did this amazing event. And this next person that's coming on was part of that. So he has been part of the Game Changers since the very beginning, Mr. Ethan Smith.
Hey, Chrissy Ha, just like the old days with the radio show.
Oh my God, those were the real olden days.
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. This event has been awesome so far.
It has. I was all nervous. And I was like, I'm just hanging out with my friends for 5 hours.
Yeah, seriously. This is unbelievable.
And you know what? This is because I know you and I was like, oh God, Ethan's coming on soon. I'm going to ask you the question about community and then I'm going to get up and go get some chicken. And so because I know that you can hold the camera and I don't have to do anything. And by the way, it's rotisserie. So
I just bought one from Costco for dinner. We have this, and I know there's some smoked salmon in the fridge too, which I'm going to have. I know. Things you learn at OCD Game Changers.
All right, Ethan, tell everybody who you are and why community is important, and I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. Bye, Chrissy. Wow, I had no idea. It's an honor to support Chrissy so she can get sustenance and refuel. Community is absolutely crucial. I think because, I mean, gosh, we're an echo chamber. We all say the same thing because it's the absolute truth and we can't enforce it more. Community is important because we live in a world of misunderstanding around OCD, right? So when you live in that world of misunderstanding, so many people feel alone and so many people feel isolated and so many feel like their thoughts are unlike anyone else's thoughts ever, right? And to be in that space is really scary. It's really lonely and it's really isolating. Enter community. Community is so important because it is a bright light in that darkness of misunderstanding. It's necessary because it helps people not only discover what's going on with them, but as everybody else has said, that you are not alone, that this is not some thing that is only affecting you, and that you can meet like-minded people that are, by the way, everybody in the OCD community is brilliant and smart and creative and imaginative and just amazing human beings and kind. And I think discovering that community is not only necessary to help you engage in treatment and find recovery, but to just discover more of who you are and how you integrate into this world and really help you identify the parts of you that you've lost to OCD and really your identity. So community is just everything.
Ethan and I have known each other for a very, very long time. I think we met back in 2000.
13.
Yeah,
and
13.
It was in Atlanta, and my hair still had a color, and I'm segueing into hairstyles. See where I'm going with this?
We don't even want to talk about my hairstyles through the years, by the way.
Strangely, I saw a clip of a documentary, and I knew what year it was based on your hairstyle when you were in it, and I was correct. It was amazing. That's a true story. But anyway, so yeah, we go way back.
Yes. And so talk about a little bit about, you've been to the advocacy retreats, you've been to several of our events. How important is it for us to really, as advocates, collaborate together, working together to spread awareness?
Yeah, I echo Chrissy's sentiment a bit earlier before she brought on Matt from the IOCDF, which is, the OCD advocacy organism has gone through a variety of changes and metamorphoses. And and the reality is, despite whether we've been together or apart or all of these things, the reality is the only way we defeat the stigma and educate the entire world and make treatment accessible and affordable for literally every human being with OCD, and to make diagnosis possible in the first day or week, not 17 years later, is together. That's just a fact. That is, we are stronger together. We are impactful together. We are a force together. And I've always believed that. And I'm so glad that for whatever reason, maybe we're all more mature. Maybe I don't know. But the reality is like we're at a really amazing point in advocacy, as Chrissy was speaking about with OCD Action and seeing all the logos together, where all of these amazing forces like the IOCDF, like Game Changers, OCD Stories, OCD Doodles, Taming Olivia in the UK, we're all coming together to make one gigantic force. And I think this is like a new dawn, not to sound dramatic, but it really is. And I think
it is.
The movement is coming. And if you were impressed with it before, it's going to be a force that in the next 10 years, I think we're going to see change within the OCD community, reducing stigma, education, diagnosis, treatment like you've never seen up to this point. And I couldn't be more proud and honored to be a part of it, and just a small part of it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you. And, it's always a pleasure seeing you. I love you. And I'm so grateful that we're going to be doing a lot of this work together. And so, yeah, let's move along. Ethan, what do you have to say to the community? Leave us with some words of wisdom, man.
I was vacillating on what message of hope. And honestly, Johnny, who I haven't met before, said something, and I don't think I've ever said it. And so I'm going to leave it with that, which he spoke about underestimating our own strength. And wow, did that resonate with me. I was convinced at my worst that OCD was going to kill me. 100% certain. You couldn't tell me otherwise. What I discovered through getting better and reaching my bottom which was an ordeal, was that I embodied inner strength that I didn't know I had. I mean, and I don't mean just I underestimated myself. It wasn't like, oh, there was, wow, I had a little more strength than I thought. It was like there was something down there that I didn't even know existed. There was a fierce dragon, animal, night warrior that just came out. And what I want to say is, I'm not saying that because I think I'm amazing. I'm saying that because I truly, truly, truly believe that every one of you out there has that same strength inside, that same warrior, that same flame. And I swear to God, if I can get better, if Chrissy can get better, I mean, so many folks in this room have experienced that inner strength that they didn't know they have. So if you're sitting there and you're like, yeah, but mine is different. My thoughts are different. It's all different. You have that. So keep pushing, keep fighting, keep advocating for yourself, keep annoying therapists to get on a sliding scale, keep bothering insurance companies, and also know that we're here fighting with you. You know, that's the other thing is we know that the treatment is so hard to access, that financially, geographically, I struggle now as my advocates have gotten older to say, you know, just find a clinician and get help. We understand that that's really hard to do, right? So please know that inner strength is there, but also your efforts are being doubled. We're fighting for you constantly to make sure that you can get the treatment and access that you need. But that inner strength, it is there. So tap into it and use it and be fierce.
I love that. I mean, what a wonderful message. And it is so true. When I was at my worst, I thought there's no way I can get better. And and now that's one of the things I try to give back to people. Look, if I can do it, you can do it. I'm no different than you. And sometimes it just takes someone saying that to make you really believe that you can. So Ethan, thank you for letting everyone know that they have the inner strength, and thank you for all that you do. You are much appreciated in this community.
Same. Thank you so much, Chrissy. Have an amazing rest of your time.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. This has been so awesome so far. You know, OCD Game Changers, we are a nonprofit. We are going all around the world. Our jam is to bring people together to smaller events with lived experience, having therapists talk, bringing community together so people can meet other people who have OCD. They can meet therapists. They can get their questions answered, and then they can start their own advocacy in their community. And that's what, and we are just backing that, and we're behind them all the way. We've been this year to Germany. We were in California, we were in Georgia, we were in Germany, we were in the UK. Now we're going to Kansas, and then we're going to Spain. And then we're doing today. And next year is going to be even bigger. All of your donations will help. Donations are how we do it. Every single penny goes towards these events. Every single penny. So go to OCDGameChangers.com or .org and please donate. Please donate, because that is going to help us get to other communities and build more awareness. So thank you for being here, and thanks to all the people that have been on so far. And let's keep moving on. So our next guest is here representing Made of Millions. Esther, hello.
Hello.
I was on with you a couple days ago, and now you're on with me. So
I was going to say we're exchanging.
It's so good to see you. Esther is here representing herself, but also representing Made of Millions, the organization that Aaron Harvey, again, you know, an advocate who extraordinaire, who saw a missing link in our community and said, I'm going to start intrusivethoughts.org. And man, that just blew up and saved so many people's lives. And now it's Made of Millions, and Esther works for them. And I love having you on. I love your energy and all the stuff that you do. So let's just get to it. Tell us how important community is to you and how important it has been to Made of Millions.
Yeah, totally. I mean, even just starting off with my OCD journey and how I even found Made of Millions, I remember when I was just like looking online, a lot of the information that I found was like kind of clinical and a little bit scary. And I think logically I knew, okay, I have OCD, I need to do ARP. Like I knew all the components that I needed for recovery, but really none of it came together, and I wasn't able to actually start like really healing until I found other people that I could connect with and talk to. You just had Maya. I love Quirk. They were like really central to me, like actually starting therapy and just connecting with other people who look like you, who I think it's very easy to like see words on paper and be like, oh, this is so textbook. And so this is for someone else. Like recovery isn't for me. Like it's just not meant for me. And then the moment you talk with a human who likes Taylor Swift or who has neon bananas on the back of their background, and like once you get to know like the human behind I think the disorder, it just makes you realize, oh, like I'm a human too. And like, this isn't just a thing that like happens to some far off, like in textbooks, like it can happen to me too. And so I just think that that community aspect makes healing and recovery seem so much more achievable.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to deviate off my script a little bit. I hope that's okay with you. But, you know, being able to do all the things that you do with Made of Millions is a huge community, and not just for OCD, for all kinds of mental health disorders and awareness. Doing what you do, because you're engaged a lot in their social media. What is that like for you to get to see firsthand people getting to come together and get whatever they're struggling with normalized there in that platform?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love our community. I especially, obviously, you know, I love TikTok. I just think the people that find us are just like so kind, so sweet. And I think something that's oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought.
It's okay.
It's okay. Stressed out exposure. No, I was gonna say that something I find really interesting about our community. Oh yeah, I remember, is that so much of OCD specifically, it's so interesting because it's not just the disorder itself. So much of our struggle is that representation portion. And I think if so much of this condition is wrapped up in not feeling seen, not feeling validated, not even knowing what's going on, not being able to like name or label your symptoms, then I think so much of healing and recovery comes from creating content that makes people feel seen and represented. And like people don't really understand like the power that like a single video can hold. Chrissy, I'm sure you have a whole YouTube channel. Like someone could be struggling for years and years and years, and all it takes is one video from one person who has the courage to say something, and then suddenly a person on the other side of the planet can find themselves saying, oh my gosh, this thing that I struggled with, that I've been suicidal over, that I lost my job over, like everything can change within just a single video that accurately represents OCD. So I think the fact that we're on social media, the fact that we're even doing like this live stream, I think is just super important. So I love the work that I do. I think social media, because it's social, because it's media, it's like everything that is about OCD, I think, is captured within doing this job and in being an advocate. So yeah, I really love it, because I think even just reading the comments, you can tell how much of an impact these videos have on people.
Yes, I agree. Okay, leave us with a message of hope, and thank you so much for being here. It's so lovely to see you as always.
I'll try to make it quick because I know we have like 80 million awesome people. I think, yeah, when I picture messages of hope, I just think of myself like when I was at my darkest, when I was in my OCD, you know, like episode. And I just remember feeling so hopeless that things would not get better. And I think that's just such a dark place to be in, because when you feel like, okay, I can't get better and like all these other people can, and I'm the most unique case, and like my thoughts are like no one else's thoughts, and you're just constantly like digging yourself into a more isolated space until you feel like you're the only person on the planet who's like struggling the way that you're struggling. And the truth is, like, yes, every single person is going to have like a unique struggle, but at the end of the day, like recovery is meant for you. And don't let yourself get to that place of like hopelessness, because again, it's just like your OCD lying to you. It's very easy to get stuck in a depression. So just don't get stuck in that mindset of like, I'm the only person who has these thoughts and who will never recover, because that's just not true. And I know how easy it is to get stuck in that place when you have OCD. Don't listen. Every single person with OCD thought that. And every single person I'm sure who's on this live stream is saying the complete opposite. Like, no, you can recover. So don't let your brain lie to you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all you do. And I have just loved getting to know you in the last year, and I can't wait to do more with you next year.
Yes, so excited.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Someone in the comments, Stacy Hirschman, hello, says it's so beautiful seeing all the nonprofits working to support each other. I love it. That's why we're here today. All these people representing different advocacy avenues, different nonprofits, different organizations, different everything. We're all here tonight to show you that we're all here for you, and we're all here for each other. So to bring someone on that is the embodiment of that in itself is Mrs. Reverend Katie O'Dunn, who is the now wife of Ethan Smith that was just on.
Yay! It feels so weird still. We were coming back, like we were at the airport the other day, and he's like, oh, I have to wait for my wife. And we were like, whoa.
I love it. Congratulations. Well, let's get right to it, because I know I'm a little bit behind, but Thank you
Well,
so much for being here. It's so good to see you, Katie. Tell us how important community is to you. And I know it has been, because I have just seen you just get completely engulfed in the community in the last year. So really looking forward to what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, community is everything. And I think, thinking about my journey in particular, I honestly don't think I would be here without community. And even before I became really engulfed in the community, hearing from advocates very much saved my life. I mean, I was in a space for a long time where I really was convinced that I didn't deserve to be alive, that I deserved to be in jail because of my intrusive thoughts, and felt so isolated with what I was experiencing. And it was really hearing, whether it was social media or all of these different avenues, these different nonprofits that we're hearing from today, hearing from folks in the community actually saying, "You're not alone," that gave me that little bit of hope that it was in fact possible to step forward. And community for me now is about being able to give back in that way, letting other people know that they are not alone when they're at the lowest points of their journey. But it's also just about having fun in the OCD community. I might be a little bit biased, but I think this OCD community is literally the best, most awesome group of humans in existence. And community is important because it's about all of us coming together, supporting each other, yes, through really, really difficult times, but also giving ourselves permission to experience the joy and presence that comes with life with one another.
Yes, yes. And I'm going to deviate from the script. I'm going to have you answer this, and then we'll go right into the message of hope. You recently just started doing advocacy in the last couple of years. So if it's scary stepping into that space. I mean, I know, when I started doing it, I was scared, but there's probably a lot of people watching this live stream. They're going, I want to do something. I want to give back. What can you tell them to help push them to just do it? Even though they're scared, just do it anyway.
Yeah, I think I really think it's trusting yourself, being who you are authentically, and knowing that there's no wrong way to do advocacy. I was in a space of working as an interfaith school chaplain, and I was terrified, absolutely terrified to step out and talk about OCD intrusive thoughts, because I thought people wouldn't respect me as a minister. I thought I would lose my job. I mean, as of 2019, I would go to an IOCDF conference and would put on the little thing on my name badge to not take any pictures of me, because I just didn't want anybody to know. And just in the course of a couple of years, my short snippet is my whole life has become advocacy. I run an organization for faith and OCD, and navigating religious backgrounds, religious traditions alongside OCD in ways that I never thought possible. And the response was the opposite of everything I thought. When I started coming out about my story, originally heard from families like, we can actually talk to you about what's going on now. And in the faith community, the response has been more positive than I ever could have imagined. So for me, it's faith. For you, it might be something different. And I would just tell you that to lean in, and that, yes, it is really scary, but we are all here supporting you, and we want you to advocate in the most authentic possible way that you can.
Katie, it's just proving my point that I said at the very beginning. See what's missing in the community, see what you need, see what people need, and fill the space. And thank you for filling that space. And then close out with us, Katie, with some message of hope for the community. Everybody's listening. What can you tell them to just keep pushing forward?
Yeah. So it's funny. I was just thinking a lot about this. Full transparency for folks watching. If I look gross and sweaty, I just finished a 20-mile long run and threw on a sweatshirt and earrings to pretend that I was together. But I spent the last honestly 7 miles of my run thinking about what is my one message of hope just today. And I know we talk about hope a lot, but one of the things that was really sticking out for me, and that I was kind of going around and around with, is this idea that I spent so many years thinking that I wasn't deserving of happiness, that I wasn't deserving of a beautiful life, that I wasn't deserving of recovery because of my intrusive thoughts. And even leading up to our wedding, there was all of these elements of moral scrupulosity and feeling like, I need to prove that I'm a good enough person to enjoy my wedding, all of the stuff. And I want you, if you are someone who is navigating this right now in this moment, who is judging yourself for the things that you're experiencing with OCD or your intrusive thoughts, I want you to know, 1, OCD is a liar. And 2, you are so deserving of a big, beautiful, awesome life. And no matter what OCD is saying for you right now, that is possible. You are deserving, and please lean in and give yourself that space and permission.
Thank you. And thank you for coming on after the run. You look wonderful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I quickly, while Ethan was on, I was like throwing on sweatshirts and earrings. So it's, yeah.
Well, congratulations again, Katie. It's so good to see you. I look forward to seeing you this next year, and congratulations on all of your advocacy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christy. Thank you. This is amazing, and have so much fun.
Awesome. All right. Bye. All right. I'm going to go right into bringing on my next guest. And I would die if you put your name as A-Rod. So, oh, you're muted. So when I first put the graphic out, for some reason, I put her name as Alex Rodriguez. I knew fully well that her name was Alexandra Reynolds. And she wrote me and she was like, can you put my real name on the graphic? And I was like, why the fuck did I put Alex Rodriguez? And she was like, I think that's a baseball player. And I was like, oh my God, I just channeled this weird.
It's okay, because now you get to be my J-Lo.
I am your J-Lo. Hi, how are you doing? So good to see you.
I am wonderful.
Thank you for being here. I'm good. I'm excited. I get to hang out with my friends all night. So this is awesome.
This is amazing.
Let's get right into it. I want to just share really quickly kind of what I was talking about earlier, and us kind of breaking down our own walls and our own barriers in this community. Sometimes when you do advocacy, you kind of like, when you don't know someone and you don't know specific groups of people, you sometimes walls come up for no real reason. And Alex and I got to meet each other at the IOCDF conference this last year and spend time. And we were walking down the road and we were like, why have we not been friends before? And we were like, I don't even know. And it was so amazing because we just got to spend time together and really see we're on the same mission and we're like the same person.
We really are like the same person. It's absolutely amazing. And I was just thinking about, everything you're talking about tonight and just how much it means to me. And I think that, something that tends to happen when you A, have OCD, and B, are in a community that tends to hang out on social media is that things get very black and white and polarized. Yes. And I really feel like our community got very polarized. Yes. And we stopped living in the gray and accepting folks for who they are without judgment.
Yes.
And so I'm really glad that we're doing that now.
I really appreciate you saying that. That was just such a beautiful way to put in the sentiments that I absolutely feel. And I just really enjoy getting to know you. I'm going to see you in Spain, which is going to be freaking awesome. It'll be your first Game Changers event to speak at. You're going to love it. It's going to be fabulous. So just quickly, really, you just kind of talked about that community piece. Thank you for bringing that to light. I'm going to end up quoting you a little bit later tonight too, because I just love that. With that said, you coming to do some game changer stuff. We're going to be doing stuff, I know, next year here and there. You're going to be working with other advocates and all that. Why is collaboration so important amongst the advocates?
Oh my gosh, I think it's so important. And so I want to say there's always nuance here, right? And I'm always a huge advocate for, going with the science, going with the evidence. That's a huge part of my platform. And of course, it's part of the reason I want to become a clinician, and I'm working toward that. But that being said, we are all diverse, and there is so much room for diverse voices, for diverse experiences, even for diverse interpretations of the same experience. And I think that lately that has been left out. Yeah. And when we leave other voices out and we create an echo chamber, we are doing ourselves a huge disservice. I have learned the most about OCD in my recovery from other people in this community. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And when we stop listening to each other, we stop learning and we stop pushing each other forward.
I love that.
So I think that's so important that not only do we collaborate to get OCD out there on a wider scale, on a global scale, but also so we can teach each other and learn from each other and be friends. I mean, I got into this not even to advocate, but to make friends with OCD.
I know. That's why I started doing videos. I was like, I know you people are out there. I'm gonna find you.
Yes, exactly. That was my whole purpose. And I'm like, I have so many friends with OCD now. It's amazing. But also, like, we're so much better together. We can do
We
so
are.
much more together. We're stronger together and we can help so many more people. So, like, why the heck not? And we can have fun doing it.
I know. And that's why we're here tonight. And that's why you and I connected. And that's why we're going to continue to do all this amazing work together. I appreciate you so much, friend. And I'm looking forward to spending time with you here in a few weeks.
I love you so much.
I love you too, my A-Rod. So let's leave everybody with an inspirational message of hope. I really appreciate all the things you've said tonight, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you very much. I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart. I really do. And I love that you have a Southern accent like me. It makes me feel at home.
Georgia girls.
Yes, peaches. So I think if I could leave everyone with one message of hope, and this has been my message of hope throughout this thing, it's that you are not broken. OCD does not make you broken. I limped through the last 2 OCD awareness weeks thinking that I was a broken human being and that I was not worthy of recovery and that I was never going to reach it because I just felt like I was too much. My diagnoses were too much. My history was too much. My past was too much. Everything about me was too much. And I am so glad that I persisted regardless. Because, yeah, I still have all these multiple diagnoses. I have days where I struggle. I have days where I ruminate for hours and compulse. I still chuck under my bed for spiders. But you know what? I'm also living a really full, beautiful life alongside all that stuff. And if I can do it, I believe that everybody else can do it too.
I'm muted because the dogs were barking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much. We are so lucky to have you in this community, for real.
We are so lucky to have you, Chrissy. Thanks. I'm going to go facilitate my group now. Bye.
All right. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much, Alexandra. A-Rod. Bye. Again, thank you all for being here. What a wonderful night it has been so far, getting to talk to all these advocates, message of hope, helping you know that you're not alone. We are OCD Game Changers. I'm the executive director and founder of OCD Game Changers. We are going across the world doing events to help bring community together, quite like we are doing tonight, to show this community we are here collaborating and fighting for you. We're fighting for us. We're fighting for more information, more awareness, more opportunities for treatment, more advocacy so people know that they're not alone. So thank you so much for being here. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. Please donate to OCD Game Changers. Every single penny that gets donated goes to these events that we do around the world. Go to OCDGameChangers.com, OCDGameChangers.org, and please donate. Every single dollar counts. Our next guest, I'm going to go ahead and bring her on, Miss Molly Fishback. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
It's so good to see you. Thank you for being
too.
here.
Thanks. You have no idea how many times I checked my email to make sure I came on the right time.
I'm sure everybody is doing that. You have no idea how many times I had to check the emails that I gave people the right time zones. I'm dealing with like 10-hour time zones here.
I'm going to not be able to organize that all.
So Molly, let's just get right into it. I'm going to deviate off the script a little bit. Molly has been at several of our OCD Game Changers events, been part of the community for quite some time. Tell us about the experience of being at the Game Changers events and how that really contributes to building community.
Yeah, so my first Game Changers event was in 2020, right before the world shut down.
Yes.
Literally the week before.
Yes.
And it was my first time flying alone. It was very scary, but it was worth it in the end. And my favorite part was, I really enjoyed talking on stage, but besides that was also collaborating with everyone. And we had like, I don't know, round table or what
the mastermind.
Like more casual. Yeah. It was not a round table. A mastermind. I was like, it wasn't so serious. We were on the couch, like, and we all were throwing out ideas and talking about issues that were happening, or just problems that, not issues, but problems we wanted to solve within our nonprofits or projects that were happening. And so the one that stands out the most is for Not Alone Notes and having more writers join our team.
Yep.
And that was really important and like the biggest takeaway of the mastermind session.
Yeah. Yeah. And the masterminds, for those of you that may not know, when we bring people together for especially the big event, which we're going to start back up this year, actually, now that we've calmed down from COVID and everything, we bring the advocates together and we spend a full day talking about each other's projects, helping to support, brainstorm ideas, because sometimes we can get in our own projects and get in our own way and get in our own head. So that is the importance of collaboration. And how did it feel like being there with all those people at the Game Changers event? Because it's a little bit different than a conference. It was a little more intimate. What was it like for you in regards to community?
It was amazing. I mean, we just hung out. It wasn't you didn't have to feel like as professional at a conference.
Yes.
It was very homey in the middle of Colorado.
Right before the pandemic.
Yeah, it was great. It was fun meeting people more personally because I didn't feel like I had to be so professional, and just meeting different people that I had never met before. Yeah.
And we just laugh a lot.
So I remember just going to the grocery store. I was like, this is so cool.
I remember that too.
At the grocery store.
I remember that too. That was such a good time. That was such a good year. Right before, we were literally the last event before the entire world shut down. Oh my goodness.
It was also my birthday, so it was very exciting. And your birthday too. Yeah.
Yeah. We were like joking about COVID. We're like, this isn't real. And then like I put Stu on the plane to go back. And then I was like, oh my God, the world just shut down. First of all, two things. Tell us about where people can find out about Not Alone Notes, and then leave us with a message of hope.
Yeah, Not Alone Notes, you can find us at notalonenotes.org or social media, Instagram, TikTok. And yeah, we sign up for a note. We write notes to people who have OCD to remind them that they're not alone. It's free. We send notes all over the world. Just check us out online so I don't have to explain everything, but I don't want to take up time. My message of hope is about kind of like what everyone else has been talking about with community, but I was thinking about this beforehand and thinking about how when I first found out I had OCD, I didn't know anyone. Like social media wasn't a thing. Wow, that make myself sound old. Yeah. Maybe Facebook was a thing, but so now there's so many ways to connect with people and see other people, but to think about and keep in mind that there's people in your town and just like down the street that also have OCD. It's hard. It's easy to be like Chrissy in Colorado has OCD, but I don't live anywhere near her.
Right.
But there are people out there that really live in your town, that really live really close to you. And then also to think about joining a support group that is local, because that is a way to meet people. It's hard to be like, I don't know, post on social media and say, I live in this specific town. Like, does anyone have OCD? Like, that's kind of hard to do that.
Yes.
But definitely try to find a support group that's local to you and different therapist offices that are local.
That's great advice. There's lots of people around you just don't know. So make yourself available to them. Thank you, Molly, for all that you do. Thank you for Not Alone Notes. So good to see you.
You too.
And I just appreciate your advocacy and you as a human being.
Thanks. Love you too.
Okay. Bye. If you see me looking to the right, I'm just going to show you what I'm looking at. So this is the schedule that I made for the night. Look at all those people. And it's broken down in 5-minute increments. So if you see me looking over here, it's to make sure that I'm getting the right person at the right time. I know we're behind for the advocates that are waiting, but it's all right. We'll catch up. I've built in some time a little bit later. Now, our next advocate coming up is Kyle King. Hello. Hi,
hey.
How are you doing?
I'm good. That schedule is crazy.
I know. 46.
Oh my God.
I know. This is my jam though, man. I love this. This is totally my element. It's not fun trying to figure out everybody and getting all the times.
Yeah. Get times down.
Once I get into it, it's all
gotta
good.
hand it to you.
Look at that. Look at
I don't know how you keep it up for that long.
Well, that's why when Ethan came on, I had to go get some chicken. And when Allegra comes on in a little bit, I'm going to leave the camera to her for a little bit. And I'm probably going to go to the bathroom and do whatever I need to do. But so Kyle, it's so good to see you. So that we first met in a couple years ago at the conference. We were talking on the sex talk, OC and sex talk.
Yeah, that was the first time we met, and it was quite a way to meet, I will say.
I know. I mean, it's kind of like if we're gonna meet in the most raw place, it's gonna be the sex talk at the IOCDF conference.
I definitely heard a lot more from you than I was expecting to hear from anyone that entire conference.
I love it. Well, Kyle, it's so good to see you. So glad that you're here. Tell me a little bit about what community has meant to you.
Yeah. Well, so I started my OCD journey when I was 13. I was diagnosed when I was in middle school, going into 7th grade. And I don't know if you guys remember middle school, but it's not a fun time, even when you don't have OCD.
No.
And everyone, I felt like an immense need to fit in with my peers, like anyone might in middle school. And then coupled with that, like immense need, I had this disorder that I couldn't hide because it got out of control. And there were times when like I couldn't write with pencils in class. I had to use like crayons because my OCD told me so, or I couldn't sit down on chairs. And I just felt so out of place. I felt like the world was over because I couldn't fit in with my peers. And that's the time when you're craving the most acceptance. And I felt really, really alone, and I couldn't talk to my friends about it because, we were all 13 and we were pretty immature at the time, and people didn't want to talk about kind of heavy stuff with me. And I didn't want to talk about it with my parents because I was 13. So talking to other people with OCD my age was really like the only time I felt like I was accepted.
Wow.
And it was really the only thing that like kept me going at times, just knowing that like, these people that I'm seeing at school who like may not understand me, or they may not understand why I'm doing all these things. Like, it's okay. There are some people that do, and I can get to a point where I can like be honest with my friends and feel like I'm just another kid again.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle, what a great point. I mean, just because people do often feel really isolated from their like normal peers in a school setting, in a work setting, in just life in general. And so then to get to meet other people that have OCD, all of a sudden you feel like you belong somewhere. And with that said, I'm gonna ask you this and we'll do the message of hope after that. You've been doing a lot of speaking and stuff like that at the IOCDF conference, in the last few years. What has that been like for you to kind of step out, kind of in the spotlight and talk about your lived experience?
Well, it was really uncomfortable at first.
It is.
I didn't I don't know if Ethan's still on, but so Ethan and I met at MBI in Florida when I was a 13-year-old and still in the thick of OCD. He kind of he provided me some words of wisdom. And I really looked up to Ethan, and he just started doing advocacy at that point in his life. And I was like, I really want to do that. Like, that seems really cool. And I used to bug him about it when I was a little kid. And I want to be like you. And eventually like that, I kind of got that chance. And I started I noticed myself freezing up like I didn't normally. Like I got pretty comfortable talking about OCD with my parents and my friends. But when I went on a live stream with Ethan for the first time, I all of a sudden was like, wait, do I want, everyone to know this? Do I want do I want colleges to know this? I was in high school at the time.
Right.
What does it mean to go public with my story? And I got really nervous. But as I've spoken about it more, everyone's been so receptive and open, and I guess I didn't experience a backlash. Everyone just seems proud that I got to a point where I could talk about it.
Right.
And it's been super helpful to see how accepting everyone's been of me, because being in recovery and preventing relapse isn't always easy business. And knowing that you have this support system and you're able to talk about it with a lot of people, it makes it a lot easier to keep yourself afloat.
Yeah. I mean, this just emphasizes what you just said earlier, which is, having the community that just gets it and that you feel like you belong to helps you to open up, and it reduces all the shame, which is awesome. I love this message. Thank you. I am going to move on to the message of hope because we got to keep going, but I am so glad that you were here tonight. It's so good to see you. I look forward to seeing you next year at the IOCDF conference, or hopefully at other stuff where we're all collaborating. But Kyle, leave us with some message of hope for anybody who's listening.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. My dad's actually on campus with me right now, and we were walking around, and my OCD has flared up at different points in college, and it's gotten bad to the point where I really couldn't enjoy Yale. And I've been doing a lot more ERP lately. And with that, I've kind of seen a reduction in symptoms. And I was walking with my dad, and he was like, well, what do you think of Yale this year? And I realized that this was like one of the first times where I felt like I wasn't viewing my experience in college through like this filter that OCD had provided, and made me feel like I couldn't see the world without seeing it through OCD. And OCD made me feel like there was no opportunities out there, and that like life was just kind of, it just sucked. And that wasn't the case. That's not the case. That was OCD lying to me and making me feel like it was. And for anyone who's listening, just know that like if you're stuck where I've been so many times in my life, and you're looking at the world through OCD's eyes, and it just doesn't seem fun and great, that's just OCD lying to you.
Yes. Yes. Well, I am so glad that you have a different lens and that things are better for you. And I'm just so grateful that I know you, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know you better over the years. And thank you so much for speaking out and sharing all of your advocacy with us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. And I like to you.
Oh yes, of course. It's my signature. All right, Kyle, we'll see you later, and have a wonderful night.
Yeah, you too. Good luck with the
Thank you. All right, we are just moving along here. Thank you. I've been trying to read the comments. Some of them are funny. There's people in there that know each other and making jokes and stuff. But before I bring my next person on, just so you know that we are OCD Game Changers, 501c3 nonprofit. We are doing events all over the world. We have Kansas coming up. I'll have Canvas advocates coming on. Spain is coming up in a few weeks. And the only way we can do this, creating community, is by donations from you. Every single dollar goes to getting us to these other countries so we can create community there. I'm going to bring on my next guest, my fellow Southerner, Tracy Higginbotham, also known as Taboo OCD Tracy. So good to see you. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Making sure, yes. Now, you think y'all had a thick Southern accent. There are people who might not be able to understand me, but that's okay.
Well, Tracy, let's get right into it. We got to keep going here. I'm like way behind here. Tracy, I know that you have just kind of made a splash into the advocacy realm, talking a lot about taboo and intrusive thoughts, and it has been awesome. Tell me how important community was for you to get to that space, that spot where you could do what you're doing now.
Well, I'll tell you why it was really important was dealing with taboo sexual OCD. I'm 50 years old, and I've been dealing with OCD since I was a teenager. And I was always able to talk about my themes very openly. I had harm OCD, scrupulosity OCD, confession one time. All of these were very easy for me to discuss with family, with friends. But when I, about 3 or 4 years ago, when I started having this particular theme with taboo OCD, which is how I found you, discovered you, Googling my symptoms, came across the groinal. And anyway, that was, that just in and of itself was so relieving and validating. But having this community to come to discuss the taboos, sexual OCD thoughts that I cannot discuss with my family. I don't. I still, feel very, it's not something I can just talk to my husband about or go talk to my, family. I have grown adult sons that, I don't really know that they would understand. I think the layer of shame that people dealing with the sexual kind of taboo themes deal with, the isolation, the inability to be able to talk about it. So community in the OCD community is huge. That's the safe space. I mean, I make videos, a lot of times walking down the sidewalks of Birmingham as I'm going to work and stuff like that. And I've said, y'all are the only people I'm sharing this with.
Yeah.
So, until I got this theme, I had no idea. I never had a community before. I never even saw a need. It's just ironic that, we're in this age of, social media and all the resources that are out there that you and I've discussed back in the 90s were not out there,
Right.
And I had a long time of not really dealing, with OCD, about 15 years. I was dealing with it, but it was probably more my perfectionism. But anyway, I just know it's really important for those of us, it's really easy to talk about as well. It's, some themes just are going to be easier to discuss, fear of germs, fear of, oh my God, did I lock the door? All these things, but the shame of the taboo OCD, that's where community is so, so important.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing. She does videos and talks really in depth, kind of, about the taboo stuff, a lot of the stuff that many people won't talk about. So just really appreciate you kind of making a splash on Instagram. I'm going to wrap us up real quick because I'm so behind and I kind of get on the schedule, but y'all please go follow her. I mean, seriously, like especially if you're dealing with the taboo stuff, she really digs down into the stuff that we really need to hear, kind of like my videos.
Yes, you were my inspiration. And I went to one of your Game Changers events this past February in Georgia. It was that event that gave me the courage to actually start advocacy. So had it not been for you inviting me to that and seeing, that my story did resonate with other people, it gave me the courage. So
Tracy spoke at our OCD Georgia Game Changers event, and it was amazing. And she shared things that lots of people are too afraid to talk out loud about. So leave us with a message of hope, Tracy. And thank you so much for being here. I just adore you, and I'm just so glad to be connected with you.
I adore you too. Something, my message of hope is going to be a little bit different because everybody knows that I'm OCD Tracy with perfectionism on YouTube. And I do put on my Instagram that I have perfectionism. I'll never forget one time when, I've been to some of your groups, Chrissy, as you know, and I'm not naming names. I'm going to leave this person, I won't give away their identity, but I'll never forget. He used the word shitty yoga. He's like, I went home today and I just did yoga and I let it be the shittiest, crappiest yoga ever. And it was like, we all had this huge laugh. And it was like, because he realized probably in doing the crappy yoga per se was probably him doing it the most right he had ever done it. Mm-hmm. And if you're someone who has done ERP, you've done ACT, you've read every book, you've seen multiple therapists, you feel like there is no hope. There's nothing out there that can help me. Just give yourself the space and the permission to just get it really wrong. Just say, screw it. This is going to be messy. Like Sophie Suri said, embrace the messiness. Yes. I know that's a crazy message of hope, but for any of those who are my followers or people, who suffer with perfectionism or think they do, embrace the imperfection of recovery. And you may find out a lot. You may discover things that you had no idea. It's a very eye-opening thing to just let it be wrong.
Well, thank you. And thank you for being here. And thank you for starting your page and all that you do for the community. I can't wait to see where you're going to go from here because you're really, really changing lives.
Oh, gosh. Thank you so much. And thanks for having me tonight.
Of course. I'll talk to you soon.
All righty. Bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. So I have to get ready for my next guest who is coming on. And he is someone that I've known for many, many years. And, but we've just recently become good friends. And I have my goggles here. I'm ready for you, Tommy.
Oh my God.
For those of you who may not understand, the IOCDF conferences, we walk away with the stupidest inside jokes sometimes. And this was one of them. It was 2 a.m. It was cool in San Francisco. Look, Chris is there.
It was cool. It
was cold. I had this sundress on.
Chrissy was dressed for Antarctica on top, and then waist down, it was like Hawaii.
And I'm leaving the hotel, and Tommy and Chris Tronson were like, where did the tactical snow gear come from? And it has just been a running joke. And Tommy, that's what I'm going to bring to the table for us. By the way, everybody, this is Tom Smalley. I'm going to bring this to the table for our quick discussion is when we are at the conference and we just kind of really connected this year, and I'm so happy about it. Likewise. I mean, the ability to just let our guard down and laugh and connect and just be silly and stupid and like you really feel this connection to people that have OCD, but just human beings in general. And I just want to tell you and everybody, like, I am so grateful that you and I spent time together when we were in San Francisco, and that now we're on the same page and we're doing this work. We're doing this work together. You're such an inspiration to me, and so I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. You are to me too, and it definitely was. It's just amazing to reconnect, and it's so crazy because. I remember like the first day I saw you there, I was like, I don't know, should I go up? Should I not? I don't know. I was like, I want to say hi. And then, you know, we ended up spending so much time together at that conference, me, you, Chris, and Allegra. And I think, you know, that was just so tremendous for me. It was, I left San Francisco to come back to New York. And I was just, I had this whole weight off my shoulders of like,
Yes.
you know, I felt like this whole community was intertwined again. And that's what we want. I mean, like, this work's not going to be accomplished individually.
Yeah, exactly. So I appreciate you. And I just want you to further elaborate on why that community and that collaboration piece for all of us, even if we feel like, I don't know how to approach this person, or should I approach this person, or what if, you know, what if this, what if that, they're with this organization, like, why is it important for all those walls to come down and for us to collaborate and have community?
I think the biggest thing for me, what I've realized, and, you know, obviously I've grown up a ton the past, you know, 5 years. And I think the biggest thing that I've realized is that, like, to look at the core purpose of why we do this advocacy work, right? It's to serve others and communities and people that don't have access, and to bring light to what OCD is, and to have people diagnosed earlier and to get treatment and ERP earlier, because that's what's really going to help. You know, and that's how we're going to save lives. So I think when you look at the core purpose of why we do advocacy work and why we're involved in advocacy work, it's, you know, it takes out the ego and the individualism, and we realize, like, we're going to accomplish way more. You know, Ethan says it all the time. We're going to one huge organism accomplishes way more, right? You know, us being all together is going to being able to collaborate and branch off of other people's ideas. That's how we're going to be able to accomplish what we want to accomplish.
Yes, absolutely. And you're accomplishing so much in the community. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you share with everybody what you're doing. And then I want you to, and then we'll have you say a message of hope.
Awesome. Yeah. No. So, I mean, I've been a lead advocate, obviously, with the IOCDF, since that situation with my coach. You know, I was put in a national spotlight, and at 21 years old, wasn't prepared for that. But, you know, with the IOCDF's help, and with, you know, my peers from this community's help, I definitely rose above it and turned it into a platform in anxietyandathletes.org. And, you know, now have my own LLC, Struggle and Strength Performance. So, combining mental and physical performance for athletes of all ages. So it's definitely been a lot of fun. And then I also just qualified for a national competition in weightlifting. So I'll be the first American weightlifter in the adaptive category with OCD.
Awesome.
So
yes,
I'm excited to represent OCD and bring more light to it in athletics, especially.
Hell yeah. All right, give us a message of hope.
My message of hope is that, like, you know, the tough part about ERP is that you have to do it on your, like, nobody's coming to do it for you. But the best part about that is that when you find this community of the OCD community, you're not alone when you do that work. And that's what I was saying on our Instagram live today, is like, yeah, it sucks. Like, you have to take that ERP head on. Like, the therapist can't do it for you. Your family can't do it for you, because it's not going to help otherwise. But and as much as that ERP is tough, like, you have a whole community behind you to encourage you now. So, you know, leap into the OCD community and rely on us, because we've been in your shoes, we're still in your shoes, and we're here to help.
Yes. And thank you so much. I just love you. And
love you too.
I can't wait to do more with you in this coming year.
Me too.
I know we're going to do a lot. And thank you for taking the time to be here, Tom. You are amazing. And we are so lucky to have you.
Love you, Chrissy.
Okay. Bye. All right. So to all the advocates that are kind of watching this, I am just a few minutes behind. It will catch up here when I get to a place where I have a buffer time. But you know how it is. We get in here, we just start talking, and it'll be all right. So with that said, I'm about to bring on the one and only Allegra guest.
I was like, I'm going to bring on the guest that Chrissy hates.
I don't hate your dog. Your dog just peed on my suitcase a couple times.
3 times.
Thank goodness I don't have OCD about urine.
No, because that would have been big exposure. I'm like, Chrissy, she's just helping you.
So I'm going to hand this over to you for a few minutes, because I need to get up and go to the restroom really quick. And I know that you can handle it. And so, Allegra, I want you to talk about community. You are big into community. You've been to so many of the OCD Game Changers events, especially the international ones. Tell us. tell us about what it's like to be at those events in these new countries that we've never been to, how it felt to be there and to connect with all these people that don't really have community. I'm just going to get up for 1 minute and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Amazing. So, oh my God, Chris Johnston, I love you so much. The community honestly means everything to me. Like, I was having a kind of difficult week this past week, and I did a live stream with Esther from Made of Millions, and my heart just felt so full. I feel like every time I'm with this community, I'm reminded of all of the people that I love and all of the people who love me, and I just feel so connected to people who are like just so similar to me, who share a brain that I do. And there just is nothing more meaningful and joyful for me than the community. So I'm stoked to be here. International advocacy has also been wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad, Allison. That's amazing. I'm glad that you loved it. International advocacy is especially meaningful because we just don't have those resources available internationally that we do in the United States. And even in the US, we don't have as much education about OCD as is necessary. So going to these other countries and meeting folks with OCD, folks who follow me on Instagram, and getting to connect with y'all is so much fun. And I'm so excited to do more. I've been to Spain, London, and Germany with Game Changers, and it was all super amazing. Life is complete, Chris. What else am I going to talk about? Does anyone have any questions? Allegra Johnston. Yeah, Chris is my husband. We haven't really fully announced this yet, but we are married. Let's see. Chrissy, hey. I was just talking about how, can you hear me?
Yep.
I was talking about how just like joyful, I was saying I had a hard week, and how just like doing the live with Esther the other day and just like being here, it makes me forget about everything. I feel like it's just like the biggest like warm hug.
I know.
It really is.
I mean, I think that we're bringing all these people on and hearing what everybody has to say. We're all so unique. But then we share this common story of suffering. Like, who was it? Johnny was saying earlier, that adversity piece. Allegra and I, when we first met and we first started hanging out and stuff, it's like, we don't know who each other is. We have totally different backgrounds, but then, you get together and you're just like, wow, this person just gets me.
Gets it.
They just get it.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about collaboration and how important it is in our community. We are collaborating with other advocates in order to reach more people.
I think collaboration is so important because while we all share a similar experience with OCD, we also all have very different backgrounds. Like Tommy is really big in the sports field. And I just think we can reach so many different communities. Let's say like the queer community, myself and Chris. I think when we step outside of just having OCD, we can reach so many more people. And it's so important because we can reach so many more people around the world.
Yep. And we are, by doing the OCD Game Changer events.
Can you talk about the conversation you both had with yourselves that allowed you to be? Oh, wow. That's actually, yeah, Chrissy, we are like the taboo queens. Wait, let's talk about dirty uncles. What was it? Divas and dirty.
Yes. So we talk about like the different themes and how they're talked about in the world. And it's like, no offense to like the normal mainstream themes or like the divas of the OCD world, right? They're always on Oprah. They're always like portrayed in movies. And then we've got us, like the pedophilia themes, like the bestiality themes. We're the dirty uncles of the OCD community.
And we want to have a podcast. Let us know if y'all are interested. Divas and dirty uncles. Tell us what you think if you would listen to us. I think in terms of like me being open about my experience, it happened over time. It was not something that I was willing to do at the beginning of my advocacy. And I always stress that to people. I was not even going to tell my therapist the thoughts that I was having. It was something that really grew probably like 3 to 4 years into suffering. I finally felt like I was at a place. And the first article I ever wrote was for Made of Millions or intrusivethoughts.org, which was so full circle because that was the first platform that, what'd you say?
And you were at the OCD Game Changers event, right?
Okay, no, before that. I wrote that article at the bar, at the hotel from that event. And I was so inspired by Margaret Sisson, love her, by you, by Kim, by everyone who spoke at that event. And I was like, I remember just like, honestly, Margaret had such a big impact on me. And there was a woman in front of me who was sobbing about her 8-year-old daughter who was having sexual intrusive thoughts. And I was like, you know what? This is my time. This is when I feel like I am going to share my story in that way. And I did. And I've never looked back. And honestly, like, I feel so much less shame at this point in my life because of it.
Yep. And I'll just share this really quickly and then we'll go into your message of hope. Same for me. When I first started advocating, I was like, I can't share these deep, dark things, but truly this is where community came in for me. When I saw that people were reacting and it helped them, that helped me open up more because I knew I could trust them. I knew I could trust the community. And the more I said, the more they would respond and make me feel better about my own experience and just reducing the shame. So with that, I was going to have you on longer, but now that I'm so behind, I got to boot you off. But I love you.
You said it out. You said
I'm like, peace out. Anyway, leave us with a message of hope. Really appreciate you. You know, I love you. And thank you so much for the support you've always given us.
Absolutely. So I would say that it really does get so much better. I thought that the onset of my OCD was like a huge before and after for me. I thought my life was going to be basically fucked. I don't know if we're allowed to cuss, but it's you. So I presume we are.
Stu did.
Okay.
If Stu cusses, everybody can cuss.
Then everyone can cuss. I thought my life was destined to be like the biggest, most difficult. I mean, I really thought my life was over. I couldn't see a place where I could get back to having peace in my own mind. And I'm there now. Like, there are so many days of my life in which I don't even notice that I have OCD. And I know that that sounds wild, but that really is my truth, where I don't meet diagnostic criteria for it much of the time. And that's possible. So I just want everyone to know that I went from literally having 24/7 intrusive thoughts and images all day long, feeling suicidal, wanting to end my life, to this place now where I can go to the store and be around kids and OCD just doesn't bother me.
Well, we are so appreciative for you and your content and all of your support. You know, I love you, sis.
Thank
you so much for being here.
Bye.
Bye. All right, we're moving along for all the advocates that are waiting. Yes, I'm a few minutes behind. Sorry about that. So we will kind of speed through the next few advocates just so we can get a little bit back on schedule because y'all know me and I know everybody. We'll all talk and then we'll go on until 10 o'clock. We can't do that. So anyway, really quickly, we are OCD Game Changers. I'm the executive director. This is a 501c3 nonprofit. All of donations go towards us moving into different states and going to different states, doing different countries, creating community, bringing people together. Please consider donating. Every single dollar helps. OCDGameChangers.com, OCDGameChangers.org. I'm going to bring on one of my favorite peeps here, Mr. Sean Chinook. Oh my God, I said it wrong. Shit. Chinook.
It's a running joke. If you ever say it right, I feel like that's going to be wrong.
I mean, all of these years I've known you and I've mispronounced your name every damn time.
I feel like it would be more of an insult if you said it right at this point.
I hate myself. Okay.
I don't want you to say it right. It's your own special thing. I feel like if you start saying it right, Christy Hodges, then you're not going to it's not going to be the same Christy Hodges that I know.
Well, Sean.
You can call me whatever iteration of Shinnok, Shindork, Shindig, whatever. I mean, we've known each other, 8 years now, 10 years? You've had every iteration under the sun.
We have known each other a very long time, my friend.
I love you.
So grateful to see you. Love you. I'm so glad you're here. Let's get on with it real quick. We're going to do wise.
You got a lot of people. You got a lot of people tonight. So I'm happy to whatever you need from me.
I want to know how important community has been for you, not only in your journey with OCD, but your advocacy. And then we'll wrap up with a message of hope.
It's been incredibly important. And here's why. So I'm one of the few that, or I don't know, I can't speak. I was lucky with a very close friend group growing up and into my 20s and 30s. And I didn't get diagnosed until I was 32. So I was lucky to have very close friends that I felt that would care about me no matter what. I know can be rare. However, when I got diagnosed and when I started getting more active in the advocacy role and doing creative projects, I never had I never felt that I had a place in a community outside of my family or my friends. And me starting to talk about my story, OCD Game Changers giving me a platform for that. Like it threw me into this community that I wasn't prepared for, but I am very fortunate to be a part of. That was like all of a sudden I have people who get me. Sorry if my nephew's upstairs crying. I'm at my brother's house right now, but I'm part of this extended community that I never thought I was going to be a part of. That understood my brain, were just inspired and passionate and compassionate as I was, and it just took a lot of friendships to just another level that I just can't replicate. I can't tell you how much the past 10 years, from really when I first started getting better, and really I think my first Game Changers event was 2017 with you. That was the first time I really told my story live and in depth. Was your event, your first event, and where I've come, and I've made so many damn good friends. And I've made friends in other areas, but it's different in this community. It really is. It's a very special community.
It is.
I've been supported in many different ways, not just with OCD, but I've been going through a tough time in other areas other people understand in this community. And it's funny, when I've gone to support, or when I've gone to get support, a lot of people who have came to support me in a different way that I ever expected were people from this freaking community that stepped up.
Yes.
So that says a lot about this community. Yes, everybody's pretty damn knowledgeable about OCD, but at the end, this community is badass in the fact they're willing to like get your back.
Yes.
They have a multitude in a diverse range of experiences, and if there's something that someone else connects with you on other than OCD, they'll got your back too, because that's just the way the people that's just the way people are in this community.
Yes.
It's amazing.
I agree.
I've never felt so much. I've never felt so supported so much in many different ways from a community that is, if you want to quote unquote say a specific community like OCD. Like I've been supported in like 8 different ways from this community, which I can't, like, how the hell did that happen to me? I'm lucky, like, no words. So
well, we are lucky to have you. Sean was part of the first OCD Game Changers ever, which was so much fun and just kicked off this whole thing that we're doing now. But let's move along and leave us with a message of hope, my friend.
Message of, this was a tough one. So I thought about this. I saw that you added this as one of the things to talk about. I think that if you can remind yourself about hope, that it's going to show up differently each day. It's not going to be this like bright light shining through and you're going to feel all the freaking positive energy and like, I have so much hope I'm going to get through this. It's not going to show up like that every day. So when it doesn't show up like that and you're in the darkness and you feel like there's no light, how can you have a different perspective on hope? How can you feel like hope can work for you on that day? And is that getting up that day? Is that checking in with a friend? Is that telling yourself I'm going to do this hour by hour? Is that saying, hey, I'm going to take the day off? So hope is really easy when it's very freaking in front of you and certain. I've learned over experience, especially the past 4 years, that for me, hope it ain't that easy. It's the hardest when I'm in the darkness. And I have to remind myself, sometimes for me, hope is calling a friend. Sometimes hope is checking in with my therapist. Sometimes hope is working on a creative project that I've been meaning to do. And sometimes hope is just getting through the next day. So hope doesn't have to be this cliche bullshit. Hope can be getting to the next day, and just remember yourself, or remind yourself of that day by day, if you're in it, day by day. Okay.
Excellent. Well, thank you, my friend. It's so good to see you as always. Thank you for all that you do to the community, and just love you.
Well, hey, we'll catch up soon, okay, Christy? Promise?
We will.
All right.
Bye now. All right, we're continuing on to the advocates waiting. We're a little bit behind, but don't you worry. We're gonna go through. So make your points succinct. And to all of you that are here, thank you so much for being here. I see the comment section going, and I love it. I love that everybody's interacting. Everybody's feeling the hope, and they're feeling the love. I'm super excited. Let's bring on our next speaker, Michael Schramm, who, where did he go? He's not here. I don't know where he went. He was here, and now he's not. So I'm gonna bring on Uma then now, and we'll get Michael when he clicks back on. So I hope you're ready.
I was like, okay, I don't have to go yet, and then you just put me on. I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. You and I have connected over the last year. I recorded a podcast with you. I'm so excited. So let's just get into it. Let's move through. Why has community been so important for you, and also tell us who you are and what you do.
Well, first of all, you put me on to be short, and my last name's Chatterjee, so I'm sorry in advance. I'll try my best. Second of all, I love you so much, and I'm so grateful to be here. So my name is Uma. I am first and foremost someone who lives with OCD. I'm South Asian, and that hugely informs my advocacy and what I bring to this space. I'm also now, because of recovering from OCD, I'm a neuroscientist. I got my master's in neuroscience. I'm doing my PhD to study the neurobiological underpinnings of OCD and develop novel therapeutics. And I host the podcast, To Chat with Uma, that Chrissy's about to be on, and I'm so excited for y'all to hear this conversation. I couldn't shut up with her on there, but why?
It was so good.
It was so good. Why is community so important for me? I think everybody who talked on this live stream already touched on so many amazing points. For me, on top of everything everyone said, I specifically, with my work, especially interfacing with so many people in the research space who don't know what OCD is, because a lot of my advocacy is, of course, within this community from my lived experience and bringing my research hat, but it's also to so many, like thousands and thousands of clinicians and researchers who still use OCD as an adjective, still who don't understand what it is, and dismiss me. And like, it's really hard to hold that while I'm sitting here, like this is my lived experience too. But all of that to say, in dealing every single day with that lack of understanding and, being so overwhelmed by how much there is to do with our advocacy, coming back to this community and being reminded that I'm not alone in advocating for this, and having this safe space to just breathe and to land and be validated, and to not have to explain what OCD is, to not have to justify my obsessions, to just feel invigorated and supported, it's the reason why I can keep going, because it's really, really hard every single day to keep facing just what feels like this outward force of just lack of understanding. So that to me is so important. Also, just being able to see myself and other people, whether that's our shared experiences, and feeling so alone for so long. I mean, I went undiagnosed for 22 years. I didn't find this community until I was 25. I didn't find evidence-based treatment until I was 25, for all the reasons that we know are the common statistics. And finding this community where I'm just so understood, and then especially finding people who look like me, and we have a lot more room to go in that department. But, Sophie Suri was on here, and she's, someone that I was like, wow, someone who looks like me, who's talking about this, like I'm not alone and I can speak to that too, has made such a difference for me. And it's just people who understand the grief and the loss and the pain that we go through, not just with this disease, but all of the time we lose to it. It's saved my life. So some of the many reasons why.
I will tell you, you've made such a splash in the community in this last couple of years. And when I met you first in Denver, the Denver conference.
I just ran up to you. I'm like, Chrissy, I became a peer support specialist because of you. You don't know me,
but I want to tell you, like, to me, that was you're just such a warm and welcoming force in this community. And I just really have loved getting to know you. I've loved to see all the things that you're doing and exploring. I see a lot of myself in you. And I just really appreciate you. And I'm so glad that you're here. And I'm so glad we're connected. And I know we're going to do great things together.
I can't wait. And thank you for everything. That's such an honor.
You're welcome. Okay, so leave us with a message of hope. And again, just thank you for who you are and just the wonderful human that you are.
Well, I will try to keep this short, but I think I want to quickly say why I think collaboration is important is because
Yes,
on
please
top
do.
of everything else everyone said, it's also because there's so many different avenues of understanding what OCD is, and we oftentimes get siloed into like the researchers only talk to the researchers and the advocates only talk to the advocates. And as someone who is in both worlds, I see how there's such a lack of communication. And I think coming together, talking to each other, and informing how we advocate together will make the biggest impact, because we can support each other in how we advocate, provide more information that the other side doesn't have. And that's how we progress this entire space, whether it is reaching communities who need to hear us, as well as advancing research. I know you know that, Chrissy, as someone who is kicking ass in the research space and is bringing your lived experience to the table. So that's why I think collaboration is important. And then my message of hope, again, everybody said just amazing things. I think for me, as someone who is still in the thick of OCD treatment, I still am in therapy 3 times a week. I'm proud to admit it, because my journey has not been linear. I have comorbidities, and it's oftentimes felt like, oh, I'm just the broken one. Everybody else is getting better. Everyone has a linear journey. I don't. That's not true, number one. And what really brings me hope on top of this community is the concept of the upward spiral, that even if I keep meeting the same experience or circumstance over and over, it's always with more perspective. It's always with more understanding. It's always with more community. And I'm never the same. And so we're always moving forward, even if it feels like we're relapsing, even if it feels like we're struggling more than we have before. And on top of that, this community continues to keep me alive, and is why I feel like I'm safe to continue to move forward and to continue to do this. So I just hope you know that you're not broken, you're not alone, and we all love you so much. So thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, you're welcome, but thank you for being here. And thank you for all that you bring to the community. I'm excited to see all the wonderful things you're going to do in the coming years. Really, we are very blessed to have you. And I appreciate just getting to know you even more.
I can't wait to keep having 5-hour-long conversations with you on my podcast.
I know.
It'd be amazing.
So awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for what you do. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Okay. Bye. All right. Thank you everybody for being here. Advocates that are waiting. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep it short until we can catch up. So I'm going to bring on the next speaker, Michael Schramm. Hello.
Hello. I am so sorry. I had technical issues.
It's totally fine. You're here now, and we got to keep going. Michael is going to be a speaker at the OCD Kansas event, which is November 4th. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. We're going to spend time together. It's going to be a great time. But let's just get into it, because we got to keep moving. Michael, how important has community been to you?
Chrissy, community has been so important to me, because when I was diagnosed with OCD, I knew no one. And I felt very depressed, very isolated, very alone. And I'm trying not to get emotional here.
You can.
When I first went to my first IOCDF conference in Washington, D.C., my mind was just like blown by how many people understood me, how many people just got me and understood me, and how many friends I made just right away. And it was just blew my mind. It was unbelievable. So
Yeah. Well, you are an integral part of this community. And as you can see, all these people are saying hello to you and how great you are in the comments. And I just appreciate you so much. You're always such a warm, welcoming person to everybody. Let's talk a little bit about collaboration. Now, this is what we're going to be doing in Kansas. We're working together. We're reaching more people. We're sharing our stories. What is collaboration? How important is that to you? And why do you think it's important in our community?
I think it's really important because, let's be honest, OCD is a very misunderstood, very stigmatized disorder. And the more we come together to join forces to talk about it, I think the more we can get the message out that, hey, Absolutely. OCD is not this quirk or anything like that. It is a very, very, it's a very hard thing to deal with. I mean, I still have my hard days to this day. But so I'll just leave it with that right there.
Well, Michael is going to be sharing his lived experience. We'll have 4 different speakers at the Kansas event. It's November 4th. You can buy tickets at OCDGameChangers.com. Go to the events tab and you can buy it there. I cannot wait. It's in Wichita. I'm driving there. I'm going to probably bring my dogs. It's going to be so awesome. I can't wait to hear. I didn't get to hear you at the IOCDF conference, so I'm so excited to get to hear your lived experience. But Michael, let's get you to give us a message of hope. what can you tell people that are listening that can help them to know they can just keep going?
Just to know that, at the beginning, it may seem very isolating and very, but just know that there's so many wonderful resources out there. There's so many therapists, there's medication, online resources, just so many things that you can benefit from. And if you can try to come out to a conference, it's amazing, either a Game Changers conference or an IOCDF conference. It's just wonderful. And yeah.
Well, I cannot wait to see you. I'll see you in just 3 weeks. I think right around 3 weeks. And again, Michael, thank you for all that you do. And thank you for being part of this community. We're really lucky to have you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Right. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Here we're keeping moving on, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I love seeing some of the banter and the comments. Appreciate all of you. We're here tonight bringing all the different advocates together to show that we are here for you. We're fighting for you. We're doing all of our part for OCD awareness. Do you want to be an advocate? I always say, find a gap in the advocacy, find something that you can do that you love and start advocating. Anyone can do it. Any of these people that are coming through here, none of us probably even thought we were ever going to be advocates, especially when we're in the thick of the thick of our experience with OCD. But here we are, and we found our niche, and you can too. We need more voices. And so please just take what all of us are saying and know that we have been in the spot where we've wanted to do this, and now we're doing it, and so can you. I am going to bring on our next guest, Liz Lindley. Hello, she's here representing the IOCDF, but just wanted to say how much you are just such a connector in our community, and I'm so glad to have you here. Let everybody know who you are and also why community is important to you.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Chrissy. This is really a special evening, and I appreciate being among so many amazing advocates. It's just great. I'm Liz Lindley, and I'm the Director of External Relations and Partnerships at the IOCDF. And I have a really amazing, fun job that I get to collaborate and support our affiliates, our strategic partners, our global partners, and of course, our advocates as well. I would like to give a quick shout out, if I may, to the IOCDF staff, who I am so grateful to be able to work with. We are a small but mighty bunch, and they are advocates themselves too. So it's just been a really unique role for me because I also have the perspective of a parent with a child with OCD as well. So I bring that to it. So I was introduced to the IOCDF many years ago, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
You asked me about community, and that's where I found community. And with that, I found a sense of hope. That's what it's all about.
Yes.
Indeed. Yeah. And that synergy that happens when you get together with that community, it's just so critical. And I found, as an advocate back then too, it was so important for my son's recovery, and it was therapeutic. I think Sam mentioned that earlier when he was talking that community is very therapeutic, and I hope to bring that to my job as well now. So
yes. Well, before we get to the message of hope, I wanted to say you have been really integral in why we are here tonight. You are someone that has really brought and connected a lot of us back together when we kind of felt lost from each other. And so I did want to ask you too, with that said, I think we're starting to even see this momentum of how important collaborating is with each other. So tell me how important that is to you and collaborating to reach more people, you personally, and also for the IOCDF.
Yeah, I mean, for the IOCDF, it aligns with my personal values as well. I mean, we always look to our mission, and collaboration is the thing that enhances all of our efforts. It's the great multiplier of all the things that we do. I mean, we all have a mountain to climb, and to get there, we have to do it together.
Yes.
Undoubtedly, collaborating will also bring a sense of inclusivity and representation for all of our communities that we serve, which is so critical, so important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Liz, thank you for what you do. I'm so glad to be connected with you. I had such a great time talking with you in San Francisco and since then.
Yeah.
What do you think people need to hear as a message of hope?
Gosh, there's been so many things mentioned. I wish I could kind of encapsulate all of them, but I think I'd also like to give kind of a special shout out for parents and caregivers and family, that message of hope that, certainly the struggle raising a child and being a brother or sister, it's certainly some pain and loss there as well. And I just want to say, there are brighter days ahead. And I think we've all touched on how we get there as a community. Just reach out and find that support and just tell your story to somebody and you'll be amazed at what happens. I wouldn't wish this upon anyone, but yet at the same time, I look at my own personal life and the life of the people that I work with and talk to every day. And they're amazed by the blessings that have been brought into their lives just by telling their story. It's an important part of advocacy. And I'm just glad to be a supporter of all that. And thank you for everything that you do.
You're welcome. The power of the story. Such a good point.
Storytelling. So,
well, thank you for being here, Liz. I so much appreciate you. I know even there were some comments, how many people are so appreciative of you and how you're bringing so many of us together. So thank you. You really are really special to all of us.
Well, thank you. And I just appreciate the opportunity to be working for the IOCDF and kind of on the leading edge of bringing everybody together. It's just a great thing to see. So thanks.
Excellent. Well, I will talk to you soon. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
So on the topic of there's something that you feel like you should do, a lot of times, even in treatment, we say, oh my goodness, if so-and-so can do it, I can do it. From an advocacy standpoint, when I started to do advocacy, there was this one moment, it was like 2012. I remember clicking onto the IOCDF website. I wasn't an advocate yet. I was just in the baby steps. And I remember seeing Liz McInvale, and I remember seeing that she was doing all this work, and there were several other people back in the day. This was back in the day. It was like Shannon Shai was there, and like Jeff Bell and everybody. And I remember seeing these people's faces and going, if they can do advocacy, I bet I could do it too. And I was terrified, and I didn't think I had a place or that no one would listen or whatever. But I remember specifically seeing Liz and being like, you know what? If she can share her story, I bet that I can too. So let's bring Liz McInvale on. Hello.
So good to see you.
Good to see you too. I just wanted to give you that shout out just to know that, there are many of us that are indebted to you, speaking out when you were, really young too, and then doing the work that you've done. You really paved the way for so many of us.
Thank you. It's an honor. And I know I've told you this before that as much as I thank you, that's hard for a lot of us to just say that, but the credit really goes to all of us, right? We're all telling our story and being vulnerable and sharing our experiences in the hopes that it helps one person. And so I just thank you for doing this. Thank you for all the advocacy you've done. Me and you've been in this for a long time, and we've talked about that, but it's an honor. Thank you.
Well, everybody, Liz McInvale is IOCDF advocate, has been for probably the longest. I mean, seriously. I know that this question, it resonates with you so much. What does community mean for you, Liz? Not only, in your journey with OCD, but just in all of the time that you've been doing advocacy?
Actually, even outside of OCD, I think community is what saves and changes our lives in so many ways. Historically, we talk about how years ago, the average household was an average household size of 10. Now it's 3. Every 3 is a household of 1. But we talk about how I asked somebody who specializes in trauma once, I said, if we want to change the world, what would you do? And he said, I'd put front porches back on everyone's house, right? Because the power of community is so powerful for us when we're going through struggles, when we need to feel connected, when we need to be united. And, I will say, my gosh, I couldn't be more grateful for our community. And I don't think there's any other community like this in the mental health field that is this. Look at this. Look at your comments. Look at the people. Look at the stories. Look at the connections, right? But it is so incredible to see how the OCD community always shows up. And so it has meant recovery for me. I think that for me, the community was an incredible piece of my treatment journey and recovery, but it also is what keeps me in recovery, right? Being able to give back and now hold myself accountable with each other and as a group, it's just remarkable. And the community has become my family.
Yes. And I do think that we've talked, we've talked about even in this live stream that, there have been just some things in the community that have kind of kept us apart. And then just recently, we all feel like we're kind of like, you know what? Hey, let's all come together.
Yeah. Like, and the reality is like, you and I've talked about this, but like, we can do so much more together than we can individually. And the fact that I feel like you're leading that. You're leading that, like, let's bring us back together and let's do this as a team versus as individuals, even though it can be powerful both ways. Thank you for your work and for this. This is so incredible.
I know. I'm like, what do I say? Oh, I say you're welcome.
Yeah, you take the compliment. Right? It's hard. I know. It's hard. But I love you guys. This community is so awesome.
Yeah. And so on that note, you and I have talked, we've got some things in the works. I'm so excited to be working with you finally. So how important is this collaboration that we're going to really start doing as a community moving forward?
Oh, it's critical. We've got to collaborate more as a community. We've got to collaborate more as clinicians, right? I think there's mixed messages in the clinician community too. And I think it's really, bad if you were to ask me, because so many consumers, so many individuals with OCD are like, who do I listen to? What do I do? And so my goal is that as a community, which means therapists, researchers, individuals, family members, parents, we can all just come together, be on the same page and collaborate. And I think it's going to be critical. I think it's going to be so important and so meaningful for everyone.
And so exciting.
So exciting. Yeah, that's a given. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm just so glad that you and I are connected and we've got some things in the works and we're going to be working together. So let's have you leave everybody that's watching with a message of hope.
Yeah. Matthew and others have already put it, but for years and years, and Chrissy, you knew me back then, I thought functioning was the best I would ever get. I thought that with effective treatment, if I could just function while still suffering, that was my best, that was good enough. And what I've learned is that isn't what we have to settle for. We don't have to settle for functioning with OCD. Right. Freedom is possible. And I know for many of you, you hear that and you think it's bogus because you're like, there is no way, I can't imagine that. We've been there. Freedom is possible. And I can promise you all, as I know you feel the same way, Chrissy, we will keep fighting until everyone has an opportunity to have freedom from this illness, because you deserve it and it's possible.
I love that. And I also see how community serves in exactly what you just said. The community is totally part of us getting to that freedom. So, Liz, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everything that you do. You are really a pioneer for all of us as advocates. So
thank you. It's an honor, and I'm just excited to keep making more and more change and impacting this community in such an incredible way. So thank you for letting me do that with you, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, we will. I will see you soon.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you so much for being here. What an amazing night this has been with all of these advocates coming on, talking about hope. We are a little behind, so the advocates like waiting in the waiting room. You're probably like, when am I going to go on? We're going to speed things up and we're going to get you on as soon as we can. We're just a few minutes behind. Again, I am the executive director, founder of OCD Game Changers. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We do events all over the world. We're going to Kansas in a couple weeks, as you saw when I was talking to Michael. We're going to Spain, as you saw, I was talking to Alexandra, and we are, the only way we can do that is by donations. Every single dollar that you donate goes towards these events and making it possible to create community in places there is no community, and we're able to go in and help with that. So please consider donating. Anything helps. www.ocdgamechangers.com or .org. All right, let's bring on, where is she? There she is. Kim Vicini. Hello. I know. I told you earlier, I'm like, you're going to go on at this time. And now we're way behind, but whatever. It's just so good to see you anyway.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
Oh, so tell everybody who you are and what you do with your nonprofit. And let's talk about community and how it's helped you. You have such a unique story.
Thanks. Well, I don't live with OCD, but my son did. And I got involved advocating for him. And, once he was doing better, I joined OCD Jacksonville and was president of OCD Jacksonville for a number of years. And then I started my own nonprofit. And as you said at the opening of this, when you've been involved with this for 20 years, you see where the holes are. And so with my little shovel, I just wanted to start filling the holes wherever we could. And it's been the most incredible blessing.
Well, one thing I want to show you is this.
A little fearless box.
So I have this in my background right here. I see it every single day when I come to work. So I want to emphasize exactly what you just said, which is you saw a need and you filled that gap. And that is what is so important in advocacy, is what is missing and how can I step in and help? So,
and that's the thing about community. This community is helping me launch projects that I never imagined we could launch, and fill the holes where I saw a need. And I just couldn't be more excited or more impressed with a community of people that embraces the old lady that wants to come in, that is not a sufferer, but just wants to help with because I met too many people that were struggling, and I just couldn't look away. I think for so many people, when your kid gets better, you just want to say, whoosh, oh, good, I'm done. And for some reason, like, too many people touched me. And then I was just, I can't walk away. So,
Right. So with like starting an organization the way that you did, that's kind of how I started Game Changers. I was like, I'm just going to start it and we're going to see where we're going to go. How important, and this is what we're doing tonight, is just showing that we're all going to come together to collaborate. Like, tell me how collaboration has helped you, or, how you see it helping the community moving forward.
Oh, well, for one, just learning how to do, my branded content on social media. I needed young people to come in and teach me how to do that. I was like, holy cow. And I'm not going to become a TikTok influencer over my cold, dead body, but,
same.
but I'm learning, and I think it invigorates me, and it makes me more passionate, and this community does bring that out in me, because everyone is so passionate, and I'm in the mom lane or the family lane, but we're also doing so many things for sufferers. Our Plant a Camp program that is just launching, we're trying to plant OCD pediatric camps throughout the country, and I am so passionate about it, but I couldn't do it on my own. The IOCDF has helped me enormously. Clinicians helping us write the manual. I mean, there's no way Kim could do it by herself, but we all take our skill sets and we bind them together, and then we make amazing things happen.
I so much appreciate you saying this. I could not do it without the stakeholders and the partners that I have with OCD Game Changers. And, I did think when I first started, well, I can do this on my own. You can't. And that's the importance of trusting this community coming together and all the amazing people and all the work we're doing. So thank you. And thank you for who you are, and that you have started this organization and just really kind of just blown into the community, and you really have made a mark. I hope that you know that. So leave us with a message of hope.
Well, for the parents, once you start learning about OCD, you get that scolding about reassurance and accommodation. And I'm just here to say, you're going to do it. And don't self-flagellate. Don't self-flagellate, because it goes against the precepts of love and nurture. When you're mama bear, you want to protect your cub, but you will learn to become an effective support system for your loved one, be it a spouse, a significant other, a child. You can learn, and with adequate support, people do get better. The statistics are there. And so love your OCD sufferer with all your heart and soul, and watch the magic happen.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. We don't have a lot of people on tonight that are representing the parents, and Tasha Daniels is coming on a little bit later. So glad that you were here to give some inspiration and hope.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, Chrissy.
Yeah, so good to see you, and I hope to see you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye. All right, we're just going to continue going for the advocates waiting. We're just a few minutes late, but we're keeping going. I'm going to bring on one of my favorite peeps, Miss Allison Dotson. Hello.
Hi.
No, sorry. I just busted you on here without even a preface. Allison and I,
when you said one of my favorites.
I think you were like, I am the favorite. Allison and I have been advocates together for years and years and years and years. And Allison has been part of the OCD Game Changer community and the events. And I just really just love you. I'm so glad to see you. And let's just get right into it. Tell everybody who you are and talk about how community has been so valuable to you.
Well, I'm so happy to see you, by the way.
I know, I miss you.
I'm Allison Dotson. I am one of Chrissy's favorites. Oh, my dog just walked under the table and knocked it. Yeah, so I've been an advocate.
One of Chrissy's favorites.
I'm going to reiterate. I don't know, since like 2013.
Yeah. We were at the New York conference, by the way. Remember we spoke together?
Yeah,
Los Angeles, not New York. Same thing.
Yeah.
Whatever. Go ahead.
Coast to coast. So community has been huge. I can't overstate it enough what a huge impact it's had, because when I was diagnosed in 2007, I did not know a single person who had OCD. I think it was Molly who said earlier, like, oh, I feel old. The internet or social media wasn't really a thing. Yeah, I'm like, you think you're old. I looked up my provider in the yellow book, like in the yellow pages, the one book, literally. So like we didn't have things like that to look to. Yes, there was an internet, and like, yes, I found the IOCDF, and that was super huge and helpful. But it wasn't until I think maybe it might have been before the conference I met one person, but then I met you, and I was just talking to someone on the phone last week, and we'd never met before. We're talking about OCD, our OCD stories with each other. And we were laughing about a couple things. And she's like, I hope it's okay I'm laughing, because this is like a serious topic. And I said, it's so important to laugh as long as you're laughing with someone else who gets it. And I told the story of the first time I laughed about my OCD was with you, because I was telling you about a trigger I'd had for a horrific, went on for years theme for me. It was POCD. And I told you the trigger, and I was like so ashamed, and it was so hard for me to say. And then you laughed. And I know that sounds like, God, how insensitive. But you didn't mean, like, you laughed because it was a funny trigger. You're like, well, that is dumb to have lost 4 years of your life because of that. Like, it's not dumb. I mean, obviously. But basically, it was like, that's something I can laugh about now. And so just having someone else who I can laugh with, because yes, is it a serious topic? Of course, we've talked about it, like that it can lead to suicide, depression, isolation, so many things that have been going on. It's terrible. But if we can't laugh about it, then it makes it just so much more difficult. And it makes it a bigger, more serious issue than it, not that it needs to be, but it makes it harder and darker, I think, where we feel like we can't do that. So that's been huge for me. Just having people who get me is amazing. Every time I go to conference, and I haven't been for a few years, but every time I try to convince people to buy land, and we'll put up cabins and we'll all live together because we all get each other. And we can have normal people come in if they want to go get us groceries or something. They can come onto the property.
Well, I appreciate the comment about laughter. I'm probably going to move on to the message of hope, by the way, so we can just keep going.
That's fine. That's fine.
But like, you're still my favorite. But like, I appreciate that about laughter. And I think one of the things that I wanted to say is that, you were at the last OCD advocacy retreat, and there was so much laughter, and it is just this unique ability for us to take something that just caused such tremendous suffering and be able to be together and laugh and know that we're not alone with that. So with that said, tell us a message of hope for anybody watching that needs to hear it.
Sure. So basically, I guess the message is don't give up hope. But like I said, when I was first diagnosed so long ago, there wasn't a lot out there. There were some books, there were some organizations. We have come so incredibly far. And the best news is that no one is stopping. No one is saying we've done enough. No one is saying we have all the research. No one is saying that, the therapy that we know right now is the only therapy we'll ever need or ever have. The medication is all we ever need. People are still pushing. People who are smarter than I am and, doing a lot more than any of us are. But we're all doing a lot. Sorry. But, people in the research field, and just we're not stopping with telling our story. And I don't think there is a point at which we've done enough. And if you're struggling, just know that no one is done helping you.
Yep. We're continuing to fight, and we're doing it together. And that's what makes it so wonderful. Well, thank you, Allison. Always good to see you. I miss
Love
you. I hope to
you.
see you soon. And I love you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. We're going to move on. I know I'm going to bring Morgan on. Where did she go? She's probably like, girl, I'm at a wedding right now. Bring me on.
Hi. Yeah.
Morgan's like, I'm hiding.
But I didn't want to miss this.
Morgan's like, I'm at a wedding, like somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Get me on here. Morgan.
Middle of nowhere, Illinois, you know.
So good to see you. I want to
You
make sure
too.
like to get you on really quickly and make sure that your voice is heard. Morgan's with Not Alone Notes. I've known you for a long time. You've been to our events. So talk to us a little bit about how community has been important and impacted you.
Yeah, so Not Alone Notes, I literally started it out of my college dorm room. It was just an idea to use a stack of stationery and send encouraging, hopeful messages in note form to other people with OCD, just because I was so lucky to know so many people and be so connected to the community, but I wanted to share that with other people. And like, I know it's not treatment and we don't pretend it is, but hopefully receiving that message can show you you're not alone. It's physical proof.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because I mean, when we're in the suffering, as you know, and everybody that's been through here, I mean, it feels so real in the moment. And, you know, even as doing what I do and doing the advocacy, when I am in it, I feel so alone. So receiving something like that could just be that one little inspirational push to go, no, take a step forward.
That you're not the only person. And like it motivates treatment to know, okay, other people have overcome this. Other people are still overcoming this. So I can too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so grateful to you and Molly for doing all that you've done. Talk a little bit about collaboration. You've been in this community for a really long time, just as I have been as well.
Molly and I have always talked about how like I never realized Not Alone Notes would become such a big thing that it has, that we're a nonprofit and have sent so many notes. But we are not owners of that idea. Other people have done similar things, branching off things. And like the more the merrier is kind of our
I'm so glad you said
philosophy.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Where like, oh, I mean, can we do something similar? By all means. Please spread more hope, spread more love, spread more encouragement, spread more resources.
I so much appreciate that. And I think that that has been a barrier to, you know, in the community of like, you know, we can't do this because of this, or we're not going to do that. And that can create some walls in between us. And you're correct. You are absolutely correct.
More the merrier, by all means.
Right. Oh, I'm so glad that you said that. Well, let's just wrap it up because I know you probably got to get back to your wedding. Well, not your wedding, but the wedding you're at.
Not my wedding.
I'm like spreading like false messages. Morgan, give us some inspiration, some hope that people can hang on to if they're listening to this.
Yeah, something that I really appreciate about that feeling of not being alone is OCD can make you feel really special in a bad way, but when you connect with people and all those weird thoughts become ordinary, all the other extraordinary parts of you come to forward. And so that for me, being around other people with OCD, it makes all my other identities so much more prevalent. And so I just want to spread that like all those parts are what make you special.
I love that. Well, thank you for being here, Morgan. It's always good to see you. It was good to see you in San Francisco as well. I really appreciate it. Yes, go have a great time. But thank you for taking time out to be here.
Thank you for having me.
Bye. All right. Well, just really quickly before you bring on our next guest from Australia, another country represented. Whoop, whoop. Remember, we are here tonight bringing all these advocates together. We are talking about collaboration, and this is what we're doing. Moving forward, advocates that are fighting for more from the OCD community, continuing to advocate using our voices. We need all the voices we can, just like Morgan just said. The more the merrier. We are OCD Game Changers, 501c3 nonprofit. We do rely on donations to do all that we do, which is going to different countries, creating community in different areas where there's not community. Hopefully we'll get to Australia soon. So maybe we'll just talk about that really quick. Let me put my computer in because that would suck if my computer died. Hold on one second. Did we get on? Okay. Oh my God. It literally was about to die. Okay. So let me bring on the next guest. Hello, Martin and Lee. I've never met you. I'm so glad that y'all are here. My dogs are going to bark in just a minute because someone's coming in the house, so I'm going to mute. But hi. And it's like tomorrow in Australia. How's Sunday so far?
It is. It's a Sunday morning and it's very hot. It's a hot Sunday morning, at least where I am. And me and Lee are on opposite sides of the country. So we're almost as far away from each other as we are from you, Chrissy. It's a big country.
Massive country.
Well, let's get to it because I know I'm a little bit behind and we have both of you. So I just want to give you both the opportunity to speak. Please, really quickly, tell us who you are really quickly and then how community is important to you. So we'll go Martin and then we'll go Lee and then we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, well, I've been living with OCD for 10 years now. It's my 10-year anniversary this year. And but I've only been involved in advocacy for about the last 3 or 4 years. And before that, as with most of us, I was just living in total silence. And I had seen stuff that other advocates were doing, particularly you, Chrissy, and thought, man, I can't see a path for me to do that same thing. But it was seeing people like you be so open that showed me that path was possible. Because until I saw it, I didn't know that it was possible, that it even existed. And you in particular, there's really only a handful of people, and you're one of them. You showed the way, seeing how recovery is possible, seeing it lived out in people, makes you start to hope for your own recovery.
I appreciate that so much. What about you, Lee?
Well, hello. I'm madly trying to message my husband saying, don't come back in the house yet with the dogs because they'll make noise. So I'm a relatively newly diagnosed human with OCD. I was only diagnosed last year and I felt so isolated, which I've heard all throughout this has been a common theme. And where I live, we really do have very, very few sort of active things with OCD. So I actually reached out to Martin as one of the first people that I had kind of introduced myself to, because I didn't know anyone locally who had OCD, and Martin had written a book or a chapter in a book that I'd read. And I also reached out to someone else who'd been on a TV show, and I was just like, I don't know if these people are going to appreciate me reaching out to them, but I just feel so isolated at the moment. And that's kind of what started everything. And since then, that community feel and wanting to change everything, change it all.
Well, on that note, and we'll just really quickly, because we have to kind of keep moving, how important is collaboration? And I know y'all all the way over there in Australia, and there's not a lot of advocates, which, by the way, I want to get over there. Game changers. We got to make it happen. Maybe not in 2024, but 2025. Okay, so we're going to do it. How important is collaboration, especially when you're in a country like yours, where there's not a lot of people talking about it? There's not a lot of stuff. So let's go to collaboration, and then we'll go right to messages of hope.
Yeah, well, the reason why I wanted to be with Lee for this chat is because there's some very exciting things happening in our part of the world. It is so isolating over here. I mean, obviously it seems so far away. I'm sure you all feel that, and believe me, we feel it too. So there is some very exciting stuff happening for us. Me and Lee are part of a group that's trying to organize several events and conferences and trying to get a more cohesive organization for OCD advocacy and research over here, because it just really doesn't exist. But Lee in particular has just started up a non-profit you can follow, and I'm chucking to you.
Yeah, so thank you. I've just started. That's the second little Instagram link on my page. We're called OCD WA, so not Washington, but Western Australia. It makes a lot more sense when you're actually in Australia. And we
have been created by myself as well as 6 others who have OCD, who realise, we just need more access to services. We need more clinicians who are aware of OCD. We need more clinicians trained specifically in OCD. And I found myself in a really unique position because I'm a medical doctor. And so I've got plenty of people I know in the medical field that I could sort of reach out to and link in with. And I think it was, in terms of collaboration, Australia, while we don't have a central sort of peak body and we don't have like great services and we don't have national guidelines or plans, like we've kind of adopted a few things from elsewhere, we are like a perfect living example of blank slate, and we're a perfect example of why collaboration is so important. And what's been great about this process has been that when people know about OCD and the people in this country who know what OCD is and how it impacts people and how to treat it, we are all on the same page.
Yep.
And so that's been amazing in getting stuff together, because everybody that knows about it wants to get in on it. And I'm seeing the comments from the people on the chat as well. I did go to the San Francisco, you missed that, Chrissy, San Francisco conference this year. And, to be in the same place with 1,800, 1,900 other people who just get it makes such a huge difference. And so that's what we're wanting to build here as well.
Oh, oops. I muted myself to talk. Whatever we can do to help y'all, we'll be in contact after. But let's just quickly go to Message of Hope. Thank you both so much for being here. I'm actually really excited that I think we could do a lot of really great stuff together. And I want to go to Australia, but it has to be when it's not like blazing hot. So we'll figure all that out. So really quickly, let's do quick Message of Hope. And thank you so much for being here.
I think this is a very unique perspective that we have because we do feel so alone, and that's like a good metaphor for how OCD makes you feel. It's so easy to feel disconnected from things, but we are so goddamn lucky. We're so lucky to be living in 2023 where we can do shit like this.
Yes.
Where even 10 years ago, this was not happening.
No.
This was not possible.
Exactly.
So use it's so easy with the kind of deluge of social media stuff that just comes and comes and comes, and you just scroll and scroll and scroll. Just take it for granted, but it is so amazing, and we can we can utilize that and use it to be more connected, because for crying out loud, it's here. So let's not take it for granted. And I'm so grateful that I got born when I was born, because I don't know where, if 50 years ago we'd all be in an asylum.
Yep. No, that's very true. I think my message of hope was going to be mostly about self-compassion, because I found that, as well as being around so many people with OCD who understood it. I think the self-compassion, I want to say I know Americans say peace is so important. And you can feel great in terms of your self-compassion as you're improving this. And also, there was a mention about a cabin. When I was in San Francisco, I was saying sleepovers. So everyone come to Australia. We're going to have sleepovers. And we can all make some massive changes.
I'm totally in. Well, thank you both. I hope you have a lovely Sunday. I hope it's good for all of us as well. But I really appreciate you being here, Lee. I really appreciate meeting you. I hope that we can get to know each other more. And Martin,
Absolutely.
of course, thank you for all your advocacy. I really appreciate it and can't wait to meet you in person.
Thank you, Chrissy. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Thank you. We're doing our walk today, so we'll have some pictures up.
Awesome. Sounds good. All right. Bye, y'all. All right, moving right along. We're in the home stretch, but thank you all for being here. I love reading the comments. I'm trying to read them as I'm like trying to do all of this too. But just wanted to remind you, OCD Game Changers, 501c3 nonprofit. We operate off of donations. We are going to all kinds of countries. Australia is one of them that we want to do. And the only way we can do that is by donation. So please donate over at OCDGameChangers.com or OCDGameChangers.org. Every single dollar that gets donated goes to community events. No one gets paid at OCD Game Changers. All of our stuff goes directly back to the community. So just know that if you are donating, it is going to the members of the community all over the world. Let me go ahead and bring on our next guest. Maya, hi, how are you? I'm sorry, I didn't give you like an intro, so I just kind of like busted on. I'm like trying to like hurry things up.
Yeah, that's totally fine. It's so great to be here. Thank you for having me, Chrissy.
Of course. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm glad my AirPods literally just died like the second before this, but they actually just came back to life like this like second you brought me on. So I'm glad that worked out very well.
Good, because I think you were like for a minute like, oh, so that must be what was happening.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's so good to have you on. You've been doing stuff with Game Changers before. I really appreciate that. And, go ahead and tell us, who are you and how has community been important to you, not only as an individual, but also in your advocacy?
Yeah, of course. So my name's Maya. I'm an OCD advocate. I have OCD. I've had it since I was about 14. So about maybe like 7-8 years now. I run the Advocacy Instagram, Becoming Maya. You can see it down there. And I also do some OCD research as part of my career path, which is pretty cool to have both that lived experience and research experience together. And community, I think the community is important because I was thinking about this earlier today when I was early on in my OCD journey. I remember looking towards people who were further along and seeing like, wow, they can do it. And so I can do it too. Because before I met someone with OCD that I actually knew had OCD, and this was in residential treatment when I was 16. So before that, I hadn't met anyone with OCD that I had known of. And when I met someone, it was a bunch of people at once, actually, everyone else on the unit. And I saw some people further ahead in their recovery, doing the work. They were telling me that it was working, and I could see that it was working too for them. And so that kind of, I don't know, gave me more hope that I can do it too. And then as I've moved further into recovery, I've been able to be that person for other people who might be earlier on in their journeys. And still, I feel like I'm in like this middle place where I'm able to help people who are earlier on in their recovery than me. And I'm still looking towards people who are further ahead, seeing people be able to do things that I never thought were possible. I remember being in high school and seeing some advocates in the community graduate high school, graduate college, go on to graduate school, all of these things that I never thought were possible. And I just think the community helps us, and we're able to help others in the community just see that these things are possible with OCD.
Right. And again, finding that niche, right? When you're an advocate, looking at where are some of the gaps, what was going on in my journey that I would have benefited from is exactly what you're doing. Look at people early in their recovery. With that said, collaboration, we are a community that's doing a lot. Sometimes there's like people doing this and people doing that or saying the same things or whatever, but how important is it for us to collaborate as a community in order to reach more people?
Yeah, I think you were saying this with Morgan earlier. Like we all have the same goal, which is to help people with OCD. So, I mean, honestly, why not work together? Because we're stronger together. We all have different strengths and different talents, and we can use them together to kind of just, I don't know, like all of our strengths together. It's just stronger than one person or two people or two different groups kind of thing. Also, I feel like collaborating kind of helps people think of things that they might have not thought of before, because even though we all have OCD, everyone's journey is different. Everyone has different identities and things like that impact their journey. So yeah, I just think collaboration is important because we just kind of get to play to all of our strengths and help each other realize things that we might have not realized before.
Absolutely. Well, let's leave this audience with a message of hope. And thank you for everything that you do. And thank you for the support of Game Changers. And I just really appreciate you. And everybody go check out her page and follow her. What can you tell the community for people that really may need a message right now?
Yeah, well, we really appreciate everything you do too. I can't believe this live stream's been on for 3 hours. I can imagine you've been on for 3 hours. So
Lori's going to come on soon, and so she'll take over
okay.
and go to the bathroom.
Okay, that's good. Got to take a break. So my message of hope would be kind of along the lines of what I was talking about before, where I would see people kind of ahead of me in their OCD journeys being able to do things that I never thought were possible, and it kind of inspired me. There's a quote that I've posted a lot on my Instagram that it seems impossible until it's done. And I feel like that's a pretty big, important quote for OCD recovery, because literally everything in your hierarchy seems impossible until you conquer it. Exactly. And once you've done it, you've done the impossible. And that's pretty powerful when you think about it. And it kind of just reminds me, like, even though I still have things that seem impossible in my life, and even though that is true, they seem impossible, I've done the impossible before. So we are a lot stronger than OCD wants us to think, and a lot more capable.
I also think that's an important message too when people are thinking about contemplating advocacy.
Yeah.
It's very much like the hierarchy. I don't know if I can do that. What is that going to look like? But then once you step out and do it, you realize it's not as hard as you think it would be. And you can be really great at it, even just starting as small as all of us have started.
Yeah, we all started from nothing pretty much.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really
thank
appreciate you. And thank you for all of the words of wisdom. And I hope that you have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye. All right, we're moving right along. I hope you're having a good time. I'm having a blast. Like I said before, we have been on for several hours. I think Lori's going to come on here in a little bit. I'm looking at my big list. If you don't know, this is the list of all the people. This is a schedule. So if you and my dogs were like hollering over there. So if you see me like yelling, that's who I'm yelling at. And then if I'm looking right, that's what I'm making sure that we're staying on track. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for the comments and everything. It's so good to see all of you. And it sounds like all of you are resonating with everything that we're saying. Community is so important. Collaboration is so important. And we all need to remember we're not alone and that there is hope. And with that said, where are we at? Here we are. Okay, I'm going to bring on Krista Reed. I see something going on here. I don't know what's about to happen. I don't know what's going on here, but we're about to find out. Krista, what are you going to do? Oh, good God.
Okay, first of all, I get so this
like trigger warning.
No trigger warning. This is Jerry. Jerry is my living room skeleton that I like to dress up, and right now Jerry is dressed for Sunday brunch. and anytime I do lives, I get so many requests of like, is Jerry coming? I was like, oh my God, I should do Jerry for Chrissy's event. And
well, Jerry, welcome Jerry as well. Is Jerry coming to the Kansas event? I mean, we need to talk about this, Krista.
Oh my God, I can dress him up. Yes.
And so also, now we need 5 seats for the Kansas event for the 4 of you and Jerry.
And I also brought something super random because you have random bananas behind you, and I have this banana dish that my kids made. Why do you have bananas? I know we have more important things to talk about, but you have bananas behind you, and what?
So I get emails all the time from my YouTube channel with the bananas. So that banana photo, the first one up here, has been with me the entire time. And I had one person write to me and be like, that banana photo, and I just had it randomly. There was like, because he had sexual orientation OCD. So when he would see the banana, his mouth would start watering, worried he wanted to give it a blowjob.
Fabulous. Love that.
So I was like, the banana is an exposure. And so I get emails all the time about the banana. And so I just thought, now I'm going to get like a neon banana And yeah,
Perfect.
so that's what's going on. Okay, let's get into it. First of all,
Sorry.
Lisa is a speaker at our Kansas event. Again, OCD Game Changers goes all over Kansas. Contact me. And y'all wanted to do an event, and now we're going there. We're doing this community event. We have 4 lived experience speakers. I'm so excited about it. It's November 4th. Tickets are on sale, OCDGameChangers.com, and the events tab. It's in like 3 weeks. I can't wait. So we're here to represent. But first, Krista, how important has community been for you, not only in your journey, but also like you're a therapist, you know, you're doing all this other stuff. So how important has community been for you?
So I'm actually going to combine the community and collaboration thing. Let's consolidate because we spent enough time talking about Jerry and bananas. We got to speed this business up.
I know all the advocates down beneath are like, Krista, ditch Jerry and talk.
No. Okay, so I'm just going to say, as a therapist with OCD, it was very difficult to find community in the sense of finding people that you just got. Because you're on one hand, you're dealing with the fact that you have this mental illness. Like, let's be real. Every therapist under the sun said that they would actually treat when they don't.
Right.
And so that became very ostracizing for me. And so trying to find community was very difficult. And also I was struggling with the fact that I never felt good enough to be able to be part of the OCD community because we know how impostery this all feels. And so then when I started to kind of show up, do more advocate events with OCD, became an IOCDF advocate, go to the conferences, I was like, these are my people. And I'm a big old freaking weirdo. And come to find out, y'all are freaking weirdos too. And this is great. I'm such a big fan of that. And I thinking about just like the different collaborations I have. Like I have like right there, Krista Chronicles. That's a webtoon that Sean Shinnick and I do. I would have never met him if it weren't for the fact we have OCD. I was just on a podcast the other day with Hannah Zadansek. She has a podcast for emetophobia called Vomcast. Something else, I would have never met her if it weren't for the fact we have OCD. So it's kind of a strange thing that in reality, I know so many other advocates have talked about, we don't have anything in common, but the fact that we have OCD, and yet we all just mesh. And I can't think of anything more beautiful than that. So community is everything.
A community and collaboration, which is what we are going to do in OCD Kansas event. I can't wait. 3 weeks. Y'all go get your tickets. Come out and see us. We're in the States. We've been international now for how long? And now we're in the States. Y'all come out. Come see us. We're in Wichita. It's going to be so much fun. Krista, give us a message of hope. Give it to us.
Okay, so I was thinking about what am I going to say? And I wanted to give a very extra quote because I am a very extra person. So I wanted to give a quote. I know, surprise, shocker. I decided to pick a quote from actually one of my very favorite fashion designers, the late Alexander McQueen. And I wrote it down because it's a little bit of a longer quote because I knew I wasn't going to remember it because I just found it like 30 minutes ago. So I think there is beauty in everything. What normal people would perceive as ugly, I can usually see something of beauty in it. And what I see about that is the world sees OCD as being something that's scary, something that's bad in so many things. And yet, again, like I mentioned before, if I didn't have OCD, I wouldn't have this community. I wouldn't have these people in my life. And so it's kind of a catch-22. And so what most people might see as being, oh, I'm sorry, this is ugly, this is bad. I'm like, I'm in recovery and I have a family like all over the world behind me. And I can't say that about anything else. So I think it's beautiful.
I love that. And I want to say, there's always this idea of if you could take a pill, would you take it to make OCD go away? Hell yeah, I'd take that pill, by the way. But I would want to be left with the community of people that I've met because it really is invaluable. And that is what has made my life what it is today. Hence why I'm here hosting all these amazing people and getting to connect with people like you and in person in like 3 weeks.
I know. Oh my God, 3 weeks. So scary. And maybe Jerry will be there. Yay.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Well, Krista, thank you for being here. Looking forward to seeing you. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. We are moving along. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This has been such a fun time. It's going by so quick. I can't even believe it. We have, okay, here we go. Just as a reminder, OCD Game Changers, we are a nonprofit 501c3. We accept donations. Please consider donating so we can do some of these amazing events, not only just here live, but in different countries, in different states, just like I was talking to Krista about in Kansas. And then Alexandra earlier, we're going to be in Spain with Aaron Harvey. It's going to be so awesome. Alejandro Ibarra, he's the one hosting it. All of the donations, every single dollar goes to doing these community events. And y'all know, just as Martin and Lee said in Australia, we just need more community in these countries that feel like they don't have community. So please consider donating. OCDGameChangers.com, OCDGameChangers.org. So we are moving on. I know, I'm sorry, all the advocates that are in the waiting room, y'all are like, hurry up. I know we're behind, but here we go. All right, we're going to bring on Erica McCoy. Hello, Erica. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
You're like, are you going to get my name right? Sorry about that. Like, I don't know if you heard earlier when I was talking to Alexandra and I was all like, hey, Rod, how you doing? No, it's so good to have you here and it's so good to meet you.
Yes, absolutely, Christy. It's awesome. I am just so like overwhelmed to be here right now.
Well, I'm so glad, and I think that this is a testament to what we're doing. We're both doing advocacy. We've never met. We've never done anything together, but here we are now collaborating, and we're going to connect, and I know that good things are going to happen, and so this is what this is all about. So tell everybody who's watching, who are you, and how community has been integral in your journey with OCD and your advocacy.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, my name is Erica McCoy, and I am, I guess, newer to the more public advocacy, but I have been working more behind this, like person to person in my local community, advocating since 2015. So I've been around, but not around, I guess.
Local advocacy is so important as well. I'm so glad that you brought that up. I think we see this grand stage of advocacy, but then again, like I've worked on the local level, like the state level and stuff like that. It is so important that people know you're in the state or you're in the city or the county and you're also doing that kind of advocacy.
Yes, and I am in Kansas City, Missouri. Does get confused with Kansas, but I am on the Missouri side, but it's like close enough, right? And sorry, my daughter's right here with me, so that's exciting. Yes. I forgot your second question, but
how has community been important for you?
Yes, okay, yeah. Community. So yeah, basically to put this into perspective, I did all the ERP, all the therapies and all that great stuff, but when I finally really reached out to the OCD community, that was like my definite missing piece in my recovery. So I was kind of like in this void of really feeling like I had, done what I was supposed to do, and my OCD was definitely much better, but I was just really, the community was my missing piece that really set me over the edge in recovery.
Sorry, I was muted. Well, tell me a little bit about, and as far as like you just kind of jumping into the advocacy space, because it sounds like you're just kind of relatively new, talking from like a bigger perspective. What does collaboration mean to you? So meeting other advocates, going to events and meeting other people and seeing what we can do together. What does that mean to you?
Oh my gosh. So it means everything. I can't tell you. So my biggest thing is creative expression. Okay. So, a lot of people, sometimes you just can't find the words, right? You can't find the words, but for me, I could always, my OCD did steal my creativity for a long time, but when I finally was able to kind of break through a little bit, especially with trauma being involved, writing or drawing, sometimes just even scribbling just helped me like break through a little bit, just enough to clear my mind. So my biggest thing to do is really collaborate throughout the whole globe to get people together to start creating. I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, I can't draw. It's like, it's not about what that product looks like when you're done. It's about engaging in the process, engaging both sides of our brain, you know, and OCD affects the part of your brain that has to do with creativity. So us OCD babies are so creative when you allow yourself to tap into that. And it's a beautiful thing.
Well, and here's the thing. I there's so much that I appreciate that you've said over here. It's, you know, when we just did our OCD Game Changers event in the UK, we had one spoken word poet and we had a rapper, and that bringing that creative side to the event was so magical, and it was inspiring for people. And also Maya said earlier from Quirk, she was like, OCD stole my creative side. And you just said the same thing, which I think makes it so important for us to think about, like, what are the things that we have lost when we deal with OCD and when we're in that, and then how can we bring it back to inspire people in advocacy? And Erica, that is what you were doing. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I started this whole thing painting rocks, actually. Rock Your Values is what it's called, and that's how I paint them teal, and we do little workshops, and it has like the IOCDF information on the back, and I call it releasing it into the wild.
Oh, that's
so other people can find them. They're very, I mean, it's a fun little thing, but you know, really, you know, a lot of people, I've converted some people over to the creative side, and it's just like, you know, they get really nervous, but I'm like, just create, let's just try it out. And then they end up loving it. And that makes me so happy, because, you know, a lot of people want to be amazing artists, and it's like, it's not even about that. It's just not even about that.
Well, let's create and let's collab.
Yes. Do you want to come paint rocks with me, Christy? I would love that.
Yes. Hell yes. I want to paint rocks.
Let's get it.
Well, listen, Erica, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. I would love for us to collaborate in this next year. We'll figure something out, but leave us with a message of hope.
Awesome. Well, I have to be really random here. This isn't really a message of hope, but speaking of bananas, I do have a sexy banana.
Oh my God. What is that made out of?
It's vintage. There's a whole series.
I need a vintage banana is what I need.
Of like shelf fruit. And look at his face. He just kind of looks at you like he's, you know what I mean?
He's a trigger for sure. That's the groinal in the making.
Trigger warning.
That's a groinal.
But in all seriousness, sometimes I think we take ourselves too seriously, and we just need to have a good laugh. Like that moment. And I hope that we all, you know, just make something today. And that's my message of hope. Well, and I love all of you so much.
We are making something today together. We're collaborating right here, you and I, and all of these amazing people, and we are helping others feel less alone. So
yes, Erica, we just had a moment there. I hope you felt that.
I felt it. I feel it. Thank you so much for all that you do. And I am so glad to connect with you. And I look forward to doing more stuff with you in the future.
Yes.
All right. Bye. All right. I mean, OCD steals so much from us. I love that she just brought that up. And then she took that in her advocacy and said, I'm going to take what OCD took from me and I'm going to make that into my advocacy. And that's what we're here for today, to show you what we have done in our own experiences and turn that into advocacy, which turns it into awareness, which turns it into community. And all of us are here right now as a community showing that it matters. Your story matters. So we're going to keep going. I am going to bring on Allie. And Allie, hello.
Hello.
Allie, you're in Denver.
Yeah, I am very recently moved to Denver, where I grew up in Boulder.
I'm here with you. I'm here. We're here together. I mean, I'm not in Denver, but like I'm in Colorado. We're in the same state. Yes.
It's wild. Yeah, I haven't been here in about 6 years. I left for grad school 6 years ago, and this is the first time I've been back since. So
Lori's giving you a shout out over here, Lori Johnson. Woohoo! But it's so good to meet. It's so good to see you and meet you and have you join us. Tell us a little bit about what you do, and also we're talking about community tonight. So, how has community been important to you?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm a clinician. Most of my clinical background has been either working with youth or in crisis or OCD and anxiety. And I guess more so than ever before, now being back where I grew up with undiagnosed OCD, I just remember very vividly how much effort and like how much I put into trying to just explain what was going on, just trying to explain my experience, and folks just not knowing what to do, not understanding. And when I finally found evidence-based care and folks that knew what was happening, it felt like I could finally like take a breath. Like I didn't have to try to figure it out, let alone explain it to other people. I think similarly to what Erica said just before this, that OCD took away creativity for her. And definitely what OCD would love to take away from me would be community, because people are everything to me. Relationships are everything to me. So I think it's one of those, it's a value that I fight for by pushing back against OCD. And also it's just, there's something invaluable about being surrounded by folks that you don't have to try to explain, but they just understand your very unique experience. So.
Well, I'm going to go off script for a minute and ask you this. There's a lot of people who live with OCD that then become therapists. How important is it, and how like amazing is it to be able to give back by someone who is a therapist now that understands the experience of OCD?
Yeah, I mean, it means everything to me to be able to see someone and like knowing just how severe my OCD was, that it was at the point which I needed residential care, and being able to see someone at that point and be with them in that space, knowing that like there's hope to come, and be able to like convey that to them is such, I mean, it's such an honor and a privilege. Yeah. And so and also I think when I was in the thick of it, people were giving all this reassurance, right? That was just not helping. So being able just to sit there and be like, we're going to get through this together. I think people also just find so much relief in that when they're seeking treatment. So.
Yep. Well, thank you for giving back and being a therapist. So collaboration is also something we're really talking about tonight, because it's important for us to all come together, because the more that we're collaborating and joining forces, the more awareness we can have, and we can spread the message far and wide. So what does that mean to you in your advocacy and also in being a therapist?
Yeah, I mean, for collaboration, when I first disclosed my OCD, and then when I was navigating like taboo themes, the response I got from others was really horrible and really negatively impacted me. And so I think that people want to be there, they want to support you, and they don't have the tools, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think collaboration is such an incredible opportunity for us to help the people around us in our community be like, hey, let me tell you what's the best thing to do in this moment, because people are desperate to help, right? They just don't know how. And so I think as many realms as we can get involved, the better. I know one of the ones that I'm very passionate about is like faith communities, and bringing education and awareness to there. Just so people can know better so they can do better.
And so with that, let's move along a little bit to the message of hope. So with people watching tonight, some people may be feeling really alone, and they may see you as someone who is in the depths of OCD, and now you're a therapist treating OCD. So what could you tell someone if they're in that spot that can just give them hope and motivation to keep moving forward?
Yeah, I think when I was at the beginning of treatment, I really wanted to know exactly how long it was going to take, what it was going to look like, and like really just try to understand. And towards the end of residential, I found this quote. I think I was like on Pinterest. I don't know. And I never fact checked that this is actually who it's from, but it says it's from Hagrid. Okay. And it says, what's coming will come, and we'll face it when it does. And it's so simple. And yet I feel like that's what I always come down to with my OCD when I'm, continuing in my recovery, is like, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know for certain. And at the same time, I'll face it, and I know I can handle it because I've handled really hard things before. And I think taking off that pressure that you don't need to know what's going to happen or how you're going to, but like believing in yourself that you can handle whatever comes your way. So
that's also, that quote is just so much also just you're staying in the present, which is something that I think with OCD we struggle with. So I love it. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
So Ali, we are going to be doing a huge event in Denver. We're going to bring that back. We haven't done one since before COVID, but we're going to be doing the OCD Game Changers big event this year. So I will definitely reach out to you and have you be part of it if possible. Since now that you're back in Colorado. Yay.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm really excited to get connected out here. So.
Well, good. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope that you have a good night and enjoy this cool weather that we're having.
I will. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Ali. All right. Here we are. We're still going. Where are we at? We're at, oh, look at this. We're getting in the home stretch. Can't wait to bring on our next guest. But before that, remember OCD Game Changers, we are a 501c3 nonprofit. What we do, our mission is to bring people together in community. How do we do this? We go to different countries. We go to different states. We go places and we help people come together in an area and a platform where we have lived experience speakers. Sometimes we have therapists, sometimes we have families. So people know that they're not alone. Sometimes, and we've mentioned this several times, even Ali just mentioned it earlier, or no, Erica mentioned it earlier. She said, I'm doing advocacy on a local level. We forget sometimes that we can do advocacy on a local level, which is bringing people in your own community that may not know that they even have OCD, or they don't know how to be connected on a grander scale, like on the internet and all of the OCD stuff. And so that's what we do. We go in and we help bring together people so they can create community. And from there, it can go wherever. Now you're going to have meetups. Now you can have other events. Now you can do whatever, but the Game Changers, we come together and we help build that for you. And this is what Kansas is doing. They contacted Game Changers and said, come on out to Wichita. And that is what we're doing. And this next guest is someone that's going to be a speaker there. I'm so excited to have her on here. We have Amanda Petrie Gardner. Hello.
Hi. Nice to see you. And I'm so excited to see you live in a few weeks.
I know. 3 weeks, I'm going to be there with you. We're going to be talking all things OCD in Wichita. And I know I'm one of those random people that love Wichita, Kansas.
I know.
I don't know why.
We're excited to have you. I have a whole weekend away from the kids, so I'm coming to hang out with you.
I know it's going to be so much fun. Amanda, so good to have you on here. Thank you for all that you do for the OCD community with all of your posts and stuff. It's so amazing. You really are helping so many people and reaching so many people with the content that you provide.
Oh, I appreciate it. Right back at you. I'm honored to be here.
Well, tell me a little bit. I mean, in your own journey with OCD and your advocacy, tell us a little bit about what community means to you.
Yeah, so I'm a clinician with lived experience that I've always kind of hidden behind the social media more as a clinician providing, information about OCD. And it was mostly because, clients are constantly not only wanting information, education, resources, but OCD is one of those diagnoses that there's just so much shame and stigma involved that they're constantly looking for information just to not feel so alone. And we hear that all the time. I know it's almost so cliche that they don't want to feel alone. And so I'm sure other clinicians out there can relate, or any provider, that we're always saying, like, find the OCD community. Because there's something out there, somebody with your theme, with your content that has gone through what you're going through, and just like finding that can make you feel like, again, to use the words, not so alone. And I feel like that's why so many of us have built up our platforms, is just to help those individuals, help us recognize, like, there are other people that have gone through the exact same thing that you have gone through.
And I think that's such an important message. Sorry, I was getting a piece of cheese because I just need to eat a little something. So I hope you're okay with me. Just
yes, please eat.
It's been like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
I love that it's cheese.
Annabelle. Anyway, I think it's so important because, I'm a big proponent of this, but like it is important to meet people that have the same themes as you. It is important to meet people that have the same experience as you, because this illness makes you feel nuts. It makes you feel like you're the only one and nobody could feel this way. So when you meet other people that are like, you know, take down the list, you're sitting here going, oh my God, I'm not this horrible human that OCD is making me feel like.
Right. And twice this week, I said, look up Chrissy Hodges' groinal response, look up Chrissy Hodges' Pure O. And this is every week, whether it's look up Katie O'Dunn, religious obsessions, like every session, it's look up this and this person, because when you find that out there, there's this, yes, it might be a little reassurance at first, but hopefully it doesn't become repetitive. But it is this relief of, oh my goodness, somebody else has experienced this. This is a thing. And to me, that is what the OCD community is about, is just seeing that there are others that have gone through it and it is going to be okay.
It's the decrease in shame, right? It's the decrease in shame. Yeah,
absolutely.
So sorry, look, I'm
eat that cheese.
Eat it. Okay. So the next topic of collaboration. I mean, here we are. We're about to collaborate in just a couple weeks. And I think what's so cool is, I mean, we see these little pockets of people. We see these people on the internet. We see all these people everywhere doing stuff. And we can feel really isolated, right? When we're doing OCD advocacy, we can feel like I'm the only one doing it or whatever. But here we are. We're all going to come together in a few weeks, and we're just going to join forces in order to broaden the community in Kansas. So tell me how collaboration is so important.
Yeah, to me, whether it's a big global event like this you're holding or a local one that we're doing in Wichita, I think it just makes the message just even more effective, that you see people coming together, trying to share one message. Instead of, yes, you can do advocacy solo, but not only is that just so isolating, but when you can find your people and come together and say, like, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to share our stories so it's not so shaming? Or are we trying to share, you know, resources and information on OCD, or share what OCD isn't? Like, if you can come together and all decide, like, here's what we're trying to do as a group instead of being divided, like, it can just get the message across so much better. And I see you kind of advocating for that too.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's what you're doing now.
That's what we're doing tonight. Chris Tronson just wrote, absolutely. I love how many people came together for this. And that is exactly what we're doing tonight, is showing that we are all over the globe. I mean, we just had Australia on. We've had so many countries represented. And, you know, now we're going to all be together here in a couple weeks. And it's just so important. We all can work together. We're working for the same mission. So why not do it together? So with that, Amanda, leave us with a message of hope. What can you tell us all to help us feel less alone?
Every time I try to give a message of hope, I'm like, that's so corny and cliche. And everybody else has such good ones. And first of all, I have a banana too. It's one of those calm
Everybody is bringing the fucking banana.
I always have those little textured calm strips to play with. But I was thinking, you know, we all get messages in, you know, DMs, emails, people asking like resources, how to find a therapist, how to find things. And for us providers, like, it's so easy. We just think like, well, here's how you find a provider. Here's how you find a center. Here's how you find a book. And we realize, like, that's just go-to knowledge. We know how to find that, but the community doesn't always know. Like, they don't know, go to the IOCDF to find a provider, or go to adaa.org to find a provider. And so it's like, I want to be able to communicate to the community that it's like, we can find you. We can find you treatment. We can find you a therapist, but don't be afraid to reach out to somebody in the field to help you navigate that. Because I recognize that the average person, like, if you're not in the field, you don't know where to start.
Right.
And when I tell people, like, here's who to contact first, and they're like, oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. That was a website. And I'm like, gosh, that must be so hard not being in the field and knowing where to even go first. So I just want to tell people, like, we can help you connect with somebody, but just reach out to someone and we'll help you navigate it.
Yep. Well, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for all you do. So much looking forward to getting to hang with you. I don't think we've ever had time to just hang and chill together. So I'm so
Really fun.
excited about it. I'll see you in a few weeks. For those of you that may be interested in the Kansas event, go to OCDGameChangers.com. After you make a donation, whoop, whoop, then go and buy your ticket for the OCD Kansas event, which is on November 4th. And it's a 4-hour event. Amanda will be speaking. You saw Michael Schramm. You saw Krista Reed. And Shauna Meyer will be speaking. And I will be there hosting. It is going to be such a phenomenal time. Wichita, Kansas, November 4th. Thank you, Amanda, for all that you do. Look forward to seeing you and appreciate you being here.
I'll see you soon.
Okay. Bye. All right, here we go. We're still going here. Got a couple people. Let me look. Where are we at? Okay. Brian's next. You're next, Brian. I just wanted to say, some people ask like, why, some people ask, what did some people ask? I lost my train of thought. I mean, I have been going for quite some time here. OCD Game Changers, how can I get involved? How can you come to my community? That's what people ask. Okay. Well, here's the thing. We have really been building this momentum of going to different countries, going to different places, doing these really, we found a formula that works. We do smaller, intimate events, 50 people or less. We do 4 lived experience speakers. We can bring in therapists as well. And we can also bring in family members as well to speak. What this does is it's a smaller event, and it's more, it creates this environment of people being willing and able to share more intimate details of their story. Why is that important? Because y'all know OCD is so personal, and there's a lot about OCD that you don't want to share at a humongous conference and in front of like hundreds and hundreds of people. So we get in an environment where it's a little bit smaller. People that are attending, feel better when it's smaller, and then people that are sharing can feel better when it's smaller as well. And this is why it works. We end up having these events where people really walk away and they're like, oh my gosh, I feel so much less, stigmatized. I don't feel like this monster. Often we talk about intrusive thoughts. We talk about some of those deep topics that you don't always get to explore when it's a little bit of a bigger venue. So this is the formula we have found that works. We're going all over the world doing this, and it is so exciting. So if you are interested in that, please contact us at ocdgamechangers@gmail.com, or you can email me at ocd.chrissy@gmail.com. ocd.chrissy@gmail.com. I'm losing my mind right now. And I can provide more information. Kansas contacted me and said, can you come here? We made it happen. And that's what we're going to do in 2024. So if you want to do an event in your community and you want to help organize it, please reach out. And that's what we're doing. Also, we can do it if you donate. Donate to OCD Game Changers, ocdgamechangers.com or .org. All of the donations go directly to these community events. That every single dollar goes to these community events. And we want to be able to expand to all different countries. We have been to Germany, UK, we're going to Spain. We have a couple other places on the docket for next year. And now we're going to Kansas, and we're going to do in the States as well. So go and donate. Every single dollar counts, and we really appreciate your support. So let's go ahead and bring on Brian Pyatt.
What's up?
So good to see you, my friend.
It is so good to see you.
You're in Colorado. Hello.
I am. I'm here. I'm like probably not that far from you.
Where are you at?
Well, I'm in Denver.
You're not that far from me. Oh my God.
I know.
I wish you were here with me right now.
I know.
Right beside me.
I should have planned this much better. I should be sitting in that room with you.
Oh, it's so good to see you. I appreciate you so much. I mean, I just like seeing you is such a calming force for me.
I love that. I love that. And right back at you. First of all, I feel bad I don't have a banana. I saw a lot of people have bananas.
I know. I was like,
really dropped the ball on that.
Everybody bring a fucking banana every single time from now on.
And I also hope that you've eaten more than just cheese over the course of 3 hours and 50 minutes. I want to just point that out too.
I have been eating some chicken.
Okay.
And there is some food here, which I will be eating.
Okay, good. Worried about your stamina over there. This is a lot of talking for you, which is amazing.
You know me though. I can power an adrenaline through. So if it's okay with you, I would like to share something about you.
I would love that.
So Brian came out to one of the OCD Game Changers events in 2019. I think it was.
Yeah. Well, it was right. Yeah. Right before. No, yes, that's right. The one that I actually attended. Yes.
Yep. And then what was so amazing is exactly what OCD Game Changers wants to do. You came out and attended an event and then became an advocate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty quickly after that. And to me, that is accomplishing every possible goal that OCD Game Changers wants, is to be able to attend an event, then have the passion and the courage and if they can do it, I can do it too. And that is exactly what you did, my friend.
Oh, well, that means a lot. And I was watching earlier when Allison Dotson was on, and it was like one of those moments where like the two of you both truly, I mean, you guys both were so instrumental in me understanding OCD and how much it was impacting my life and helping me get help and just kind of opening up this whole world of advocacy and really like this actually like next step in my career. So I feel like I am definitely living proof of like the power of community and just knowing that you're not alone. It's a huge deal. It's a really huge deal.
That's awesome. And so on that note, and I know you just said a lot about community, but is there anything else you want to add on community and how it's impacted you?
Yeah, I think, I think honestly for me, community has been something that I continue as like every year. I'm reminded over and over and over again how incredibly important it is. I'm somebody, I don't know if other people can relate to this, who tries really hard in life to go it alone and tries really hard to just like, I don't want to let other people see me struggling and I can do it on my own, and kind of like that hyper independence almost. And I've realized so much that the more that I can lean into community and really like honestly like let other people see the pain sometimes of being a human being and living with OCD or whatever it might be, as wildly as uncomfortable as that is sometimes for me, it's also been the most powerful portal for healing like ever. And so it's an interesting dynamic for me. It's like, it's hard for me to step into sometimes, but when I do, it's usually exactly what I need.
Yeah. Well, and interestingly enough, my next question is about collaboration. And I just looked at the comments and saw Kelly.
Hi friends.
Yay. I'm so glad that you're here and talk about collaboration. The two of you have done so much stuff on grief and you've just provided so much information for so many of us. By the way, us meaning Chrissy, I just so much appreciate both of your content all the time. It's just so meaningful and thoughtful. And I think that's altruistic advocacy is thoughtful. Right?
Yeah.
And I think you embody that, and so does Kelly. So collaboration, what has that been like for you, and how important is it for you in your advocacy?
Yeah, it's been huge. Kelly and I, it's a whole story about how like literally we kind of came into each other's lives at a time where we both were kind of stepping into new work, and we've been able to like link hands together and do a lot of really incredible stuff together, including creating a really powerful Facebook community that literally we started doing Facebook Lives like twice a week during COVID just to help people feel a little bit less alone. And we still do it now the first Monday of every month over on Kelly's page, Conversations with Kelly. I would encourage everybody to check that out.
Yes.
And it's honestly like we talk about a different topic every month, and it's not OCD focused, but it's a community that we just really encourage people like show up exactly as you are. We're going to hold space for however you're showing up, and hopefully just help people feel a little bit less alone. And it's been a beautiful, beautiful partnership for sure.
And you do help people feel less alone. So thank you for that. All right, Brian, we're here to the message of hope. Anyway, so glad that you're here in Colorado. I hope you enjoy it while you're here. It's amazing right now. Cool weather. It's warm during the day, cool at night. So enjoy that. Love seeing you as always. But let's end this out with a message of hope.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind for me, honestly, is that you are so much more than what your brain is trying to convince you of when living with OCD.
Yeah.
I think so much of, at least for me, and I know this might not resonate for a lot of people, but really learning how to connect to my body more in this work, and like connect to like my heart space, and like anchoring more into that part of myself. It's a hard thing to access when you live with a really, really overactive mind with OCD and anxiety. But I think it's really, it's so important to just remind people, like our brains and our minds are really, really good at creating a lot of really, really scary stories about who we are. And I see this work, like the cognitive work of working with therapists, understanding how our brain works. I think that is it's so huge in just helping us like understand our brain so that we can understand the truth of who we are, which is, there's so much beauty inside each and every one of us that are on this call here tonight. And it just breaks my heart that OCD tries to convince us otherwise. And so be gentle with you out there, my friends, and just keep taking it one day at a time.
Someone said in the comments, your voice is so calming. And I'm telling you the same thing. I love it when your Instagram videos come over, and it's always when I need it. I just turn your voice on and I'm like, oh my God, Ryan's voice is so calming. Love
I'll start calling you. I'll start calling you every night, Chrissy. I'll just talk to you.
You should apply to be on the Calm app is what you should do.
Maybe we're onto something here.
Love you, my friend.
Love you.
Thank you for all you do. Appreciate you so much, and enjoy your vacation while you were here.
I will, for sure.
All
Thank
right.
you so much for all you do. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. I'm going to read you off something that one of my board members made. She'll be on here a little bit later. I know you know her. Her name is Elise Petrancio of the Octopus. Donation wise, I'm going to show you what your dollars are going to go to. $50 is an event attendee scholarship, so we can get people to the events on a scholarship. 100 is an advocate retreat scholarship. Why is that important? Because the advocate retreats help advocates to keep pushing forward, to expand what they're doing in their advocacy to help reach more people. 250 is a domestic event host flight, meaning we can fly someone from the board to an event to host it in the community. 500 is an international event host flight. So we can fly a host to another country to be able to do an event. $1,000 is a domestic community event. What that means is we're starting back up. This is so exciting. Before COVID, we were doing a big event in Denver and we stopped for a few years, and now we're starting back up. The board and I decided the last time we met, we want to do this main event again in Denver starting in 2024. So that way, if you can't get to the international events or there's different places in the country you can't get to, you will always know that every single spring there will be an event in Denver. And so your donation is going to help get people there and to build that event even bigger. So excited for that. Please consider donating to OCD Game Changers. Every single dollar goes to our community events. Every single dollar. Okay, with that, I'm going to bring on Tia. I'm starting to realize that if I say your name before I bring people on, people aren't like, oh my God, I'm live.
Like a shock. I know. I didn't realize you could see me behind the scenes, and I was running around frantic cleaning my whole room. So sorry. I didn't realize. Yeah. Hi.
Oh, so good to see you. How are you doing?
Too. I'm doing really well. It's been good.
Good. And you're live from Utah, correct?
I'm live from Utah. Yeah, the beautiful fall leaves over here.
Same here. Whatever y'all get in Utah, I know it's coming my way. So I'm always like looking at what's going on up there to know what's going to be going on up here.
I love that. Awesome.
How are you? And tell everybody who you are. And I know that community is important to you because you are constantly interacting with the community. So tell us, how has community impacted you in your own recovery and in your advocacy?
Yeah, so my name is Tia Wilson. I'm someone who's had OCD my whole life, was able to go through ERP, experience a huge shift toward recovery, and I immediately dove into advocacy work on Instagram. And Chrissy, you are going to laugh when you hear this, but I remember thinking when I was posting on my little Instagram with my like 200 little followers that I was the only one doing OCD advocacy, which is the funniest thing to think now, like knowing the community. But I truly, for so long, was just feeling so isolated. And I think that that's just really representative of OCD as a whole. So often people feel like we're the exception to the rule. It's like, I must be the one. I remember thinking I would be the one person that ERP just wouldn't work for. I would be the one person where OCD would this, that, or the other, right? And that was my impression of advocacy too. And it's just been so amazing to be able to recognize how deep the community runs. Now my title is community engagement through OCD. I do all of our support group program as well as our social media. So just I'm always in the community. And I just think that there's so much power in being able to recognize you aren't alone in your experience. Like OCD just loves shame. It's its favorite thing. And so when we're able to meet other people who are going through the same thing and hear their stories, it just destigmatizes the experience to the extent that we can seek help, that we can actually start to implement tools and recognize we are not alone in this experience at all.
Absolutely. It loves to help us think that, and also that we're isolated, just like you
Yeah.
were saying. You know, when you started doing your advocacy, you were like, I'm the only one doing it, you know, but then, you know, we've all felt that way. We've all
Yeah.
felt that way in the experience with OCD and the advocacy and everything. And now when we talk about collaboration, OCD is one of the greatest organizations that has collaborated, and that all comes from the amazing Stephen Smith, who will be here a little bit later tonight. But like, his ability to see community as a huge part of his own recovery, but also why it's so important to continue to collaborate together
Yes.
to reach more people. So you're in that front. That's the work you're doing. You're pulling people in. Tell us a little bit about what that collaboration means for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, first of all, I love this event. I love that you're doing this because I just think that it's so wonderful to see all these like comments of people in the chat. Like I just see them and I just think family. Like it's just like these are my people. And I
Exactly.
think that that's the coolest part about you know, the advocacy community is it's family. There's not this like competition between people, because if that was the case we wouldn't be doing it for others, we'd be doing it for ourselves, right? And I think that that's one of the things I love the most about the community is just how willing to collaborate and willing to boost other people's work and continue to, you know, further the mission of OCD awareness, because it helps all of us when we do that. So you know, being able to collaborate and being able to meet other people who might have completely different lives to me, completely different backgrounds, completely different political ideals, like just completely different people, but we have the same lived experience of OCD is such a powerful thing. And I think that it amplifies everyone's mission because we have such a diversity amongst advocates, right? So many different opinions and walks of life. And yet, because of that, I feel like when we collaborate, it just amplifies what it is we're trying to do as a whole.
It also exposes the complexity of the experience with OCD. You
Yeah.
know, there is something to be said for your basic advocacy, your basic, let's get the facts out there. But when we have so many people, that are passionate the way that we all are, and I think we've seen that tonight, like it's been unbelievable. But also, like, I now feel more empowered to share some of those things that felt scarier to share before. I know that I can talk to all of these people and y'all just gonna get it. So
Yeah. Yeah, the nuances of the experience that people bring in. You know, I love talking about like the co-occurring conditions of ADHD and OCD. That's one of my areas of specialty because that's my lived experience. And I love when people are able to find that niche that is their lived experience and be able to, you know, speak to that in a way that other people might not be able to. Being able to have Tom Smalley, who's able to talk about like exercise and fitness as well as OCD and the way they collaborate, and just like all of these people who have their unique perspectives and like the little niche areas that they really love to talk about. I think that that is such a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the work that you do and that you are bringing together a lot of people for community and collaboration and all that. And Tia, we will get you in an event in
Yes,
2024. We
we
are going to
will.
do it. We're going to make it happen. So lead us with a message of hope that you can leave with people that may be right now needing to hear something for motivation and inspiration.
Yeah. One thing I've been saying a lot in support groups this week is just that your relationship to ERP today will not be your relationship to ERP 5 years from now. And as an example of that, I just was helping my cousin to tuck in her children last week and brushing the 2-year-old's teeth. And I don't know if you've ever tried to brush your 2-year-old's teeth. It is a wrestling match. It is like so much work. It is the worst thing this kid has ever faced. Like it's so much, right? But we were all that 2-year-old, and somewhere along the way, we've gotten to a place where we can brush our teeth on default, right? It's the same activity, but our perspective has vastly shifted, right? Our relationship to it is so different. And I think ERP is really similar. The way I felt about ERP, 5 years ago was dread, like hopelessness. It was like, I'm going to have to do this forever. Like this recovery process is lifelong and it feels like so much work. And now my relationship to it is really integrated into my life and feels just like a beautiful, hopeful thing. And I think that that is something that I wish I had recognized at the time, was that the way I felt about my exposures to, back then is not the
Right.
way you're going to feel today. And 5 years from now, your relationship will be different, even though we're doing the same thing.
What a great, great reminder. I appreciate that. I think that we get very, very stuck in this idea of when we are in the OCD experience, things will never be different. They're going to feel this way forever. And you just reminded us that no, change happens. It sometimes happens slowly, but eventually we can move away from that one state of mind that we get so scared to be in with OCD. So Tia, appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time.
Thank you.
And I look forward to collaborating with you.
You as well.
Very much in the coming year.
But yes, me too. Thanks, Chrissy.
Bye now.
Bye.
All right. We are wrapping up. We're in like the last half hour. I can't believe it. I think I actually finally caught up on time. I had to push people through really quick because I should have known to give people more than 5 minutes, because I talk more than that and everybody wants to talk more than that, because this is a very important topic. For those of you that have been here through the whole thing, and I see some people like, I gotta go to bed, because all these time zones we're now getting into like Pacific Standard Time. So it's getting a little bit late for people, but thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for your support through the years and in the coming year of all the great stuff we're going to do. Speaking of great stuff, our next guest is a true like maverick in this whole community. Remember how I was talking about at the beginning of this event? Find something that is missing in the community and fill that gap. There is no other person I can think of other than Natasha Daniels that has done that in itself. Seriously. So let's bring her on. Hello, Natasha.
Hey, you got to be tired. I was like, wow, 4 hours. I'd be done.
I have Red Bull.
Oh, I remember Red Bull.
No, I'm all right. This is kind of my jam. Like I get like going, and it's like hanging out with friends. And it's almost over. If we were going for another 3 hours, like shit might get real. But anyway, I meant every word I said. Natasha, you are just this huge influence in the community, and someone that I completely admire, and I know a lot of people do. You really took one part of the community that needed advocacy, you needed awareness, you needed to bring community together. Talk about someone that embodies community. That is you. So thank you for everything that you do. And I'm so glad that we're aligned and that you are really part of the Game Changers family.
Oh, I am too. And thanks for including me. I appreciate that.
Of course. So tell us, well, first of all, tell everybody what you do, and then also tell us how important community is, not only to you, but to your actual community.
Yeah, well, I connect parents. So I feel like parents who are raising kids with OCD are they really do feel like they are alone. Kind of like what Tia said. It's like they don't realize that there's a huge community of people to support them. And being a parent, I have 3 kids with anxiety and OCD, and so I get it on a personal level. And just in therapy, seeing parents, just the number one thing was feeling isolated and not knowing what to do on a day-to-day basis. And so I created a community of parents and trying to give some support to parents globally.
Mm-hmm. And so in that community, people are able to connect to each other.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I do a lot of different things. So it's it confuses people who are actually in my community. They're like, wait, I'm so confused. Like, because it's probably really bad. It says something bad about how I'm organizing things, but I have a public Facebook group. And so parents can join that and they can just support each other. I created like more an in-depth AT parenting community. And so that is, you join as a member, and then we do like live Zoom classes, and they can buddy up, their kids can buddy up. We do support group calls. And so it's just trying to reach people on different levels. I'm on YouTube and I do YouTube videos for kids and teens, and I have a podcast for parents. So I'm just trying to, like, my tentacles are out there, just trying to, because the parents don't know where to come. And so you have to just be like an octopus and go find them.
Right. Well, and I mean, I think, again, like I said earlier, that's what embodies what community really is. And in the age that we're in right now with OCD, people are just desperate for the information, right? So, and they're desperate for the connection, but the shame gets in the way of wanting to connect. And I bet it's the same for parents. I mean, I'm not a parent, so I can't, I don't really know how to resonate with that. But I imagine as a parent too, it has to be somewhat shameful to be able to reach out and say, look, my kid's struggling. I don't know what to do. In mental illness in general is still so stigmatized, and especially when it comes to parents. So this is a platform where people can come out and be like, no, community is everything. And this is how I'm actually getting through day to day.
Yeah. And we're actually like pre-shame. We're like the runner to shame, because they don't even know what to be shameful about, because they don't even know their kids have OCD. And so I feel like it's like the very first step of everybody, mental health professionals, like friends, are telling me that my child has anxiety. And so I just thought maybe my child just isn't going to get better because therapy's not working, or I'm a bad parent. There's that shame of being, I'm doing something wrong.
Yes, exactly. That's I think what I wanted to say. And it was just escaping my mind, but I can imagine that that's how people are feeling. You've been doing advocacy a really long time, the same way I have. And so, through the years, meeting other people that are doing the work that we're doing, and you can feel like Sam Greenblatt was saying earlier, like sometimes you feel like you're one man on an island over here. So how important has collaboration been for you in growing what you're doing, but also just in general for the support for yourself?
Well, because I have social anxiety, I always have to tell everybody that, apparently, but I feel like that collaboration has been like just such a warm feeling. And for you, Christy, like when my husband passed away, like I never felt like I belonged to a community until he died. And I got these messages that you arranged from all the advocates. It was like such a light in this darkness to feel like people, I've always been a helper, and I felt very uncomfortable getting help, and to have such a tight community rally around, and you know people's names, and each other in a advocacy way, but not, for me, because I'm isolated, to feel connected and feel like such a human connection with everybody was huge. The stuff that you've created is amazing.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that. And it was, I don't want to say it's my pleasure. That's a weird thing to say, but I was happy to do it. And I was happy to bring the community together to rally around you, for sure. So with that, share with us a message of hope. What if parents, and again, like we had Kim Vicini on here earlier that we're talking about parents, but we don't have a lot of advocacy for parents and for loved ones. So, if people are watching and they just need that message of hope, what can you give them?
Yeah, I think the hardest part as parents, and I'm currently going through this, is like when your child hits a bump you feel like you're starting from scratch. And so I want parents to know out there, and we're in the thick of it right now. I was like, I'm 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes. And then you can have your meltdown. So I'm like, please.
We can do it on camera.
No, I'm not good like that. But the thing I remind myself, and I remind everybody in my community, and I'm reminding whoever's listening, is those skills are not lost. And so kids will hit a bump, people will hit a bump, but they will recover. Those skills are there. And our kids are resilient. People with anxiety and OCD are resilient. And as parents, we're resilient. So
yeah,
it always gets better. I've seen it.
Yep. Well, thank you. And thank you for all that you do. Just know how much I love you and admire you and just appreciate you being part of this community. And you really are just like, we would not be the same community without you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you very much. I'll be in touch and we will see you again at some point.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye. So I'm going to put a call out. Lori, where are you at? Lori, can you click on? Hey! Oh, thank goodness, because I have to go to the bathroom so bad.
I love this. I've been like waiting for you to just be like, oh my God, I can't do it anymore.
I'm just like, okay, so everyone, Lori's going to talk to you a little bit. We have just a few minutes. Then all our California people are coming on. We got y'all know who's coming on. We got Chris Trons and we got Andrew, we got Kelly, we got Lauren, we got all these people. Elise is coming on, Stephen Smith's coming on. So you don't want to miss it. We're going to wrap up with a bang, but Lori, I'm going to turn it over to you because I have got to go to the bathroom, so I don't know what to do. Talk about community and the importance it is to you. Talk about OCD Game Changers. Talk about our events. Tell everybody.
I have been like proselytizing everyone all night.
Well, goodbye.
I'll probably like, who is Lori?
Goodbye.
Bye. So I'm Lori Johnson. We're Denver in focus. We're also local and part of Chrissy's community here as well. I have been kind of talking about OCD Game Changers and the things that we do throughout the thread all night. So if any of you needed to be converted to donate to the cause for OCD Game Changers, it would be tonight. I hope I have converted some of you. My heart has been in this community for a really long time. And I remember the very first day I met Chrissy, probably like 12 years ago. Part of the reason I love being an advocate, and I do have my OCD advocate shirt on this evening, is really just the loving care of the community. But really, we are so awesome. Like, I have brought other people to different parts of conferences that I've been to, and they're like, wow, these people are amazing. Can I come hang out with you all and just like spend the day in the conference rooms? Sure. But seriously, our community is awesome. We are also just a little bit bananas, going on the banana theme for the rest of the night with Chrissy's banana, which is always behind her. We are, whether you're a therapist or a sufferer or an advocate or both or all of the above or a board member, we come together and we allow other people to see authentic parts of us interacting and having fun with each other. There are so many laughs. There's so much noise happening all the time. Laughter and connection. Like, this is a group of incredible humans. I just have to say that. All of you who are part of the advocacy in whatever realm it is, even if we're not liking your posts all the time, we're seeing what you're doing and we really love it. And others people see what you're doing and really love that as well. So it draws in more and more people who have social anxiety and have generalized anxiety and are afraid to put themselves out there and be honest and be authentic. And that's really what bringing people into our orbit is doing all the time. And I love that. So much so that I know other people are kind of really excited and get really giddy and love to meet the other advocates and are like, these are like superstars because we've all changed each other's lives in some way. So being on the board has been amazing. I'm in Denver, as Chrissy said, and I've been part of the Game Changers from the get-go and was one of the people she called and said, hey, I'm thinking about doing, she called it a soiree. I'm thinking about doing a soiree. What do you think about it? I'm like, I love it. It was part of her way of bringing the community together a bit more. And Chrissy, because she's not here and she can't say no or reject the compliment, she is really a glue in our community. So it's really fabulous to be part of the board and kind of be in that orbit with her. This work can be extremely tiring and exhausting and sometimes feel hopeless because you hope that your message is getting out there to the right people and to more people. So there's a lot of pressure to draw more people in and get the word out there. But having community together, we don't have to do this alone. And that's what makes it so fun. There is an abundance everywhere for advocacy and product and all kinds of things. So I just love, I'm like the positive Pollyanna because I'm just feeling so, I've been watching this the whole time and feeling so much energy from everyone. I love it. So people show up personally, and honestly, this group and many of the advocates that I've had interactions with and stayed with at our retreats and been to the Game Changers events, I talk to them way more than people who live up the road from me and are my friends. I travel sometimes, Chrissy, to your house on the weekends. There's just such collaborative collection.
Well, thank you. And thank you for taking over for a few minutes because I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I felt like I was going to fall over.
It is okay. I talked a little bit about the board. I admitted to proselytizing everyone this evening to make donations. And now hopefully people know In Focus Counseling is not just this person who's commenting on the board. I'm actually the board.
Yes, Lori Johnson is board member. She's amazing and what does trainings and really just has this huge passion for this community. And as we're starting to expand and extend the reach of what Game Changers is doing and going in different countries and just really trying to build the organization up bigger. She's just such an asset. I just looked and it says there's 105 things in the private chat, and I haven't even looked at that.
Oh, there's a lot. I tried to check in with you to see if you needed a break earlier. I said hello to people coming in. I've been like the Walmart greeter of the Game Changers event this evening.
Well, is there anything else that you want to say as far as the importance of collaboration and the importance and then message of hope?
I am big on, I'm a psychotherapist and I run a group practice, and In Focus Counseling has an IOP, and we just do a lot of advocacy through our work. But I think there's a lot to say about the community, the culture, even the states that are around us, even in the United States, regionally and culturally, we're very different. You and I are both from the South. I've lost my accent. I purposely got rid of it, actually. But just bringing all of those pieces together and the worldwide components of Game Changers, it's just been really great. Even translating some of the content, the little bit that we did, it was really cool to be able to do that and spiff up my skills and Deutsch. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else that I have to say, but my message of hope would be that everyone remember that we don't really love and desire much change, especially if with an OCD diagnosis or an anxiety disorder. Change is really difficult on our systems, our brains, on everything that we do. So when we're broaching anything with OCD or putting ourselves out there, don't forget that your body doesn't like change. So keep kicking ass, keep taking names.
Awesome. Well, Lori, thank you. Hold on one second. Andrew was supposed to be here and he got the time zones mixed up, so I'm messaging him right now, and it's totally fine. Take your time. I'm gonna bring Kelly and Lauren on first.
No worries. I'll just check the chat. Thank you
Lori,
for the
thank you for
comments.
being here,
Yeah.
and thank you for coming in here and give me a hot second of a break. Love you. You are game changing, extraordinaire. You know how much I care about you and just appreciate everything you do for this community.
I love you. You've done a really fabulous job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. So we're getting to, my dogs are barking, but just ignore them. Now we're getting into the Pacific Coast, and we're going to bring on our Californians, and we had a little change. And so we're going to bring Kelly and Lauren. The dogs are barking like crazy. We're going to bring Kelly and Lauren on together, and I'm so excited. And baby Christina. Oh, I just said it in public. All right, here we go. Hello, my friends. I would
That's
do
perfect.
anything to
I
be
was
in
waiting.
the room with y'all right now and not on Zoom.
I know.
Just to be
Legit.
Oh, I just love you both. I miss you. So glad to see
Same.
you.
I'm so sorry to disappoint too that I come sans baby Christina. By the way, to anyone who's watching, I just birthed the child. Her name is actually Elle, not Christina. But
I think it's Christina, actually.
Is it Christina?
I do. I
Oh.
remember this conversation with
know,
Chris Johnston.
Well, I know.
Lissy.
It's funny though. I signed
Me,
her birth
Chris agrees.
certificate. I don't know. It's weird.
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 So the story behind this is when we were in San Francisco, Lauren was as pregnant as you can be at that point. Remember, I should have brought that photo up of your bag of candy, by the way. But anyway, as we were talking about what she was going to name the baby, and Chris Tronson and I, who will be on here in a few minutes, we were like, you need to name the baby Christina.
Yeah.
After me,
and
Chris. My middle name is Christina, and after Chris.
And so, by the way, is in the comments saying yes, baby Christina.
So she decided that she did not name the baby Christina, but we didn't care, and we're going to call the baby Christina for the rest of the baby's life anyway, and
really confuse her, which is fine.
It's her alter ego, maybe.
Yeah, baby Christina is her alter ego. just like Chrissy has an alter ego as well.
She does. I think Chrissy is just Chrissy. There's something I don't know.
It's
so
fine.
anyway,
I can only imagine. Let's stay focused, guys.
Focus, people. Okay.
This could go on for like an hour like this.
Yes.
I mean, we should just start doing like these where we're just
Riffing.
talking and I know riff exactly. That's what we should just do. Okay, but I guess we do have to focus. I'm so glad to see you. I love you both so much. I appreciate you. Y'all have been to OCD Game Changers events. You've been to advocacy retreats, and I hope we'll all be together at the advocacy retreat in the event this next year. Tell me too, but tell everybody listening about those events, what they meant to you, and how it reinforces how important community is. So we'll go Kelly first and then Lauren after.
So I've been to one game, the overnight, the weekend Game Changer event, and then an actual Game Changer event that I spoke at. And then I've attended Game Changer events, but I would say the Game Changer event in Denver, where we all have like a little retreat together, is really, really special in so many ways. And I love that we all can sit around and hear each other and hear everyone's ideas, and people have really genuine, great feedback, and everyone's so supportive. And then seeing those things actually come to fruition and be executed is amazing. Like, for example, with Sophie's work and her research she's doing, I'm so excited about to see how that's going to go. Chrissy's talking to the dogs.
I'm sorry. I just muted and I'm just
shushing herself. We're not sure.
I'm not shushing you. I'm
I
shushing.
know. Damn you, Chrissy.
I'm gonna put techno on in a minute, Kelly.
Oh, please. Yeah, let's do it. They're so special though, and I think it's a unique place too in general, the game changer events, because I think they're usually in like a small, intimate venues, and I think you get to have more quality versus like this. The conferences can be super overwhelming, and there's a lot going on, and they're wonderful, and I love that. But there's something really special about the smaller group events, in my opinion, personally. And I think we get more done that way, to be honest, when we're like breaking it up into more manageable groups. But
Yeah, I
they've been
agree.
very special, very special. And to spend time with people that I love too.
Yeah. So you
You,
want to take the
koosh
baton?
ball.
Koosh ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I'll speak a little bit more to the event where we spoke in January on my birthday this year, actually, with baby
Wonderful.
Christina. She was very small at the time, but I was.
She was an edamame.
She was like, yeah, she was minuscule. But
Chrissy, you're on mute. Are you supposed to be on mute?
I think she's trying to be
She's
on mute.
muting herself.
I need to mute because I'm just going to sit here and do commentary over and over. And
Okay. All right.
So, but that event, having been to both a retreat, which was amazing and wonderful, and so cool to be in communication and discussion with all of these people who are doing all of this work for the community. But being at the event in Los Angeles was really beautiful. It was super intimate, and I got to listen to Chris Tronson and Kelly, both of whom I know fairly well, and Andrew, of course, who was wonderful. But like I didn't know Andrew before the event. To hear them share about their lived experience in that setting was actually really moving to me, in spite of the fact that I've heard their stories multiple times. And it was this room and this energy of connection that was created by knowing that we were here for this common purpose, and to see and hold each other in that, and to help other people feel seen by sharing our experience. And of course, that's generally what we're trying to do, but there's something really cool. It's like the difference between doing film versus live theater, right? There's like an energy and a connection in the room that happens. It's really magical. So I have nothing but the utmost respect for you and all you do, and the events that you put on. They're wonderful.
I will say the California event, not that I was worried about it at all, but there is a degree.
Oh,
okay.
What
does that mean?
I have to tell you something. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
There is a degree to which I know that therapists have to be really careful about what they share about their lived experience.
Mm-hmm.
So going into an event where I have 4 therapists speaking about their lived experience, I thought, how deep are we going to be able to get? And Andrew, of course, kicked us all off and shared such a depth of his experience that really set the tone to where I feel like everybody felt so comfortable to really relate to every single person that attended that event. I still hear comments back about the California event. I mean, and a lot of it isn't about an ethical boundary. What it is we are human beings that live with OCD and that suffer, and that we can meet each other and connect with each other regardless. And so it was a very, very special event. And so I just wanted to, yeah.
Can I just say something riffing off of that with regard to community? Because I think I know that the first experience of community within OCD for me was actually with my own therapist. And so while there is this sort of boundary that exists between clinician and client by design, it's also just so important to understand that this is a human being sitting across from me, and it can have a profound impact, I think.
Yeah.
So
with true. That, we're right at the end anyway. And so everybody's already here, but so all the people that are waiting will be here in a minute. We'll get you on in a minute. And sorry, y'all know how it is. Like, as like Chris is laughing. So collaboration, we'll do collaboration question, and then we'll do message of hope. So we have collaborated now on an event. We have collaborated doing the advocacy retreats. The two of you collaborate all the time. And you are like, I'm going to say it. You're like competing practices, but who the fuck cares, right? Because
competing.
we didn't get the memo, but yes, you're right.
Look,
in theory,
you
we
can-
should be, but like nobody.
You can see it that way.
Yeah.
But then again, like community supersedes that. And
Absolutely.
so that's why I wanted to talk about it. Like, how important is collaboration and all of us doing this work together to reach people at the far reaches that need to be reached?
So important. I'll go first and then Fishball.
You go.
I think we all have a different way of languaging things. So this is why multiple books exist. This is why not every therapist is the right therapist for every person, right? Like we all message things in a way that's going to hit for one person or another. And sometimes I might share my experience and someone might say, oh my gosh, that's my experience and I feel seen and I feel understood and I'm not alone. And it sort of eradicates that element of shame. Or in another moment, Kelly might share her experience and somebody might be like, oh, that Lauren girl, I really didn't connect with, but Kelly, I get. So in terms of what I think is most important about collaboration within advocacy, it's that we each have an individual voice to bring to this work and we're each going to be able to reach different people. And if we don't work together, then we're not going to reach everybody.
Yep. There you go. And bring Chrissy here because we were talking about this at the conference, right? It's like, I remember when you were like, we need to all come together and this is what we need to do. Yep. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. We all were like, go Chrissy, go Chrissy, go Chrissy.
Go
do
Chrissy.
your thing, girl.
Here we are.
And here you are, you did it. And this is what we needed, is the cohesion that needed to go on. And I agree with everything Lauren says. There's nothing more I could add to it at all. It truly is hearing all the voices, reaching all the different areas that other people maybe can't reach and someone else can. The more of us, the better. That's it.
All right. We have to wrap up. I could talk to y'all for another hour, but let's leave our listeners.
There's two bananas behind you. I just, okay.
Baby Christina has a banana too. I almost tried to find it.
There.
It's like a chew toy
toothbrush
thing.
Yeah.
Didn't you get it for her?
No, but I would have easily could have been.
Banana as a chew toy just triggered everybody watching.
a baby with a banana chew toy. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Christ on a cracker. All right.
You're welcome.
So
we don't
Lauren,
for people's spiral down. Anyway, message of hope. Kelly, you first. Lauren, you second.
Message of hope is that things are dark and they get dark real quick and you can feel alone, but that doesn't mean that you are. And there's events like this that exist. You're not alone at all. And there's always hope. You have to go find it sometimes. It's very hard work, but it's worth it in the end. And you get to make your own recovery happen for you. Lauren.
Yeah, I think I want to kind of call back to what Tia was saying a few back. She was saying that ERP is different for her today than it was when she started. And I think that likewise, when I go back to when my therapist first told me, that he had OCD, and I looked at him and I thought, oh, this person like has their life together and they're like helping people and supporting people. It's amazing to see that. How in the world am I ever going to get there? That is possible. It can happen. And I imagine that there are people who watch Kelly, watch me, watch Chris, watch Andrew, watch Lori, like all of these people who are clinicians. And then all of these people who are advocates as well. I'm just thinking clinicians because that was my experience anyway. Yeah. And who think, well, how am I ever going to get there? And it is possible, right? Like life today is beyond my wildest dreams. I just had a little person, right, with this human that I love very much, and I've got amazing friends, and that's a lot more than I thought I was capable of when I was in the throes of things. So that's what I message of hope.
And I'll add to that a lot of what a lot of us think we deserve, because OCD tells us that we don't deserve that life. And
legit.
I'm sitting here with two people that deserve everything and every part of happiness that life can give you. And I'm saying that because you have brought so much happiness to my life. I love you both so much. You have no idea.
We love you so much.
How much you mean to me, really.
Don't make me cry, Chrissy.
Yeah, come on.
Baby Christina, who's named after me.
Don't worry, I whispered in her ear the day she was born. I was like,
gaslight the rest of her life, making her think that she was Christina.
So the message of hope is you don't have to live like my poor child who's going to be confused for her entire life. You're welcome. Thank you for having me on. No, but seriously, love you, Chrissy. This is awesome. And you are awesome.
I love you so much.
Love you all. I love everybody on tonight too. I love you all.
I know. This has been amazing. I will see y'all very soon at a Game Changers event, at an advocacy retreat. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be part of your lives.
Likewise.
Same. Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right. Here we go.
I'm still here.
How
do I get out?
What just happened? Chris, I have to remove
Bye,
you.
Chris.
It's not your time yet. Bye. I just made a mistake. Chris is like, what? Okay, so we just have a couple more people. I know we're a little behind on time, but it is Pacific Standard Time, so whatever. Y'all are like at 5 o'clock at night or something. It's still light there. I'm not like whatever. But either way, we're back. I know, like Andrew's like, no, it's not. Okay, I'm about to bring on Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Andrew got the time zone wrong.
I did. I thought it was going to be 7:45
now.
Yes. So I am in my car in a parking lot, so hopefully you can hear and see me okay. And yeah, it is dark outside. So
you're like, bitch, it ain't light here. Anyway, Andrew.
And also just a warning, heads up, my wife is in the back seat feeding the baby, so if there is crap that happens, says hi.
Well, we're going to make it quick. We're going to do our messages, our community. I'm so glad you're here. It's so cool.
So excited.
Because the last speakers, before the very ending, which Elise is going to come on with me as a board member, the last speakers are the ones that were here for the California event, which is awesome. So we can reflect on that really quick. So how you were part of the California OCD Game Changers event. Yeah. What was that like for you, and how did that contribute to community being part of your recovery?
Yeah. So I've shared my story, here and there to kind of smaller groups of people and just like, friends and family and stuff like that. But to be able to stand up on a stage in front of, I don't know, it was like 30, 40 people or so, it was really, really powerful and special. And, I just remember feeling so emotional during parts of it, because I don't feel like I've gone that in depth with it in a long time. So to be able to kind of, bring that back up, I think was just really, therapeutic and special. And then the second part you were saying with the community piece, sorry, what was that?
Oh yeah. How is community, especially even with the event or just in general, like how has community helped you with your recovery?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like most people with OCD, I was one of the 14 to 17 year statistics. And, I really wish that more people knew about it. I wish, it was just more in the mainstream for what it was, because there were so many years, I think, of needless suffering that's completely unnecessary. And if I knew about communities like this, if they were around, I mean, IOCDF was, but I didn't know about it then. Yeah. And now, you're here and, just expanding on all of this, which is incredible. And, my hope with doing things like this is to reduce that 14 to 17 years, because this thing is it's hell to live with when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes it's hell to live with when you do know what's going on. But
it is.
Yeah.
So Andrew, I feel like you and I connected in the last couple years, and we spent some time at the IOCDF conference in Denver.
Yep.
Which was so fun and awesome.
So much fun. Yep.
Everybody found out my name was Sarah.
It was very eye-opening, and we drove around and we had what's his name drive us in your Civic.
Dr. Phillipson is driving my
Yep.
Honda Civic, and I'm like, you do not know how to drive a stick shift.
You were
And he's like, "You don't
so,
know how to
oh
figure
my
them out."
God. Yeah. You were so anxious.
Yes,
Your
because he was revving
transmission.
my engine up and like killing it. And then
Yeah.
he would get mad at me when I was like, I think you need to downshift. He was like, you don't know. Anyway, but with that said,
Yeah.
here we are now in this community. We're meeting all these people. We're like, how important is it? How important is collaboration? How important is it for us to work together to reach more people?
Well, I really loved what you said with Kelly and Lauren. Technically, again, what their competition because they're so close in location wise and all that. And I think that is a mindset that we just cannot have in this. The goal is really to help as many people as possible. And unfortunately, we know there is kind of an endless chain of people dealing with this kind of stuff that need the help and support. So, you being able to, with the IOCDF and Game Changers and all these amazing organizations finally coming together to advocate as a united front, which is very important because we all have the same goal here.
We do.
To help spread awareness, to help reduce suffering, to help create community. And, I was tomorrow I'm going down to the city, to Culver City, to meet up with some other amazing OCD therapists just to go to this restaurant and hang out. And, I'm so excited for it. It's community, but it's friends. It's like they feel like family, and it's
so true.
I'm very much looking forward to all that.
You are family, by the way.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I so much appreciate you and you doing all of this. And you've been on live for 4 hours and 50 minutes. It says I can't even imagine how exhausted you are, but you do have the energy. You are the person that would.
It's all right. I mean, I'm only just jet lagged from getting back from the UK on Tuesday.
Yeah.
No
Fine.
With that said, leave us with a message of hope.
Yeah, totally. So, I think it's actually kind of serendipitous that I'm doing this in the car with my wife and kid. I was planning on, because I thought it was at 7:45, which it wasn't.
I'm like, where are you?
Yeah. Like my main OCD themes are, relationship related obsessions. And the fact that, where I was in 2015 or 2016, would have never imagined, being in a car right now with my wife and 11-week-old son. And it's, we've been married for 3 years, our first child together, and it's been absolutely incredible. And, I know Bitamin, my OCD monster, has definitely tried to, get in there a bit, but, using the skills and being able to, get through it. And that's going back to the community piece too, is that's so helpful in this all. So yeah, it definitely is absolutely possible to get to a place where you really truly are living again, and not just existing.
I agree. And you know what? The community is lucky to have you. I am so grateful to have you as a friend and a colleague and everything else. And I am just please tell your wife I said hello.
I will do. She says hi.
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 And thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad I texted you because you would have come on in an hour and it would have been over.
That would have been, honestly, my mind, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I I'm like that sometimes. My wife can attest to that. But all right, thank you so much. And
thank you, Andrew,
for all you do. And hopefully we'll get to see you. I'll definitely see you in Denver. Or not Denver, sorry, in Orlando. But I know
maybe Denver too. Who knows?
Yeah, is it in April or May? When is it?
One of the two. We are deciding at the next board meeting. So
gotcha. Okay, let me know. Let me know.
All right. Well, have a wonderful night and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, we are down to our last guest before I bring on the board member, Elise, who is going to close it out with me. And I just have to get ready. So, Chris, I want to put these on for you. Chris Tronson, I am in my tactical smoke here. That's for you, my man.
I
Just
just
for
am probably
you.
the most dramatic guest you've ever had in Denver because you like sent me the picture because it was like -3 when I was out there and I wanted those. I was like, where is Chrissy's freaking snow goggles when you need them? I was California bitchiest. I was like, why is it so cold? And you're like in shorts and just like cartwheeling in the snow. It was.
I literally was in shorts, I think, when you got to my house and like a tank top, and you come in and you have like 5 different layers with earmuffs on. And I was like, bro, it is not.
I had to like drive 2 hours because no stores sold that stuff. I had to wear like your friend's clothes. I had to go to this outlet mall to like get things. It was crazy.
I mean, I had like my long underwear tops for you.
I was wearing them. I was wearing them.
Yeah,
So I didn't look as good as you.
I realize that every time Chris Tronson comes to Denver, I have to pull out like all of my winter clothes that I don't even wear anymore because I'm so adjusted to it. But they are specifically in like the Chris box in my house.
Yeah, you saved me because I would have been frozen, frostbitten, like all that craziness. So y'all are crazy out there. I remember my Uber driver taking me to the airport, just like driving, and I'm like, it's snowing. What do you people do out here? It was crazy, but I loved it.
Hello, my friend.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Of course, you're closing us out. I'll bring Elise on here at the end, but like you are closing us out, my man.
Yes,
Love
I'm
you.
honored.
So glad for you to be here.
I'm honored to be here. And what you've done is incredible. It's funny because I literally like logged in to see Tommy. And then here it is like 3 hours later and I've still stayed on because everybody popped up. I'm like, I have things to do before I go on. And then I'd be like, oh, wait, I like this person. Let me stay on for a second. And next thing you know, it's freaking this time. So
I know. Look at like I have to show again. Here's the lineup, bro.
I love it. I know. Look, but I think that speaks so much to you as a person. I mean, for you to be able to get nearly 50 people in this community together for an event. I saw you and Liz McAvell, that warmed my heart, but just all the people and stuff. I just think that's so incredible. So thank you for all that you're doing and for this event. And I donated. So make sure you all donate. It's important. Of course, it's important for me to support what you're doing. It's incredible.
You know, Chris, I'm gonna blow you up for a minute. Chris, you have been someone in this community from day one that has just really reached across the aisle. You're always trying to reach across the aisle. You are loyal to this, you're loyal to that. Really make everybody feel like they are a part of it. And I know that there has been some distress in the community that has probably distressed you, where you feel like I'm in the middle and I'm trying to pull people together and I don't understand what's going on. And I want you to know it is not gone, it has not fallen on deaf ears, the fact that you have always been like Sweden in this community. You have always been neutral. You have always been supportive of every single organization. You really are the embodiment of what we need to look toward as advocates, of bringing everyone together and just being like, fuck it, I don't care because I'm here for the community. You're really just that person. And I think everybody in the community knows that. And I want you to hear me say it to you right now. Like, I look up to you so much, and I've always really been appreciative of the support, even when there's been discord in the community. You've always been that person that's shown up for everybody.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I think it was Andrew, and it's been other people that I've said it. I mean, the reason I've always supported you and Game Changers and supported everyone is because this disorder sucks. Like, this disorder is no joke. It's absolutely ravished a big chunk of my life, and I'm glad to get my life back. And people like you who decided, like, I can't have this disorder and give up. Like, for you to go and create this this nonprofit and to just bring so many together. I know you're going to Kansas. I've seen you all over the globe. I mean, it's just like, I'm just honored to be in your space and honored to know you. And that's why it's so important for me. And I'm just so happy to see tonight, because there was no reason for there ever to be discord in the community. It didn't make sense to me. And I was like, even if somebody starts hating me because I talked to this person, I'm going to do it, because tonight, I mean, to have 50 people come out, to have people stay as long as I did. I mean, it's because people like you who said, I'm going to keep going. But, you were saying earlier that you would take that magic pill to get rid of OCD, but not the strength it caused. I mean, there are going to be people, Chrissy, that get treatment and get better because of you. I send so many people to your videos, and I said it when Allegra was on, and I mean it, like for you to be able to open up so much of yourself and to take all that taboo and tear it down. There have been so many lives touched. So it's an honor to be here. Thank you for your kind words. But if I don't throw them back, I'm gonna feel guilty because you've just done so much. And thank you.
I appreciate it. You have been one of the brightest lights that I have met in this advocacy journey. Really, I remember the day that we finally connected in Washington.
Yes.
Remember, we were like, let's go get lunch, and then we were like, oh my God, are we going to be best friends from now on? Because
Absolutely. Your name's tattooed on me already. No, I remember that. You were so sweet. Loved your accent. You came up to me and I was just like, why haven't we hung? And we literally, like, it was no smoke. We were like, let's get food. And we did. And it was good food. That's all I remember.
I know it was. And I think that that's a testament to what Tom Smalley said earlier, which is sometimes we see people and we think, I don't know whether to approach them. I don't know what to say. And I think that you and I right here in this moment want to tell everybody, go approach people. I am no different than you. You are no different than me. We are no different than anybody else. We are people with lived experience with OCD. And we just took the initiative to do advocacy, and we want to push and support people that also want to do that advocacy. And you are someone that I have just always looked at as like, you know what? Like, Chris keeps going. Chris keeps doing this. You know, you're like someone that I look to on how to keep going forward in my own advocacy. So I will stop blowing it all up on you because I know that's a lot, but I just do want you to know how much I love you and appreciate
I love you too. Thank you for saying that. You know, it's somebody else was saying it earlier, but it's like you advocate and you don't always know if it reaches people. And I think, you know, at the conference this summer, I mean, just to have people come up to me and be like, man, you know, or the things that you're saying right now, like, you know, it makes the suffering, especially before the diagnosis, worth it. Just knowing that you're touching someone and preventing someone from having as long of a dark journey as we have. So,
yep. Well, then let's just get to it. Community. I know it's been a big part of your journey. I know it's still a big part of your journey. What does it mean to you?
yeah, I mean, I'm not at this stage of my life. I don't have a kid yet or a family. And I look at this as a family. Like I said, I legit was like, okay, I'm going to see Tommy. I'll watch it on my phone to support Chrissy, but I got things to do. And I just sat here in front of my computer and stayed on for the last 3 hours because I was just
and had a lot of awesome comments.
Yes. I was like, I want people to know I'm so proud of them. It's just, honestly, it feels like a family. And I say this all the time, like being at a Game Changers event, you know, I spoke at the one earlier this year with the three of your last guests. And I've always loved your events because they're so real. I feel like it's, you know, it's like the first time when I'm around other people with OCD and in these events, it's the first time I can take off my mask. I always feel like I have a mask on in real life because there's things going on in my head and my heart. And like, you know, I'm being triggered and all this. And I'm like, everybody here gets it. And so that's why community is important for me, so I don't feel alone. And it's incredible to see other people that feel that way. I forget who was saying it earlier, Sean maybe or Krista, but just like a bunch of freaks and you feel like you're connecting. You don't feel crazy. You feel real. You feel like you belong. And that's how I feel in this community.
When a lot of walls have come down and a few people have really been explicit about it, and I so appreciate it. Alexandra talked about it. Tom talked about it. Like, we have been in this community feeling like we've had barriers in between us. And now all of a sudden it feels different. Ethan said something too. It feels different. There's something that's shifting. And a lot of that is now it's kind of like, fuck it. Let's collaborate. We're all doing this for the same reason. So what does collaboration mean to you, Chris?
Yeah, no, collaboration is incredible. I mean, there are certain things about my background and my story that I can share, but I'm not going to always connect with anyone. And I love the idea of team sports. I play team sports my whole life, and collaborating with other people at your events, at other things. There's going to be something someone says that like clicks with people. And it really takes a village to make a shift in this community. Real quick about collaboration. I mean, I was recognizing a couple years ago that there just wasn't a lot of conversations, and you've really said it tonight, that was reaching certain communities. And I remember reaching out to Jenny Yip, Marcia Rabinowitz, and Jelani Daniel, and I said, what if the four of us put together a really diverse panel? I can talk about the queer experience with OCD. You can talk about being Black, Jelani. You could talk about being Latinx, Marcia, and you could talk about being Asian, Dr. Yip. What if we just went out there and we thought maybe one person would show up, and so many people showed up, and we had people come up and say, thank you. I feel part of this community, and now I feel like I'm part of a second community of people that have struggled with these other components of their life that OC has impacted. So I think collaborating all the time as voices, speaking with Andrew, with you, with Lauren, with Kelly, I mean, just being in awe of all of you and just collaborating, and everybody in that event in January walked away feeling heard, and I think collaboration's beautiful for that reason.
Absolutely. And I just want to emphasize, when we did the event with the therapist in California, Chris, you brought a side to your story I'd never seen before. You know, dressed differently, and not that that's bad, but what it was is you were taking off the suit and really talking about your lived experience. And that is what Game Changers events are about. And you completely represented that. And I appreciate that. And with that said, I want you to leave us with a message of hope.
Yeah, you know what? Can I be real in this message? Like real?
I mean, hello, it's Chrissy and it's OCD Game Changers. I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, you know what? I had not a can, like I never can stuff, right? But I had kind of like a message of hope, and then sitting here watching everybody, and I'm like, it's Chrissy, it's Game Changers. I'm going to be raw. Like, and I'm going to be emotional, Chrissy. So tell me to stop crying like a baby. But honestly, like, I'm not supposed to be here, right? Like, my life was supposed to end at 21. I had given up and I was done. I everybody watching this that has this disorder, like, there is nothing like having your worst enemy in your own head, speaking in your voice and acting the way you act. And I was done. If it wouldn't have been for my roommate who came home and really found me and got me hospitalized and got me into the care of my parents, I would not be here. And so I always feel like I'm on borrowed time. And I'm so proud of my younger self for not giving up after that darkest moment where I thought there was no ground deeper to go. And because of that choice that I made, that all of you can make, that I'm going to get better. I don't know what it's going to look like or how it's going to feel, but I'm going to get better. I made that shift. And now I look at myself sometimes in the collaborations, like, you know, just being here tonight and thinking like, thank goodness I made that choice. So I promise you, if somebody is watching this and you're at your lowest moments, it has to get better. If you can't dig any deeper, you can only go up. And so that's what I really want to say tonight, is just that there are going to be those moments. I was supposed to have that, you know, age and 21 on that, you know, tombstone, but for a bunch of, you know, things that come together, it didn't happen. But I'm proud of that choice I made to switch. And I think everybody tonight can make that choice as well, and run into the arms of community like this event. So I thank you so much for giving me the time and for being here and for all that you do. And I love you. I really do.
I love you too. And I concur in hearing your story at the Game Changers event was so emotional, and it resonated with me because I almost lost my life at 20 to this disorder in the same way. And the way I look at it now is, look at what we're doing now. You know, we took the chance and stepped out to do advocacy, to hope that other people never have to go through what we have gone through. And so I just appreciate you so much, my friend.
I'm so glad, just like my story, that your story didn't end at 20, because we need you. The community needs you. And I thank you for that. And I hope everybody listening recognizes that the two of us fought out of dark moments, and they can as well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
I so much appreciate you. You are the Sweden of the OCD community.
Well, I'm half Norwegian, so my Norwegian family's gonna be pissed off because I don't know if they like Sweden, but I'll be Swedish. I'll be Greek, Norwegian, and Swedish.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the comments. I have really loved reading all of your comments, and I'm so glad that you stayed on, and I can't wait to see you soon, whenever that will be, because I know it will be soon.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in Kansas. I think it's going to be an amazing event.
And Spain.
I know, and Spain. You better come back to talking Spanish and making me Spanish food.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I want to, but like, you know, it'll be all right, but it'll be good. Hopefully we'll come to California, or we'll do something, and I'll
Please come back, or I'll come to Denver. It's not far at all.
Well, I'll see you in Denver.
Yeah.
Love you.
Love you too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Congrats on the success of tonight.
It has been amazing. All right, so we are almost done. I have to bring on one very, very important last person, Elise Petronzio. She's like, girl, you better hurry up. It's like 10:30 my time.
And I'm like, it was chaos in the spirit of OCD community, also, I really felt Andrew because I'm also in a car trying to do this. But I'm actually at a wedding for an advocate that I met online, an OCD advocate. So I stepped out to do this, but then my phone was dying like 10% every second while Lauren and Kelly were going. And I was like, I couldn't figure out how to open my friend's key, but I'm here. And then I was like, all right, now I'm just watching. I'll have to watch the whole 5 hours I missed.
Well, Elise, thank you for being here. And for those of you that don't know, Elise is a member of the board, a very valuable member of the board. She does so much for us, and also the founder of Octopus, which sometimes people say OCD Opus.
I was like, Chrissy, no, don't do it.
Don't do it. No, but thank you so much for being here. I know it's late there, but I was just really glad to be able to close out tonight because you are a huge part of the OCD Game Changers, and wanted to give you the opportunity to weigh in on community, but also to share with people what our mission is and why what we're doing is so important. So please feel free to talk about what you do and also why community and being part of the OCD Game Changers board is important to you.
Yeah, sure. So in general, what I do, I guess within the OCD community, I do run the Octopus, which is an OCD advocacy and recovery shop. So we take OCD therapy lessons that we're all trying to remember, like values over fear, embrace uncertainty. And I put it on tangible things that you can keep with you outside of session because, yeah, like the ring.
The ring.
The second you leave session, for me at least, it all like goes out the window once you start panicking. And that tangible thing I can look down on with a quick summary of what I'm doing, like do it scared. I'm like, okay, wait, don't have to wait until I'm not scared. I just do it now.
Yep.
I just do it scared and then I'm done. That was one thing. That's one thing that I do. I've also gotten very passionate lately and started a new account for adults with PANS, which is a autoimmune cause of OCD that I happen to have, which I'm definitely getting more active in talking about. But OCD Game Changers really kind of wraps up the whole experience for me. Yeah, like I love my shop, but it's not the same as connecting with people face to face at all, which is really a big part of what OCD Game Changers is about. We really are trying to reach all the corners of the world where people are not talking about OCD. It's amazing how much we've built up OCD advocacy in the US. When I was a kid and I had it, I wasn't going to conferences or events or anything like that. I didn't even know I had OCD, but OCD Game Changers is really dedicated to going to places that are maybe not getting as much action.
Uh-oh, Elise, I think we're losing you. Are you there?
You may never have met someone else with OCD before. And I'm sure a lot of people watching.
Uh-oh. I think we lost her for a minute, but no big deal. She'll be back on in a minute. It just probably dropped, but I can continue on with what she's saying, and because we're going to wrap up here soon anyway. I mean, there she is. I'll bring her on, and I don't have to.
Hello.
Hi. It just dropped, but keep going.
Okay, where was I?
Well, we were just talking about like the far corners of the earth, and like we're trying to build community in places that don't have community.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone watching, not everyone, maybe a lot of people watching have maybe had the experience to meet someone else with OCD, go to a Game Changers event, an OCD conference, but not everyone can fly all over the country to go to events.
Exactly.
And those people are still suffering, and they're suffering alone. And we really want to reach those people. And it's all about that one-to-one, like real, true human connection at Game Changers, I feel like. And that's why I like being involved, because that meeting other people with OCD is always still my favorite way to make change and to feel connected to the community. Because all the stuff online is great, but it doesn't replace seeing someone in real time who actually understands you and seeing other people with OCD who are functioning and doing well as inspiration for your own recovery.
And so as we're moving into this kind of new phase in our community of bringing organizations together, not looking at this as competitive, not looking at this as this person's doing this and blah, 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 blah. How important is collaboration for OCD Game Changers?
It's extremely important. I think there's some quote. It's like you go farther together, or it's like if you want to, whatever. It's better to go together than to go alone. You can go farther. There are people doing great work with OCD all over the world, but we can't all do it by ourselves. We need to combine resources, whether that's time, energy, money, all of that really. And we can only reach new places if we do things we haven't done before. And to do that, we're going to need resources we haven't had before either. So that's really the only way that we're going to keep moving forward. We have to lean on each other. We have a finite amount of resources, and we have to work together to make the most of them to reach the most amount of people.
100%. All right, Elise, take us out with a message of hope.
Oh God, that's a lot of pressure. Also, I'm never going after Chris Tronson again. I just wanted to say that. I was watching. I was like, mistakes.
No one ever wants to go after Chris Tronson.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay. My message of hope, I'm going to be genuine as well. My message of hope is that there are so many treatments, support groups, ERP, ICBT, whatever really works for you, no matter what other people are saying about it. There are so many different ways to help improve your OCD. And I know how tiring it is to keep trying them. Yeah. I have fallen in and out of relapses for years and years. I have wanted to give up. I understood so much what Chris was saying about just being like, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. But there are so many resources, and there are more being discovered all the time. If you haven't found what's for you, there's people you can meet who will be able to tell you what helped them that might be able to help you. So if you can find a way to continue to motivate yourself to try, which for me, usually that feeling comes from meeting and talking with other people with OCD. But if you can find a way to keep trying, there are so many options and they're only growing all the time. There's more and more great advocacy and research and treatments coming all the time. So I just hope people can figure out a way to tap into whatever they need to tap into to keep trying those things. I'm still trying to figure out what works. And don't get caught up thinking that the advocates are all fine and dandy and totally recovered, because they're not. They're not. I can tell you we're not.
100%.
Yeah. So just keep trying. And if you feel like you can't keep trying, tell somebody so they can help you.
Well, thank you. And Elise, thank you for all that you do for the community, but especially all that you do for OCD Game Changers.
I'm happy to do it. Thank you for staying on for 5.5 hours almost talking to all these people. I don't know many people that would have taken that on.
Well, you are very much appreciated. I love you, my friend. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you soon.
I love you too.
Bye. And to all of you who have been here for the 5 hours and 15 minutes, it felt like it went by like this. I hardly even believe it's been 5 hours of being able to connect with these amazing advocates and to be able to see all of the comments. I mean, this is just a testament to how powerful our community is, how powerful collaboration is. And my message of hope to you is this: recovery is different for everyone. My journey is different from yours. Yours is different from mine. But in taking everybody's messages and moving forward, every day is different. And all we can do is put one foot in front of the other. And whatever you need in that given day, stay curious. keep exploring how to get to know yourself. You are not just your OCD. Your OCD does not just define you. This is about living life, figuring out who you are with this disorder, who you are despite this disorder, and who you can be when you look around and see all of the people that are walking with you. And if you needed any reminder, I do think tonight can show you there are all these people, not just the attendees who are leaving all these comments, but all of the people that were able to come onto video tonight to show you you don't have to do this alone. You are not alone. You never have to be alone. So please don't think that you have to. I am so honored to be part of this community. I'm so honored to have been able to connect to all these people and to have you walk alongside me for the last 5 hours and being able to share so much wonderful information that all of us sometimes need to hear when we are in the depths of this disorder. I am so proud to be an advocate for you and to be someone that walks alongside of you in your own journey, and that you can walk alongside mine and my own. Thank you again. And I look forward and hope to see you at an OCD Game Changers event in the future in 2024, 2025, and beyond. Follow us at Instagram, OCD Game Changers, and Facebook, OCD Game Changers, and visit us at our website. Thank you for letting me be a representative for OCD in this community. It is an honor. It is a privilege to be able to have a voice for your experience. So much love to you, and thank you for being here during this event. Good night.